أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وآل بيت الطيبين الطاهرين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. I have understood that either people ate their breakfast too late or too early. That salawat was very low. Can we have a loud one, please? Salawat ala Muhammad. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Ahsantu. Welcome to the 7th Executive Council meeting. We shall be starting the proceedings with verses from the Holy Quran. This meeting is now curate, and can we welcome our Qari, Brother Irtiza Chattu, with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يردوكم بعد إيمانكم كافرين. وكيف تكفرون وأنتم تتلى عليكم آيات الله. وكيف تكفرون وأنتم تتلى عليكم آيات الله وفيكم رسوله. ومن يعتصم بالله فقد هدي إلى صراط مستقيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم واعتصموا بحبل الله واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم صدق الله العلي العظيم صلوات
What a fantastic recitation by our young Qari Irtiza Chatur. Let us have a loud salawat for this beautiful recitation for his future tawfiq Adishwab. Salawat ala Muhammad. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. With the permission of the chair, Al-Hajj Saftabai Jafar, we shall be starting with introducing the councillors who are present in this meeting, online as well as those physically here. I will ask my esteemed colleagues to help me out, inshallah. If we can first start with Council of European Jamaat, if Sister Azmina Hansraj, the Secretary General, if you can introduce the different councillors from COAGE, please. Bismillah.
We have with us today for the Mamlaka of Miraj, we have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat. We have Sister Azmina Hansraj, Secretary General, Council of European Jamaat
Sister Azmina, just one moment. The volume hasn't come up. I'm going to ask you to repeat if you just wait until I tell you. One moment. Bismillah, Sister Azmina. Try now.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. With us today we have Brother Muhammad Ali Murad. We have Dr. Jiwa. We have Brother Murtaza Kanani, Brother Rasul Bimani, Brother Shani Hussein Ali Remtala. I think I have everybody there. If I've missed anyone, please let me know.
Thank you very much. All from Council of European Jamaas, most welcome. If we go to Nasimco, and may I ask Habib Bhai, Megji, please, if you can introduce your colleagues, please. Hassan.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. There are 8 executive councillors from Nasimco, and I will go through the names. Arif Bhai Jeksi, who is our president, Ghulam Bhai Najafi, who is our vice president, Muhammad Arif Jagani, who is honorary secretary, Sipten Bhai Merchant, who is our treasurer, Mahmoud Dalla from Orlando, Kazim Mendi from Minnesota, and Ibrahim Ramtullah from Vancouver, and myself, Habib Megji from Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if we go to Australia, and the chair of Australasia, the Fahim Bhai Merchant, please, if you can do the honors of introducing the councillors from Australasia. Bismillah. Fahim Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, so currently I've got only one member online, which is Brother Onali Farishte, myself, Fahim Merchant, who's the president. I've got Brother Raza Bojani, who's the secretary. Got Riaz Ismail, who is the treasurer. And then we've got Irfan Devji as a councillor, Sister Nida Ajani as a councillor, and Brother Riaz Hussain as a councillor, and Kazim Molidina, as well as Sister Sabira Kaku.
Heartiest welcome to yourselves as well. And may I go to Africa Federation, the Honorary Secretary Zuhair Bhai Jafar. Bismillah, Zuhair Bhai, Sheikhna.
Hassan, thank you so much, Arif Levi, for that. Basically, right now we have online, we have 3 participants who are currently there. It's myself and Shahid Bhai Murji, and we have Dar Islam Jamaat Pramukh Muhammad Raza Bhai Devji. Physically present over there, we have our chairman, Amin Bhai Nasser. We have and two councillors also physically over there. That's our Uganda Jamaat president, Septem Bhai Merchant, and Ashik Bhai Nasser from Madagascar as well. We also have 2 other councillors who will be joining virtually. That will be Mohammad Bhai Jafar, and we have Shabir Bhai Najafi, who will be joining virtually as well as our councillors. Those are our 8. Hassan.
Thank you, Zuhair Bhai. And Murabbi Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi, please, if you can kindly introduce the councillors from India Federation. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Mohsin Dharamsi, the Secretary of India Federation. At present, I'm the only person who is present online, and inshallah the other 7 will be joining soon, and then we can meet them then. Thank you.
Hassan, thank you very much. Appreciate that. If we also look around the table, for those who we haven't said specifically, but we are, if I'm looking at Zahid Bhai, please, if you can do the honors, please, Pakistan Federation.
Thank you. We have our president, Abul Hassan Gokul, our vice president, Muhammad Ali Merchant, Asghar Hussain Shahidi, myself, Zaid Hussain Vasnani, Askar Basrawala, Sajda Firdaus, and two online, Ashraf Adri and our secretary Hassan Akbar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also note that physically present here, we've got executive councillors as well, Imran Bhai Sherali, Mohsin Bhai Giwala, and we may have further people coming in. And also, if we look at online, that Dr. Askar Moladina has also joined as well online. So welcome to you all. And we may come and mention further names as people join in, inshallah. Here in Karachi, we have also part of the Electoral Commission, Shakir Bhai Rajwani, who is sitting there right in front of me, so welcome to you. Head of the Global Census Project, Shiraz Bhai Walji is here. Head of the Education Department, Abbas Bhai Pira. Manager of the Islamic Education, Internal Tabligh specifically, Sheikh Afzal Mirali is here. And our teacher, Ustad, Sheikh Dr. Alidina, Murtaza Alidina, who is Head of Islamic Education, who is here as well. We also have Mustafa Bhai Hemani, who is not sitting at the table, but he's over there. You will certainly come to the table, and if you can stand up just so everyone sees who you are as well. He is the one who leads our Pakistan chapter, our manager here on the ground, so welcome to you as well. And we have distinguished guests from many places around. We can see from Malawi, other places as well, and we may call upon you to introduce yourself as well as we go through the proceedings. Without further ado, can I first have a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? And also, as a musafir, as a traveler, we also understand that Brother Salim Rimtullah, the President of Council of European Jamaats, has just joined, so welcome to you as well. Asantum. We are here in Karachi, and many people remember the fond memories they had when they were here last time, not many years before COVID. As it is our great honor, thank you very much for the hospitality, even before the Executive Council meeting has started. We are very honored. I would like to invite the President of Pirai Jamaat, and he has two hats on, but first he will come to give an address as a President, as a host Jamaat, which is none other than Murabbi Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal, and then later on as a regional federation as well. Can we welcome him with loudest salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad?
Assalamu alaikum to all of you. Am I audible? Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected ulama karam, President World Federation Alhaj Safdar Bhai Jafar, all the office bearers of World Federation, the presidents and office bearers and councillors of the regional federations, all accompanying delegates, observers, guests, and of course the amazing invisible support staff. Assalamu alaikum to all of you. Welcome to Pakistan, home to more than 1/3 of the global Khoja community. The pure land filled with many blessings, and of course welcome to Karachi, the city of lights and of suppressed rights. A city of delicious foods that many of you would be looking forward to, and a city full of hustle and bustle till late in the night. So thank you all for being here and agreeing to invest your time at the EXCO. It is a blessing to host such a high-cater audience. And the best way to express gratitude for a blessing conferred upon us is in its proper utilization. So I would like to engage your time by sharing some meaningful ideas and to take the mission of World Federation and its regions forward. I see many, many friends in this room, some that I have met earlier, and some that I do not know yet. For in this room, there are no strangers, only friends that we haven't met or have met. As Arif Bhai rightly said, I'm wearing two hats, और दो की इजाज़त है अगर इंसाफ कर सकें. चार की तो है. In my case, the two hats. So I will try to do justice. I'm assuming I have 10 minutes per hat, not perhaps. So that gives me about 20, but should finish in about 19. So a few words now on behalf of KPSIJ and its managing committee. And in case any one of us feels that 20 minutes is a bit too much, please remember I'm local here, so मुझ पर speech कसर नहीं है. Karachi Jamaat is a constituent Jamaat of Pakistan Federation and is easily the largest Jamaat globally in terms of population and possibly also in terms of asset holding and as to its vast operations. So inshallah on this visit, many of you will witness the many facilities and services provided by our Jamaat, including the value-driven Fatima Education Network, the ever-expanding Fatima Hospital, the Fatima Sports Center, where the EXCO is taking place, the family park, the community center, the graveyards, the central offices, the many departments, and so forth. And inshallah, we'll be launching or at least announcing the Business Incubator project, which is a progressive move to help entrepreneurship at a time when job seeking is becoming very difficult. With over 1,100 employees, the Karachi Jamaat has a mega corporate structure meticulously managed by high-end professionals. After having undergone a 3-year transformation, the 7 Jamaats of Badin and the Hyderabad Jamaat are the other constituent members. And there will be an orientation presentation of these Jamaats later today at the dinner event. I would also like to avail this opportunity at the Karachi EXCO to express what PF stands for, to set the perspective right for the future. The recently elected team at Parkfed shall continue the legacy of the new face of PF that we see since 2020. We are, alhamdulillah, no more an obscure entity on the World Federation canvas, especially not since November 2018 EXCO at Karachi, followed by the 2020 January elections of the World Federation. These events brought the World Federation elite to Pakistan with the progress made at the Federation surprised many. Parkfed has also played a significant role in the events post the WF elections in upholding justice, democracy, and the constitutional process. Some norms had to be challenged. Progress cannot be achieved without disturbing the equilibrium. This turbulence is therefore welcome as long as lessons are extracted for the betterment of the progeny. This is a gathering of the community elite, making it appropriate forum to deliberate about some of the prevalent norms in community dynamics. So here are some reforms and suggestions to create a positive turbulence. Not many of us may have gone through the Khutbah-e-Ghadir in detail, and neither have I, but I was reading an extract just last night, and there are 29 alqab by which the Prophet refers to Hazrat Ali. Each laqab is a matter of function, and each function being a function of governance. So where we so often come about the letter of Malik Ashtar, here's another khutbah with governance traits that will inshallah help us. Independent of that, I'm just trying to give some suggestions for reforms. Please take it with a pinch of salt, in a good spirit, without meaning any offense, but just to help or guide us in the way forward for progress at this community forum. The community leadership must be given their due status. This is possible when one effectively differentiates between community leaders, philanthropists, and organizational heads. The prerequisites and skill sets for each of these are different. Leadership traits are inherent in an individual and not dependent upon purpose-generated mass popularity. Leadership traits are not dependent upon purpose-generated mass popularity. Organizational and admin skills are a prerequisite for organizational heads, but are not the core traits for community leaders. Wealth is not a determinant of leadership. Wealth may be a stimulant to philanthropy, the virtues of which are concealed in one's intent. And as a community, we are truly blessed with many noble philanthropists who have selflessly served and are serving the community and humanity. Communities truly progress when these traits merge into one entity possessing the intellect, the vision, passion, compassion, righteousness, selflessness, combined with organizational and administrative skills to lead the community forward with an efficient organization. We are fortunate of the convergence of these qualities in our President, Alhaj Sardar Bhai Jafar. It is also essential to determine the prerequisites and post-requisites of candidature for the various offices in the World Federation and the regional and constituent hierarchy safeguarded in their respective constitutions. The prerequisites prescribed by Islam in the selection of governance should form the basis of this process, and as entered upon even in the Khutbah-e-Ghadir. The post-requisites must include elements of behavioral conduct, number of successive tenures, privileges conferred, etc. Pak-Fed would also like to propose a rethink of the election process. This is where I said I might cause some turbulence, but just an opinion. Presidential elections by the grassroots call for voting by a relatively lesser informed audience. Campaigning to the grassroots requires a huge financial outlay, giving an edge to the more affluent. The process involves prolonged self-promotion by the candidates at the grassroots level, which is harmful for the candidate's inner self or batin. Further, effective campaigns result in polarization at the grassroots level, which is injurious for the community. Differences in preferences between the grassroots and the constituent Jamaats, which may occur due to campaigning, is even more harmful. And differences in preferences within the constituent Jamaats of a region is even more harmful. And for the system to succeed, the regional federation's position demands that it be a truly representative body of the constituent Jamaats. The composition and the formation process of the regional federations is thus critical to the system and which may require serious attention at the constituent Jamaat, at the regional federation, and at the World Federation levels. It is equally important for the World Federation to work exclusively through the respective regional federations in any region for avoiding any potential influence on any constituent Jamaat. This is essential for the empowerment of the regional federations in the current World Federation structure. PACFed has also taken a strong notice of the culture of mudslinging and slandering. It is essential to encourage our younger professionals into the stream of community service. An impediment to this is the defamation of candidates during campaigning, at times to shameful levels. Can I just have a glass of water, please? Thank you. The privilege conferred upon us, I repeat this, the privilege conferred upon us to serve the community does not grant us the license to damage another's dignity. Social work is at its best. Social work is at its best when our spirit to sacrifice overpowers our desire to prevail. I'll just repeat this. Social service is at its best when our spirit to sacrifice overpowers our desire to prevail. Thanks so much. ऐ खुदा मुझको मोहब्बत दे इबादत के इवज़ मैं तो किसी जन्नत का तेरी ख़रीदार नहीं जिसने इंसान से कभी मोहब्बत ही न की हो दर हकीकत वो खुदा का भी तलबगार नहीं. Further, where this beautiful religion of Islam requires us to exercise caution even in the utterance of truth, how can Islam tolerate tuhmat and false charges? It is now time to push ourselves to establish a code of conduct for our elections and our meetings. Another area of concern at most regions is the working equation between the local Jamaat and the independent donor-sponsored community organizations. Let me pick up the thread from EXCO of 2018, where I had said, and I quote unquote, each petal, if I were given 30 seconds to deliver all that I had to say, it will be as follows. Each petal on the rose is an independent entity, and no two petals on the rose are alike. Yet, when these petals coexist peacefully, connected at the center, they create the prettiest flower on earth. In nature lies many lessons to be learnt. Although the roses are surrounded by thorns, they still manage to blossom happily, gleefully. To many, there are lessons to be learnt here, but only a few realize that these thorns are actually nature's way of protecting the rose and not an impediment in their nurturing. if only we manage to see beyond the affiliations. The local Jamaat is the center, holding the petals, and is accountable for community development. The independent community organizations are the petals that play the important role of supplementing the Jamaat's role to carry the mission of community development forward. Service to humanity becomes more meaningful when the need is overcome rather than sustained, and ideally if it is done before the needy approaches you for assistance. Planning and direction setting for the community are best achieved with synergies amongst the stakeholders to ensure that the projects of the independent organizations do not conflict with the vision, mission, and objectives set by the local Jamaat. It is important for the sponsors to be cognizant of this. Each one of us is paying a very high personal price in pursuing community service. The time and effort is taxing on our family and on our business. Time must be intelligently allocated so as not to ignore the family. And 2 pieces of advice, if I may offer here. First, social service at the cost of a happy family is nothing to be proud of. Second, the zeal to serve should not make us unwilling to relinquish our offices. Paving the way for a younger leadership is actually a bigger service to the organization. Paving the way for a younger leadership is actually a bigger service to the organization. So if I may rephrase World Federation's motto, we exit to serve. Do not underestimate someone's potentials due to his younger age. Our women are our hidden assets. They have remained the silent, passive partners in community development. Their potential should be recognized and supported, where they are to be selectively encouraged into the supplementary income scheme, and their skills at tarbiyat to be focused on and improved. The next point is the recent World Federation litigation. Undoubtedly, this is the saddest episode in the short history of the World Federation. It is a terrible example for the youth aspiring into social service. The episode carries the potential of causing deep damage to the World Federation and also to many of our socio-welfare institutions. How could we have allowed the situation to reach the point where a sitting councillor pursued the course of litigation against his parent organization in spite of a majority of councillors supporting the World Federation and its president in successive EXCOs and conferences? Not only were the views of the majority ignored, but also the advice of the Marja to solve the matter internally. And this councillor, this person, respected person, continues to be nominated as a councillor. Once again, this unfortunately doesn't augur well for AFED as an autonomous body. Just like it won't augur well for Pakistan Federation if I fail to make a mention of some other issues like the Palestine and our responsibility as a community. The least we can do is to create the highest level of awareness of this issue and also of other issues faced by the Ummah by first educating ourselves. For those of you who may not know what's happening in the Pakistan political climate, champions of sectarian hatred are being given inroads into our political system. Those who raise a voice are eliminated or abducted and remain unknown for years. The perpetrators remain unblamed by the national and international judicial systems. When will we stand up to live the lessons taught at Karbala? What can be done at the WF and the RF level, not RF level? Pak Federation is also deeply concerned at the ideological infiltrations into our muashara through the mihrab, the mimbar, and the madrasa. When I say the madrasa, it includes the schooling system, of course. And these infiltrations are happening in a most structured way. This has made tarbiyah challenging and an essential part of our curriculum. Young parents face increasing challenges in the upbringing of their children. World Federation's vigilance in this issue is applauded. We at Pak Federation are also willing to provide any services in curriculum development to address this evil. I say this on the strength of our upcoming Fatima International University project, a project founded on research-based integration of academics and values. The Fatima International University is conceived as the first value-based university, and its mission is to produce professionally competent and morally sound manpower. The FIU will be presented later in the evening today. Our generations to come will be grateful for this deliverance. It is our humble gift for the awaited. Looking forward, we must aspire to become a well-connected global community where the members are cognizant of their responsibilities as an individual and as a community in the spiritual and materialistic domains. A community which engages in self and societal capacity building as an ongoing process to raise itself holistically. A community which identifies itself proudly with its awaited Imam, and a community of whom the Imam too is proud. A community that excels in all aspects of its pursuits, and where the pursuits are designed to establish a just, progressive, and prosperous society. This is only possible under a worthy leadership, supported by a worthy following, with character, confidence, commitment in the direction shown by our leader. Inshallah, the day is not far when our meetings shall be chaired by him. He is the only receiver meritorious of this organization. Thank you.
Especially when the living holy Imam's name is thought of, mentioned, and addressed, the salawat has to be much louder. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Ma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Thank you very much for that thought-provoking address. A dual address indeed, and we will have much to discuss and to elaborate. Next on the agenda is the chairman of the meeting, the president of the World Federation, who will be giving the State of Community address, and may I request each and every one of us to welcome him with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
I'm a little taller, just a little. I'll just adjust them. Huh? Bless you. Side में रख सकते हैं? शुक्रिया. ठीक है. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وبه نستعين وصلى الله على محمد وأهل بيته الطاهرين. أما بعد, respected scholars, President of Pakistan Federation, as well as our host, President of the Khoja Shia Ishtashi Pirai Jamaat, Alhaj Murabbi Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal, respected presidents of all regional federations. Amin Bhai is here, Salim Bhai is online, Arif Bhai Jaxi is also online, and we probably have other regional leaders as well, online as well. Executive councillors, community members, elders of the community, well-wishers, volunteers, people who have been working behind the scene, who have been supporting us throughout this EXCO, and brothers and sisters across the globe watching this transmission. Salamun alaykum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, on behalf of the World Federation, we would like to welcome each and every one of you warmly here in Karachi. And it is a real delight that the World Federation's Executive Council in our term, the last Executive Council, potentially, we could have an extraordinary one if required, potentially planned before the term of this administration comes to an end at the conference that this House will decide, inshallah, in the next couple of days in May, that this is taking place in Pakistan, the heart of the Khoja Shia Ishtashi global community, with 55,000 plus members, which is more than a third of the entire Khoja Shia Ishnashi Muslim community worldwide. It deserves its place, and I'm delighted that the World Federation is hosting, effectively holding this event at the heart of the largest Jamaat in the world, and that deserves a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. It also brings very important memories for us. The first thing we did when we arrived yesterday is to visit the mausoleum of Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, a Khoja Shia Ithnashti we are proud of. Together with the first event that we held last night in Mahfil-e-Murtaza, that is a testimony of the martyrdom and the shuhada of the community, including one of the most profound leaders of this community, Shaheed Hamid Ali Bojani, who brought the Pirai Jamaat in the world map. And I remember memories myself. I was studying in Scotland in university, and he came to UK to introduce Pirai Jamaat to the World Federation. And that is the journey. And this is a symbolic event for us to remember him, together with the other shuhada of Mahfil-e-Murtaza, Shaheed Ayub Sabri, the great scholar behind whom I prayed for at least 2 years when I lived here, as well as Marhum Bashir Ali Bhai, or Shaheed Bashir Ali Bhai, our philanthropist at its best, and many others who sacrificed their life. And for all the shuhada, for all the marhumin, for all the elders of the community, not forgetting the founding father of the World Federation, Mullah Asghar Rahmatullah Alayh. And as we heard the challenges and the atrocities and the challenges that are taking place in the world, particularly in Gaza, and all those who have died throughout the world, let us, marhumin, let us start by reciting Surah Fatiha. Before I set the agenda for the EXCO, effectively explaining what we are going to deliberate over the next couple of days, many people ask, and because we are in Karachi, and some of you are relatively new to the World Federation's working. Many people ask, what does World Federation do? I have visited more than 50 Jamaats now in my term, and wherever I go, WF su kare che. What are we doing? I find this question very puzzling because we have significantly extended and expanded our Markham's work, and we've invested in marketing as well as social media. But then I realized that probably we are a very complex charity. We are a very unique institution because we are not a typical charity that serves humanity. Many charities do that, and we are part of it. WF Aid, humanitarian work, the flood relief, disaster relief, that's what we do, but that's not the only thing we do. We run madrasas, we do tabligh, we have community cohesion, we have youth programs, we face the challenges of the community. There are 3 major papers that will be presented at the EXCO on the increasing rise of divorces, moral vices, conduct policies, so on and so forth. And there are so many things that happen, community support within the Khoja community, within the wider community, and it becomes a question for people looking at World Federation from a different lens. What is World Federation? So what we have done now, our Markham teams, thanks to them, coming to Karachi, and particularly for our guests, we have a 3-minute video clip that hopefully explains in a nutshell what we do, and I hope we can at least do justice by starting with that, and it will save me time to talk about what the World Federation does. So if we can just start with the video, and then we will go to the presentation.
The World Federation. We've all heard of the World Federation, but just how well do we know the World Federation? Aid work, education, tabligh. But come on a journey and see just what the World Federation is all about. Founded in 1976, the World Federation is the glue that binds our community across the world. The umbrella that links all our regional bodies, serving as a unifying home, strengthening our bonds and relationships. The beating heart that connects us all. Any community affairs or support required, the WF and the regional bodies are there. For many, the World Federation is the administrative arm of the global Khoja Shia Ithna Ashari community, but it's so much more than that. WF Aid has been a beacon of hope to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, since our inception. Groundbreaking humanitarian work transforming communities socially and economically. From schools to hospitals, microfinance, water projects, child sponsorship, and the list goes on. The World Federation, through the Madrasa Center for Excellence, is the driving force for future generations. Tailored curriculums taught in our madaris across the globe ensure our children all have a rich academic grounding in Shia Islam. In particular, the Quran curriculum, which takes an entirely holistic approach to the Book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Professional material accessible through our state-of-the-art online portal, providing every child, parent, and teacher with everything they need. Education is one of the pillars at WF. The Zainabiyya child sponsorship scheme has helped tens of thousands since its inception, from nursery right the way to higher education. Our Islamic Education Department provides current and pressing content, as well as support for students studying in the seminaries or on our digital Hausa online program. This extends to outreach and tabligh in various countries where Shia Islam is in its early stages. In tandem, our International Center for Advanced Islamic Research, ICARE, which applies both traditional and innovative academic research methods to address the ethical and intellectual challenges confronting the global Shia community. The WF are also integral in maintaining our heritage and identity, with productions and events celebrating the achievements and sacrifices of our elders and forefathers who gave everything to bring us where we are today. This is further secured with a focus on future generations with our Youth Task Force, a dedicated team highlighting both needs and solutions for the next generation. There is no Shia institution comparable. In every facet possible, WF are front and center, providing assistance in all areas of social and spiritual well-being. Why not get involved? There are so many good things happening, and you could be a part of it. Get in touch at WFKSIMC and get involved. This is our community and our federation.
The World Federation.
Thank you very much. So you can see that there is a lot of diversity of work, and it is always complex to explain what World Federation does. But I can tell you one thing, with all the difficulties we have, we heard about the social media challenges that volunteers face, the litigation, all the ups and downs we have wherever I have traveled as the chief servant of this community. Everywhere in the world, we were just in the remote parts of Sindh in Punjab, wherever you go, the entire Shia world always talks about the philanthropy and the support of the Khoja Shia Ishnashri Muslim community. We are only 120 to 150,000 in the world, more than 120 Jamaats. We are not even 0.1% of the entire Shia world of 200 million. Yet, everywhere you go, the impact of our community is profound, to say the least. Gar ki murgi dal barabar, as we say, we don't see our value of ourselves. I was in Islamabad. We started our trip this time with Islamabad. And we had the privilege of meeting Shia community leaders in Islamabad, including the Imam of Jummah over there, and many community members, and it included the Khoja community members as well. And to my delight, when the Imam of Jummah was there, the first thing he started by saying is that I remember World Federation in the 80s, when Marhum Mullah Asghar came here in Parachinar or somewhere in the north of Pakistan. There were severe challenges for the Shia community, and he requested that a mosque be established, and the World Federation supported that. He said, I can never forget that, but I have always seen that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given such tawfiq to this community that wherever your members go, they will do something good. And then he pointed at our Khoja Shia Ishnashri members living in Islamabad. I was delighted to learn that there are more than 36 families now in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan. And we met them. And he pointed at them and said, look, these members, because he talked about his Kabristan project, he talked about the central mosque in Islamabad, and he said, when we want money, when we want a vision, when we want professionalism, this is the community that serves. So alhamdulillah ta'ala, we are a blessed community. And as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, La in shakartum la azidannakum, you thank Allah and He will increase in the bounties. Wala in kafartum, but if you don't recognize and are thankful, then there is severe chastisement. We should be cognizant that we should not derail the process because of a few for the wider good that Allah has blessed this community. And that is why I'm very pleased and happy that we are at the heart of the Khoja Shia Ishnashri community. Both Mumbai, hopefully one day we can have a conference or EXCO there, and in Karachi right now, because we have people who sacrifice their life for the sake of this institution. So what I want to do as the chair of this EXCO is to give you a quick preview of what are my expectations or our expectations from you all over the next couple of days. So if we can go on the next slide. And I want to remind ourselves of, I hope the ticker will work. Perfect, thank you. Of the manifesto pledges, which is the strategic vision with which we started this journey. Faith is fundamental, something that cannot be compromised at any cost. We are Khoja Shia Ithna Ashari. We went for litigation to the court, and the first thing, because the claimant told the judge that the focus of this community should only be Khojas, and one of the challenges I have is that why is the World Federation spending time with the wider Shia community? And he challenged us, and we threw back in response through our lawyers, and when we were on the witness stand, the Constitution in 1976 in Hammersmith defined what a community is. It is in our Constitution. And the community was not defined as Khoja, it was defined as Shia Ithna Ashari, serving the Shia Ithna Ashari cause. And in 76, Marhum Mullah Ala Rakhia in Hammersmith gave his speech and said that yes, this is an organization of Khoja Shia Ishnashris, indeed. But the services are not limited to Khoja, and that we will be serving the wider Shia community. And the judge saw that because it is written in the Constitution. Nobody can argue that. So the point is that faith is important. We belong in this faith. And the challenge that Abu Hassan Bhai talked about, deviant thinking, alternative thinking, whatever you make of that, is why we've established iCare. And I'm pleased to say that we have been successful on the faith side, but there's a long way to go. We have challenges. We have very limited female muballighat out there. We need to provide them support and other things that are ongoing as well, and MC is moving in its direction. I will talk about operational excellence as well, because World Federation has grown far beyond now. We hit the 20 million pound mark last year, and it is just growing exponentially. But can it sustain with a Secretary General who has 3 children and a full-time job, and then he has to run the entire secretariat that comprises of 40 people? It is not sustainable. This model does not work and will not work in the long term. We will not get many dedicated members that I'm privileged. Allah, I thank Allah every day that we have got a fantastic team here, all of them present here. Is this sustainable in the long term? We want young leadership. Abul Bhai, I take your word. We exit to serve. I would love to reach there, but without seeing the young people coming forward, we will struggle. And that is why we need to look at operational excellence in a different context, and I will talk about that. Unity of the community is most important. Fragmented community is not going to end up anywhere. And I mentioned in the last speech, there should be no artificial boundaries between the World Federation, Regional Federation, Jamaat. We have to work in a seamless way. How do we do that? We have to collectively work. We have gone through many things, and I am appreciative to all the 6 regions for this fantastic support. We have our difference of opinions, we have our ups and downs, but we work in harmony, and we will continue to do so. Outreach, profound outreach. Last night we were there to thank our partners. We have partners all across the world. Some of the partners are here even today. And strengthening the Shia Ethnashi face to humanitarian work in itself has no boundaries. And the work of WF Aid, I will talk about absolutely at the end. Last but not least is prosperity. My heart is broken when I come to Karachi, and the Jamaat tells me that we have more than 35% of our community here in Karachi living below $300 a month. It's incomprehensible. For $3,600, we don't even spend on meals in a year, people sitting on this table. And yet we have families out there here in Karachi, more than 3,000 families that live a life which I would not call it life of economic dignity. What are we doing? How do we take it forward? A lot of great work is done by philanthropists, which we recognized last night. A lot more needs to be done. Education, housing, microfinance loans, all this will be discussed, inshallah. And we have made some progress. Good progress, but a lot more needs to be done. We vision that one day there should not be a single soul in the Khoja Shia Ishtashari community that is poor, so that we can then serve the wider Shia community with the legacy that can, inshallah, take the entire Shia community forward, inshallah. So we'll try and talk about a few of these things. And this EXCO, if you go to the next slide, I will hopefully. Yeah, perfect, thank you. So you will see that this EXCO, and these are my expectations from you, councillors have a role to play. We execute the work that this house sets, but it is your responsibility and feedback that we need. 1, 2 is your support, 3 is to promote our activities, and 4 is to tell us where we go wrong. Pakistan is a turning point in the workings of the World Federation in this administration. This is the first EXCO that is not the first EXCO. We have several EXCOs, alhamdulillah, in Pakistan. But this is the first one that I see, at least as far as my knowledge is, because it's taking place in the heart of the largest Jamaat in the world, here in this complex. But it's not only that. The opportunity of working for the wider Shia community with the 3 objects we have in the Constitution is profound in Pakistan. We started with 300 students we were supporting. Today we have got more than 3,000 students have been supported, and we can easily expand that to 30,000 students if we get our acts together. The point is that there is a huge opportunity for us here in Pakistan through all denominations, Khoja as well as non-Khoja Shia Ishnash. Strategic vision this afternoon. There will be 3 different presentations. One by the head of our education team, Abbas Baipira, who is physically here, leading our global education initiative, because that is the first pillar. Without education, there is nothing. And this is where we have spent significant resources and time and effort in building a team so that we can take the community to the next level. And I'll leave it to Abbas Bhai to talk about it, but we need your attention and your ideas. Second is housing. We have put up a housing team here in Karachi. Before our arrival, 6 months ago, we started this process led by Muhammad Bhai Rajpal, and we will be looking forward to his presentation this afternoon so that he can lay the basis of potential housing opportunities here in Pakistan, which is one of the largest or the largest Khoja community. And of course, Africa Federation continues its housing project developments. And in India, we have also started some work. But the speed with which it's going, I'm not contented. And I need the Executive Council to push, not only me, but everybody, that we expedite that. I mean, it's coming to the end of our term, and we have done a few housing projects, but nothing substantive that we can see we have achieved a great objective. So there's work to be done, but at least the thought process is there. Last but not least, microfinance loan and supporting small SMEs to come up. Well, Federation's role is not to get into entrepreneurial components. We don't have capacity. That is the work of JIBA, and this is the work of KLF and other organizations. We don't have the core competency for that, but we should uplift the lowest segment of the community to something that is economic dignity. We do that. It's been done profoundly. 2018, it was the EXCO that brought forth the idea of having the microfinance loans, and this afternoon we will have an update from what happened in 2018 to today, and that report will also be presented this afternoon. Last but not least, importantly, this afternoon we will also have the eye care presentation, International Center of Advanced Islamic Research. This action we took from day one. Deviant thinking in the community is on the rise. People are coming with alternative ideas as if they are the champions of faith. Marja'iyat is being diluted at its highest level. And we find people throwing all views all over the place like a football from one end to the other without even understanding that there is a referee and there are parameters within which you need to score the goal. And these are the challenges we're facing. But iCare has taken the task. We have Dr. Sheikh Alexander Khalili, who is the head of iCare. He will present the report this afternoon from London, inshallah. And alhamdulillah, we have a board of directors that have started the work extensively, and we will hear that this afternoon. Thereafter, in the next couple of days, including today and tomorrow, this is where I believe the execution, the enablers of the manifesto, or rather the strategic vision, becomes extremely important. Without census, we just don't know where we are. What are the needs of the housing? What are the needs of the poor segments of the community? What are the needs of the wider segments? We have tremendous talent across the globe. Last night, I was so impressed with the bash coding event that took place here at the Jamaat. And we had 193 coders from all regions who participated, young people, and it was just mind-boggling as to what we can do. The idea of business incubators. These are outside-the-box thinking that is required, but we need that data, and that is why I'm looking at Shiraz Bhai directly, because I can see he's nodding. I'm confident he will deliver this to us by the conference. We need to understand the demographics of our community from all denominations. The work is in progress. Global marriage contract. Sheikh Alidina is here and he's a witness. Sheikh Afzal is a witness. They are both here, scholars of Islamic education. We are dealing with divorce cases, 7 years, no talaq. Husband is refusing to give talaq. Increasing tensions in families, children, custodianship of the children. The wife who is not a working partner doesn't have anything when the talaq takes place. In the Western environment, she can go the way she wants to the court, which again causes Sharia issues. The marja does not allow the male to give talaq under the current circumstances unless it goes to Hakim Shara. But he gives certain leeways. So we have identified it. I'm pleased to say that inshallah at this EXCO, it will be a historic moment working with all the regions, those who already have a marriage contract in Toronto, in Africa, at the Pirai Jamaat. We have learned there's a lot of engagement that has taken place. Sheikh Afzal will present a paper later on today. And I hope we can adopt this global marriage contract that will resolve this matter once and for all, inshallah. We cannot continue carrying that burden where divorce cannot take place and families are suffering. Besides the alternative dispute resolutions, when there are tensions in the families, when there is tension between husband and wife, when there's tension in businesses with community members, when there's tension in the community, we should have a structure. Probably the litigation could not should not have taken place if we had a formalized structure. We don't have a formalized structure of what we refer to as an alternative dispute resolution. That mechanism, work has commenced, but we are not going to pass anything because we don't have anything ready. But we have the marriage contract ready that is there in your pack. Community conduct policy, Dr. Akbar Mithani, together with all the regions, is going to present the preamble of the paper later today. These are major challenges of safeguarding our children, our youths. We know of groups that go out, either on expeditions or ziyarat groups, or even at school. We get challenges in the communities where we are told that children are not appropriately handled. Safeguarding issues are major. It is a taboo in society. People don't want to talk about it. This house has to take that responsibility, not only talk about it, identify and pass policies of safeguarding so that every Quraysh community in the world should have minimum safeguarding requirements, be it at school, be it at institutions, be it outside institutions. Because ultimately, when there's a problem in the community, whether you have a third party outside the Jamaat taking the groups or whether it happens in the community, ultimately our leaders are contacted. What are you going to do? When the events that unfolded a few months ago, we heard about it, the first call came to myself. What is World Federation? Do we have a policy? We don't have a policy. Together with the regional federations, we agreed that we will put together a conduct task force. And inshallah, this afternoon work will commence with Dr. Mithani presenting a brief paper. And with the hope that at the conference, we adopt that policy once and for all, with disciplinary measures if required. And last but not least is the mixed gathering policy. There is a huge diversity in the community. 120 Jamaats have different views. When the initial mixed gathering policy came out, we had calls from the East that the World Federation has become the most secular, advanced, Western ideological institution. Tomorrow paper ma bo garbar chhe. And we had on the westernmost part of the world complaints that you have become so conservative and that you are imposing draconian measures to dilute, create an environment where men and women cannot even interact, and our youths are not going to come to the center. Sorry, they are not going to come and play their sports because you are putting too many barriers. What do you do? Do we listen to the East? Do we listen to the West? Neither East nor West, Islam is the best. That middle path, ummatan wasat, the Quran says, is what we need to find. I don't have the competency to do that, neither do you, with all respect, but the scholars do. So Sheikh Ali Dina, together Sheikh Afzal and the team have been extensively talking to scholars, both male and female, throughout the last few months, discussing where to draw that line, with guidelines from the Office of His Eminence, who has given us profound, we have direct access, and that is the biggest ni'mah we have. When we have any critical question, within 15 minutes, half an hour, we get responses directly from Najafi Ashraf. That is the rapport we have established as an institution, and we need to capitalize on that. So inshallah, a paper will be presented, and we want input from the Executive Council to see how we can move forward. Are we ready to adopt it? Are there measures that we need to put in before adoption, so on and so forth? The other expectation that I have from you all are the youths, the future leadership. We heard Abul Bai. It was a delight at the conference, you were there, at the EXCO, where we had young people from all regions who came and presented. Everybody stood up to salute them. But when it came to passing constitutional amendments to allow youths mandatory position at this table, we all ran away. Why not? Put it as a constitutional change. 1, 2 youths must be here. I cannot see any youth here under the age of 30. Muhammad Ali, I'm sure you're over 30 now. You look very young. As a counselor. So what we did is we empowered them. We said, you come up with the structure, you come up with the phenomena. Lots of feedback they've got. They've carried out a comprehensive survey. They are going to present the results today. We are giving them autonomy to come to the conference with a structure. If it's a parallel structure, be it. If it's an integrated structure, be it. We have got to nurture the young generation. The way we are working now is not going to sustain. And this is where we need their input, and inshallah that input will come at this EXCO. And last but not least importantly, it is an election year. We don't want to repeat the tensions of the previous elections. And we have to make sure we have solid standard operating procedures, so that the 2024 presidential election is held without any issues and without any litigation. We have been through 3 years of tough litigation, and we don't want this community to go through that again. So the important thing is for you to support the new electoral commissioner who will present from Toronto the way forward for the elections, the dates, the process. Regions wanted devolving powers. You wanted, we are all one community, but the regions wanted empowering themselves to run the elections. So now the onus is on you to make sure that it works profoundly. How is it going to work? In what way? What capacity and capabilities do you have? Entirely. This time's election has been devolved to the regions, so it is the onus of the regions to make sure that the election does not create issues, and inshallah we can move forward. The SOP identifies that, and Electoral Commission is going to provide that in the next couple of days, and I'm sure you will work with him. And last but not least is the date of the triennial conference. We need to agree on the date and the venue of the 2024 conference, and it is the Executive Council's decision to make sure that that moves forward. So this is setting the expectations that I would hope you will support us in the deliberations in the days to come. It's a huge agenda, as you can see. Time is short. We need to be succinct, to the point, powerful points. We take it and we move forward, inshallah, and I'm sure you will support us. I just want to spend the last couple of minutes on a few key points that I've highlighted. I don't have time for much of that. If we can hopefully move to the next slide. Yes, is education. Again, Abbas is going to talk about that. Abbas is going to talk about that later, but you can see the increase of our education support. It's an exponential increase to close to 5,000 students that we support, and from less than 1,000 before we came in office. And I can tell you that if we have the capacity and capabilities and certain ingredients, this can increase to 20,000, 30,000 easily in the Shia world. There is a dire need. There are hundreds and thousands of Shias who are deprived of education. We were in South Punjab. There are villages. They've never even seen a school. And female education, zero. In this country. Shia Ithnashi. Sadat, colonies of Sadat, the awlad of Janab Sayyida, who we adore. What reply do we give to Fatima that we have not even educated her own family? We all have responsibilities. There's a lot of Semi Sadat out there. Is it being optimized? How do we optimize it? And there are serious challenges, and we are stuck with certain challenges that I would like to talk about in the end, that if it's removed, we can increase this to 20,000, 30,000 without any issue, without any monetary issues, because we have donors who want to support, but they want to see the modus operandi of efficiency, governance, and presence on the ground. Otherwise, they will not give. But even this has increased because of the structures we have put in place, and I have every confidence that we can increase this, inshallah ta'ala. Next slide. I'm almost coming to an end, my apologies. The census, I think I've spoken about, that with the data that we will get, and we have a lot of expectation. World Federation had a 15-year strategic plan in 2000. The Project North Star came in 2019. Not much was achieved out of that, unfortunately. The census for us is the big thing now. Once we get the census, inshallah, we can develop, or the new administration, whoever comes in, can develop a vision for the community for 2050, when the World Federation will be in a position to celebrate its 75th year. We need that generation plan. We cannot do it without good quality data, because we are just shooting from the blind, and we have to make sure that this project is a great success, inshallah. That's why I'm just highlighting. This is effectively the next slide. Thanks, Shahid. I'm sorry. I think we have discussed this. We can move on. Yes. This is something I wanted you to see closely. I don't know whether you can read it or not. This is an independent survey carried out by one of the consultancy firms in United Kingdom to identify the top 20 Muslim charities in United Kingdom. Top 20 Muslim charities. There are only 2 Shia charities there. Shia Ithnashri, I mean. There is Aga Khan as well on number 2. And you can see the World Federation, Al-Ain. Al-Ain is the wing of His Eminence to support the orphans globally. And you can see that we are at 12 million in 2020, which was one of our low years, and Al-Ain is at 15 million, with the lowest administration cost, almost 0, 1%. 2 of the 20 are Shias, of which World Federation is at 12. Last year, we have surpassed 20 million. And as I said, we can go to easily beat Aga Khan Foundation, Easily, 50 million. And even if you look at Muslim Aid or the other charities at the top, we can surpass that. I have every confidence we can do that because I see the goodwill of this community. Everywhere Khoja philanthropies are there. But the challenges are our challenges as an institution. We have been a setback to ourselves that we have not been able to grow, our mediocrity at best, for various reasons. And this is where I would like to humbly talk to the leadership here to support us in this cause. If you go to the next slide, I've tried to summarize the issues at hand. As I said, we can grow to 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 million. We can do this. We can support the entire Sadat community in India over a period of time. Everywhere in the world, people want to give money to the World Federation because they believe in transparency, good governance, accountability, and this forum that is really live in the world. Our accounts are published on the website, scrutinized in the court of law in United Kingdom. No other charity with such enormity has done such work. With the diversity of work we do, we don't only do charity work, WF Aid, we do community work, communal issues, social issues, youth issues, women issues, religious issues, madrasa, diversity. What we lack is boots on the ground. By that I mean that we have every confidence that the Jamaat, the region, and the World Federation are aligned and we will work together. Be rest assured. And I mentioned on day one, a stronger Jamaat is a stronger regional federation, and a stronger regional federation is a stronger world federation. But there are certain things, particularly when it comes to WF Aid, where we cannot deliver if we don't have our own NGO status on the ground. World Federation is an ECOSOC. We have a stake at the United Nations. Yet, we are compelled by the Constitution, we cannot even open an office in Pakistan. I humbly beg Abul Bhai and his team that it is a huge impediment for us to bring donations to the country. We need your support. The Sadat are crying out. They need support. We can only do, and we are thankful, obviously, to the Jamaat that has supported us, and Husseini Foundation in particular that has been the hub of our activities for the last 30 years. But in the long term, we are accountable. We have lawyers here, we have accountants who know the requirements, law of the land. Questions, we have gone to the court of law. We have been challenged for 2 weeks legally. So the questions are coming up. How do you respond and what do you do to be able to have? So having offices on the ground is important. Purely on WF Aid, I rest assured the regions, we'll have an MOU in place. We are not going to, we don't even have capacity to reach out to grassroots. We are not geared for a grassroots. So I can rest assured it's not going to happen. But without that, we are answerable to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Failure to do that by this Executive Council is failing to see beyond our time and importantly letting the World Federation to achieve mediocrity at best in the longer run. Millions of destitute await this EXCO's decision to enable the World Federation to optimize its potential and support in uplifting the temporal and spiritual needs, not only for the recipients, but even the donors. North America and Canada, we don't even receive a few £100,000 a year from North America and Canada, the most elite of the Khoja community. Donations are going to other sources. I'm not saying they're going to be, they're going to good sources, they're going to good charities, alhamdulillah ta'ala, run by Khojas. But it's not coming to the institution where we can do much more. And I have more presence on the ground than any other Khoja charity out there. I can assure you, we have boots on the ground to some extent, like through Husseini Foundation, and we have staff that are supporting that. But we can do much more if we have even offices over there with a strong MOU with NASIMCO. I urge NASIMCO directly this time. I have vested 3 years, unable, I wouldn't say I'm vested. We are engaged 3 years to achieve this, we have not achieved it. Same thing with Pakistan Federation. Our strongest, one of the strongest relationship we have, and I'm proud of that, is with Pakistan Federation. Ethos, value system, Abul Bhai's vision aligns fully with the vision of the World Federation. But here we are stuck. We need your support. India has already provided us, alhamdulillah. We have got the resolution to open a charity in India, and work is in progress. Australia has allowed us. We already established a charity with a strong MOU. But I would urge you to support us on that. With that, I would like to end by what Abul Bai mentioned earlier, that we have many challenges. External challenges of atrocities and challenges in the political world, particularly our brothers are suffering big time. The World Federation, through your support, not as proactive as we should be because of circumstances, already raised $1 million for supporting the destitute and the challenges in Gaza. Your money, community's money. We can do much more. Deviant thinking, we heard about that. Leadership code, we agree with that. All the other challenges, but importantly, I am a very hopeful and optimistic servant of the community because I believe in this community, I believe in you, I believe in the democracy and the values of this community, and I have no doubt that inshallah ta'ala, if we collectively with the goodwill work together, we will make our Imam Zaman Ajjalallahu ta'ala Farajah Sharif proud, so that when he reappears, inshallah, we can hand over this administration to him in a flawless manner that even the Imam alayhi salam would appreciate the work that we do. Let us strive towards that. I believe that this EXCO can achieve that. And thank you very much for your time. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know that everyone is eager to give observations as well for what we've heard so far. We have one item, however, before we open the floor, and that is a legal update. Mr. Chairman, Bismillah.
If we can have the slides, it's going to be a short legal update just to inform the community of what transpired after the last extraordinary executive council meeting that took place on a hybrid from the WF headquarters in London. If we can move to the next slide. I had briefed the community at the last EXCO that the sequence of events that led to the legal case, and I won't repeat that for you because we have been through that extensively at that EXCO, which was well attended. Suffice to say that after the extraordinary EXCO on the 11th of November, we went to the court the following Monday on the 20th of November, a week later, and we were in the court for 2 weeks, and the court case is now complete. If we go to the next slide, I just want to remind the community of the key points of the claimant. The claimant basically wanted appointment of receivers to run the next election, or rather rerun the election, the disputed, well, from his perspective, the 2020 disputed election. And the claimant also wants an external receiver to conduct the financial activities of the charity. So these were the basis of the court case. If you go to the next slide, effectively all 6 defendants who are here, 5 plus Ruqayya Bai, who was the past Assistant Secretary General, joined, and we were there for 2 weeks at the courts. All regional federations, except Africa, provided supportive witness statements to the World Federation. However, I must caveat that Africa Federation did provide us a letter to make it clear that they are not in favor of litigation. And Africa Federation also provided us a letter to say that community matters must be resolved within the community. I would like to caveat that as well. On week 1, the claimant provided his witnesses who were cross-examined. And the key witness, or in fact, the particular individual who had more witness statements than Mr. Muhammad Jafar himself, was Mohsin Kanji. Mohsin Kanji had a number of witness statements, and he was on the stand for a longer period of time, if not equal than Muhammad Jafar. They were cross-examined by our lawyers extensively, and there were other witnesses also that were cross-examined. In the week 2 of the court case, we, the defendants, were cross-examined by the claimant's lawyers extensively. I myself spent 2 days on that chair. It was not an easy experience, but with the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we did our best to defend the record of this institution, because what was raised were 2 points: the elections of 2020, in which I was not conducting the election. I was a candidate, so I could only answer to the extent I could. And the financials of this organization from 2014 to 2018, well before my term, well even before the term of Anwar Dharamsi, were all put under question. And we defended our record. In fact, we, as the office bearers, what we did, and we were advised as well, is we appointed an independent auditor, MKS, in United Kingdom to carry out that audit for that period, which was approved by the Treasury team, agreed by the office bearers, and we took that to the court. And alhamdulillah ta'ala, we prayed to Allah. We didn't know what the result is, but I want to give confidence to this committee. We carried out our diligence and our fiduciary duties as trustees of this organization to call an independent firm, not selected by us, selected independently by our lawyers. And they gave us a clean bill of audit. Our past leaders, Anwar Dharamsi and Dr. Moledina and their teams, effectively, the professionals said it was a clean bill of audit. And that is what we defended to the best of our abilities. We didn't know certain things. In fact, shocking, I repeat the word, shocking, accusations were leveled against the World Federation that we strongly denied. And we know Allah is Ahkamul Hakimin and the best of the judges. In fact, in the closing, our lawyers also identified certain questioning that were misconstrued or misrepresented as well. And our lawyers did their best to explain to the judge these issues. And the last slide, with which I would like to summarize what our lawyers had mentioned. And I'm not going to read everything here. Suffice to say that our lawyers in their closing submission clearly felt that this case had no grounds, that the claimant has his own perspective of things. More than 4,000 pages were debated, and ultimately, as the World Federation, we provided our value proposition to the judge. The decision is awaited, and we have indications that it is likely to come. We don't know when. It could take a month, it could take 2 months, it could take 3 months. But having spoken to the lawyer just before the Executive Council, the indication is that the result or the judgment could come by mid to end January. As soon as the judgment is out, and after we have been given consent by our legal team, we will share it with the Executive Council. In the meantime, it is business as usual. There is nothing that stops us from continuing our business as usual, which is, and the judge is aware of the fact that today is the Executive Council meeting. She knows this is taking place. She also knows that the new Electoral Commission has been elected and that the new Electoral Commissioner will be presenting the SOP in this Executive Council here in Karachi, Pakistan. She is fully aware of all that. So business is as usual. Once the judgment is out, if there are any implications to the institution, we will have to convene an extraordinary Executive Council. And if there are no implications, or if it is something that we can discuss over email, then we will do so accordingly, inshallah ta'ala. That is the update from us. And we pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We have every tawakkul in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He is the best guide, and He will continue to guide this community, inshallah, until the arrival of Imam al-Zamana Ajjalallahu ta'ala Faraj Sharif. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now have observations from the floor. And of course, we ask executive councillors to give their view first. And if time permit, then we open it further. For all those who are online, if you would like to speak, then you know it is SSS, and we will allow you to come in according to an order which is chronological order. So first come first. And we noticed that Agha Shahidi would like to come in. And if you also put up your hands, we'll put down, as well as Amin Bhai. Thank you very much. Shahidi, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome you all over here in Pakistan, Karachi. Regarding to the legal case which is going on, really need to condemn the way the allegations was put on, and especially the point which was raised about the khums and marjaiyat and things related over here. Although the recommendation of the Office of Marja was that it should be discussed and resolved internally and not to go to the courts. But again, our members drag it to the courts, which will not only damage the stature of World Federation, but the Khums institution, the Barjait institutions will be under microscope now. So I think we need to understand these sensitive issues about the community. When we come, it was just one issue of the election, and then it dragged into changed to several issues. So I really strongly condemn the way it was being taken by the person to the courts. Thank you. Just wanted to record my point of view.
And thank you very much. Amin Bhai Nasur, followed by Habib Bhai Megji.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, તમારા એડ્રેસમાં મને બહુ હિંમત આવી કે માશાલ્લાહ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન આપણી જે અમ્બ્રેલા છે અને આટલું કામ કરે છે અને તમે કોશિશ કરો છો કે કેવી રીતના આપણી કોમ્યુનિટી લેવલને આપણે આગળ લઈ જઈએ, એમાં કોઈ શંકા નથી. પણ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, એક બે પોઈન્ટ છે. હું ભલે કાઉન્સિલર છું આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનો, પણ ચેરમેન છું આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનો, અને તમને મારા વ્યૂ ખબર છે, પણ અમુક પોઈન્ટ હું એમ ડિસ્કસ કરું છું તાકે આપણે ગ્લોબલી આના ઉપર વિચાર કરે. મારો મકસદ બીજો નથી, પણ જેવી રીતના તમે કીધા કે ગ્રાસ રૂટમાં ઘણીવાર સવાલ આવે છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન શું કરે છે. ગ્રાસ રૂટને બરાબર છે ન ખબર પડે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન શું કરે છે, પણ રિજનલ ફેડરેશનને ખબર છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન કેટલું અહમ અને ભારી કામ કરે છે. અબુલ હસનભાઈ ગોકલ કહી ગયા, હું જરાક આમ એ પોઈન્ટ ઉપર જાઉં છું કે આપણે જરાક ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનલ સિસ્ટમ પાછી જોવાની છે. ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ, પ્રાઇવેટ ઇન્ડિપેન્ડન્ટ સ્ટ્રક્ચર હોય, પણ બહેતર છે કે જેઓ જમાત સાથે લિંકમાં અને હોય તો આપણી પ્રોજેક્ટની વધારે આપણે સફિશન્ટ મળે. એ સાથે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના પહેલા મેમ્બર અમો છે, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન, બરાબર ને? અને તમે જ્યારે પ્રેઝન્ટ કર્યા કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન શું શું કામ કરે છે, પણ એક પોઈન્ટ મને કમી દેખાણી કે તમારા આપણા સ્લાઇડમાં જેટલું કામ કરે છે પણ રિજનલ ફેડરેશનનું કોઈ પણ ક્યાંક નામ નહોતું, પણ એટલું બધું હાઇલાઇટેડ નથી કરવામાં આવ્યું. હું સામે જોઉં છું 1 2 3 4 5 6 ફ્લાગ છે. તો મારી માગણી એ છે કે, કારણ કે ઘણીવાર ગ્રાસરૂટ સવાલ કરે છે કે રિજનલ ફેડરેશન, વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન, ઘણી ચીજોમાં ડુપ્લિકેટ કામ થાય છે, પણ એ તો એ લોકોના સોચ છે. પણ મારી એ માગણી છે કે પહેલાં ગ્રાસરૂટને સમજવાનું છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના પહેલા મેમ્બર રિજનલ ફેડરેશન છે, અને ખાસ કરીને જે 6 પ્રમુખ સાહેબ છે એ તમારા પહેલાં અને હું સહિત આમો મેમ્બર છે. ઘણી વખત ઘણું કામ થાય છે જ્યારે આપણે એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલમાં એક્સકોમાં ભેગા થાય છે, ચર્ચા થાય છે, પણ ઘણી વખત ઘણા કામો રિજનમાં થાય છે, અમોને માલુમાત પડબારી હોતી નથી. શાયદ મેલ કે આવતા હોય, પણ અમે માંગણી કરે છે કે જ્યારે આપણા રિજનમાં વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન કાંઈ પણ કામ કરે તો એક્ટિવલી પહેલાં આપણા સાથે ડિસ્કસ કરે, એક્સચેન્જ કરે, આઈડિયા મળે. WF8 બહુ સારું કામ કરે છે, નો ડાઉટ, પણ ઘણી વખત આફ્રિકામાં આવે છે. મને પોતાને હાઝ ચેર ઓફ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન મને ખબર નથી હોતી. હું ન્યૂઝ લેટર અથવા એમાં મને ખબર પડે છે. રિજનલ ફેડરેશનનું કામ છે પોતાની જમાતોને સંભાળે. વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનું કામ છે પોતાના રિજનને સંભાળે. બરાબર ને? આ તો એક ફક્ત આપણી ફ્રેન્ડલી એક્સચેન્જ છે, કારણ કે આમાં ઘણી વખત શું થાય છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન એક અલગ સંસ્થા છે, રિજનલ અલગો સંસ્થા છે, પછી જમાતો અહીંયા અંદર છે. ઘણીવાર ગ્રાસરૂટે સમજણ નથી પડતી. મને લાગે છે કે જો આ સિસ્ટમ ઉપર આપણે જાય તો વધારે આપણું કામ આગળ વધી શકે છે. વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનો જે રોલ છે, ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ આ ગ્લોબલ સેન્સસ, હા, એ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનો એક બહુ અહમ રોલ છે, કારણ કે ગ્લોબલ જે ગ્લોબલ મેરેજ કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ છે, કોમ્યુનિટી કન્ડક્ટ પોલિસી, મિક્સ્ડ ગેધરિંગ પોલિસી, આમાં તો બહુ તમને ભાર દેવાનો છે અને આ બહુ જરૂર છે. ભલે ઇખ્તલાફો હોય, પણ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનું કામ છે. અને હું તો હજી નુકતો વધારે રાખીશ ને તમને ખબર છે મારો વ્યૂ કે જે એહતરાજો આવે છે આપણા અકીદા ઉપર યા આપણા વજૂદો ઉપર, એમાંય પણ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનને સ્ટેન્ડ અપ થવાનું છે. કારણ કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન ખોજા કોમ્યુનિટી છે ને તમે બોલ્યા કે એક મિશન છે શિયા ઇસ્નાશ્રી, તો શિયા ઇસ્નાશ્રીના વેલ્યુઝને આપણા સેન્ટરમાં કોઈ પણ ઠોકર લાગતા હોય, હું તમારા પાસે હજી અપીલ કરું છું કે સ્ટેન્ડ આપતા હો, એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલમાં આવો અને બધા રિજનલ ફેડરેશનને, કારણ કે આ છે આપણા દીનની વજૂદ છે. પણ અમુક કામોમાં મને ખપે છે કે આપણે વધારે એઝ ચેરમેન ઓફ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન મોર એસોસિએટ થાય તો વધારે વિઝિબિલિટી દેખાશે. તમે KLFની વાત કર્યા, પણ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ અગર જો તમને સમજાવો, આપણને જરાક સમજણ નથી પડતી કે KLF વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન સાથે રિલેટેડ છે નથી, એક અનોખો ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન છે. આપણે પણ KLF ગ્રુપમાં છે, અમુક એમાં વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનની એ ચર્ચાઓ થતી હોય છે, તો એ કઈ લેવલમાં એનો સ્ટેચ્યુસ છે તો આપણને ક્લિયરલી ખબર પડે કે KLF શું છે, વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનની આપણી કઈ પ્લેસ એ રાખે છે, તો આપણને વધારે સમજણ પડશે. તો આ મને કહેવું હતું. અને બીજું અબુલ હસનભાઈ જરાક હટી ગયા છે, પણ એક જ પોઈન્ટ મને કહેવું છું કે આ જે લીગલ કેસીસ છે એ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન કોર્ટમાં નથી લઈ ગઈ, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન નથી લઈ ગઈ કોર્ટમાં. ઓકે, તો એ જરાક મને પોઈન્ટ દેવું છે. અને જેમ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કહી ગયા કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન હંમેશા એ જ નિદા દીધી છે કે આપણે ઇન્ટરનલી આને સોલ્વ કરવું જોઈએ. અને પ્રમુખ સાહેબને ખબર છે કે અમે ને શબીરભાઈ નજફીના વખતમાં પૂરી કોશિશો કર્યા હતા. અને છેલ્લે પણ જ્યારે આપણી એક્સકો હતી અહીંયા લંડનમાં, ત્યારે ઊંચા અવાજથી મેં કીધું હતું કે હજી અગર કાંઈ પણ આપણે આનો સોર્ટ આઉટ કરી શકીએ તો આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનો આ પોઝિશન છે. પણ બીજા બધા કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન કાનૂનો હોય છે જેમાં ક્લેમન્ટ જઈ શકે છે કોર્ટમાં, એના જવાબદાર આપણે નથી. હું લીગલ કેસ ઉપર કોમેન્ટ નહીં કરું, કારણ કે આ બારિસ્ટર ઇઝ કોન્ટ્રાડિક્ટોરી ડિબેટ. તમે તો એના ઉપર અપડેટ આપી દીધા છો. તો હેઝ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન, જેવી રીતના તમે કીધા પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કે ડોનર્સ કોન્ફિડન્સ કરે છે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન ઉપર, અને સરસ, અને કરવું જોઈએ, કારણ કે ટ્રાન્સપેરન્સી છે, એકાઉન્ટેબિલિટી છે. પણ એવી રીતના રિજનલ ફેડરેશનની ટ્રાન્સપેરન્સી છે, એકાઉન્ટેબિલિટી છે. કારણ કે ઘણીવાર હું જોઉં છું કે અમુક માણસો એગેન્સ્ટ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન કમ્પેન કરે છે કે કેવી રીતના અમુક, ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ ખુમ્સ અથવા ડોનર્સને ડાયરેક્ટ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનમાં, તો ઇટ્સ નોટ ગુડ. બધાને રિજનલ ફેડરેશનને રિસ્પેક્ટ થવું જોઈએ. જો હું હંમેશા કહું છું, જમાતો થકી રિજનલ ફેડરેશન છે. રિજનલ ફેડરેશનમાંથી જમાતો કાઢી નાખો તો રિજનલ ફેડરેશન કંઈ નથી. રિજનલ ફેડરેશન થકી વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન છે, બરાબર ને? અને પ્રિવિલેજ છે મને કે હું તમારા સાથે, તમે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખ છો, કે કોમની ભવિષ્યની ડાયરેક્ટ ડિસ્કસ કરું, પછી ગ્રાઉન્ડમાં એ આવે. ઇટ્સ ઓનર ફોર મી, પ્રિવિલેજ છે આપણા રિજનલ ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખો માટે. તો મારો મકસદ એ કહેવાનો છે કે આપણે બધા એક જ મકસદ ઉપર ચાલે છે, જે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનો મકસદ છે, રિજનલ ફેડરેશનનો મકસદ છે. જેવી રીતના તમે કીધા કે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ હાઉસિંગ બારામાં આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન એની જગાએ કામ કરે છે, વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન જ્યાં જ્યાં જરૂરો છે અહીંયા કામ કરે છે, અને કરવું જોઈએ. મકસદ આપણા એક છે, પણ આપણા વય પણ જુદા નથી. ફક્ત આપણી રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી દેવામાં આવી છે. જમાતોની રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી છે કે કોમને ઇમામવાળા સુધી લઈ આવે. જે કિરિયાઓ છે, નિયાઝો છે, અઝાદારી છે, નમાઝો છે, ઓલામા છે, કોમને સંભાળે દીની ગ્રાઉન્ડમાં. રિજનલ ફેડરેશનનું કામ છે કે પોતાની જમાતોને સંભાળે અને જે જરૂરિયાતો છે તમામ જમાતોની એને પૂરી કરે. અને વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનું કામ છે કે આ જે ભારી બજી રિજનલ ફેડરેશન છે એને સંભાળીને, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન એક કામ ન કરી શકતી હોય તો સાથે મળીને કરે. અને જે ડાયરેક્શન કોમ્યુનિટીને તમે આપો છો કે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ યુથ માટે આ જરૂરી છે, દીન માટે આ જરૂરી છે, જે આપણા મસલા હોય છે એમાં વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનની અમોને પણ સહારો ખપતો હોય છે. તો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, આ માફ કરજો, જરાક લાંબા ઓબ્ઝર્વેશન હતા, પણ આ એક પ્લેટફોર્મ છે કે જ્યાં આપણે સૂચના પેશ કરી શકીએ અને કોમને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આગળ લઈ.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I have a 2 points request. One is, we know that those who came first have taken more time, so I ask everyone else to take a less time. And the second point, please, if a point has been said, please don't repeat the same, so that we can maximize, because otherwise I may have to cut people short. So next is Habib Bhai Meghji, followed by Muhammad Ali Bhai Muraj, Ibrahim Bhai Remtullah, and Dr. Askar Molidina. Bismillah, Habib Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Safdar Bhai, for your address. I'll be very brief with 2 points. One is, I've heard this comment in a number of executive council meetings, which Amin Bhai Nasser just mentioned. We have moved around from different years where we had established the structure of Jamaat, Regional Federation, and World Federation. With advancements in technology, we are each basically moving into certain areas where we are duplicating the efforts or working in tandem with the Regional Federation and the Jamaats. But every time I hear that appropriate credits, for example, are not given to the regional federations or the Jamaats. So I think we need a paper in the future for the roles and responsibilities of the WF, the roles and responsibilities of the federation, and the roles and responsibilities of the Jamaat. I think I've heard this many times, and we need to develop the guidelines so we can all follow. And of course, there'll be areas where we have to work in tandem with all 3, or at least 2, for example, housing projects, etc. So that's a undertaking which I think we should definitely take, because these comments are coming in repetitive nature. That's number 1. My question, Murabi, to you is that in our last Executive Council, there was a mention about the Orlando, that there was a committee that was being set up. There are 3 people you mentioned. Sheikh Murtaza Al-Dina is here. Can you please give us an update so people in the worldwide community can understand where we are with that issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Muhammad Ali Bhai, Bismillah.
And keynote speeches so far from the host Jamaat and the regional federation. And no doubt the agenda is fully jam-packed, and there will be pertinent points that will be discussed and mentioned over the course of today and tomorrow. The first brief point that I wanted to mention was going back to Abul Hassan Bhai Gokul's speech in kind of voicing a note of thanks. I've been a direct recipient of the wonderful hospitality by the host Jamaat and the Pakistan Federation from the inception of hotel booking all the way until yesterday and today, and no doubt this will continue from the wonderful host. But the more pertinent point that I wanted to make for this point was actually just taken by Habib Bhai Megji, so again I'll keep it brief, was that to make it as transparent and as open and as easy for everyone, for people to come later as well, a clear, transparent document will be extremely useful, and it's going to be a point of reference as to what the roles and responsibilities of the different members of the World Federation are. So World Federation, their members, Regional Federation, their members, the Jamaats, and so on and so forth. So both of the points have been mentioned, so I'll keep it there.
Thank you very much. Ibrahim Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to thank on behalf of Nasimco, thank the host Jamaat for the hospitality. It's been wonderful, first time for me in Pakistan, and so it's been a great day and a half so far, and looking forward to the amazing food and the wonderful hospitality. But most of all, I think the best part of it has been the people and how warm and wonderful everyone's been. So thank you for that. I just want a couple of observations. I think, Safdar Bhai, you know, I heard from what you said, and I felt what you said, and the disappointment that was resulted out of the last EXCO in London. I think it was very disappointing for me to see that we talk about, every time, in fact, it seems like every meeting we talk about the youths and how we bring them into the fold and how we encourage them. And I saw the youths come out to London in June and see them there and participating in the process. And at the end of the day, or at the end of 4 days, it was very disappointing to not achieve at least some sort of progress in where we bring the youths at this table and involve them in the process. And we talk about building leadership for tomorrow, and we can't even compromise a little bit and step back a little bit and allow youths to join us hand in hand. And I hope that as a community and as leaders that are here and around the world, I hope that this resonates, and I hope that we make it a goal for all of us in 2024 at the Triennial Conference to change what we didn't achieve in London, and hopefully have more youths at this table next time around. Next point I want to make, I think, you know, again, you know, it's disappointing when we come meeting after meeting after meeting and listen to legal mumbo jumbo, and we waste our time on these things, and it is sad to see the community dragged through this way. And I feel for the leadership of the World Federation. And it's amazing the amount of work that has been achieved over the last 2.5 years. But I just wonder how much more could have been achieved if the resources were allocated for the right purpose. So hopefully that again, I hope will change for 2024. Thank you very much.
Dr. Moladina, please, Bismillah. Dr. Sahab.
Assalamu alaikum, Pramukh Sahab. My counselors, Mominin, Mominat, it was really very touching to hear the address from the host president and by our president on the state of the community currently. Some of the points Abu Hassan Gokalbhai is really worth noting, and I hope that as we go towards 2024, some of the very excellent points that he has raised will be considered. On the state of the community affairs, we noted the challenges that this current team has faced. And I always repeat that despite these challenges, the team has done a marvelous job during the last almost 3 years. And I salute the president and his team that despite the uncalled for challenges, they have really gone far ahead and achieved so much during this short time. And the icing on the cake has been the establishment of eye care. And I really hope that that will help us to resolve a lot of the challenges that we are facing. My only hope and prayer is that the events of the past and the challenges that the community has faced will lead to a stronger, united community, united Jamaats, united regional federations, and a united world federation, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Bhai. Before we proceed, if we just take a moment, the dear mother of Dr. Molidina passed away, and so around this table, many people who have lost their lives between EXCOs. If we take a moment here for the Ithal Thawab of the mother of Dr. Molidina, as well as all the marhumin of our communities, Rahmullahi man kara al-Fatih. Hassan, thank you very much. Rasul Bhai Bamani, and followed by Zahir Abbas Bhai Kimji. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Bhai, and Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, President Saab, for that address that you provided us with. My question is specifically regarding the WF regional office that you talked about. My understanding is that the WF is a strategic body. It sets strategic goals, and the regional federation are the ones who implement those goals. Now, what would be the role of regional offices? So that's a specific question. That what do you envisage the WF office would what would its role be? You then went on and then talked about the finances. You showed us a couple of slides. So is it, and I could have got it totally wrong, but the inference that I've got from what you're saying is that the funding, WF funding, is where it's coming from the same pot, and regionally, from what I gather, is that by having these regional offices there, funding can then come directly through World Federation. Is that something that you were also alluding to, or if not, then how would we then look at the funding distribution, the collection of funds, because if they are going to basically, if you have an office there, and all the money is coming from the same pot, then would that then cause unnecessary issues as far as the regional federations and the World Federation? So I just want something to think about and some sort of more input from you on that particular point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now take the last question. We have had ample time for people to raise their hands. Zaira Bas by Kimji, and then Pramukh Sahab, Mr. Chairman, you will go into answer those observations, please. Zaira Bas by, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My apologies for coming a bit late. Assalamu alaikum to all. I just had two quick points to make in terms of the WF office. I'll talk about Pakistan because I came a bit late. I didn't hear what the president said. Is that we were on a tour of Punjab and Sindh, and the work that WF has done requires direct supervision. It is difficult to do it through another channel, which also in terms of the Jamaats and regional federations, they have their local challenges and matters to attend to. So it is very, very important. I'm not going to go into detail because we were on the tour, and inshallah we will be interacting here. Especially I will like to sit with the Pakistan Federation because I'm your elected councillor as well. So inshallah I think we need to sit and discuss the establishment of a WF office in Pakistan because there's a lot of work to be done, inshallah. So I'm giving it very brief as requested. Another point which I want to make is that we need to evolve. We are somehow as a community becoming stagnant. The Khoja community, from my little knowledge of our community, because there's a lot to know and which I don't actually, is that one thing we have always been a proactive community. Right now, somehow we are becoming a reactive community. When a problem comes, we start reacting. There's gender mixing, now we're like, oh, there's a problem, now what do we do? Why have we become a reactive community? We should be a proactive community as we have always been. 100 years ago, there was a problem of education, school, economical, whatever. We thought far. 100 years from today, हमारे पास इमाम बारो हों जोए, मस्जिद हों जोए, हमारा बच्चा ने education हों जोए. हमना हमें केम पाछर चाइला गया छे, જ્યારે problem આવે ત્યારે અમે વિચાર કરે છે શું થાવું જોઈએ. So that's one point. And linked to that is that the world has changed. In the last 3 years, the world has changed more than it has changed in the last 50 years, in my understanding. So we need to move with the time. In terms of the WF's role, maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, whatever, it was different than it is in 2023. We're not in 2003. We're in 2023. We have moved. The World Federation has also moved in terms of its strategy, in terms of what it's doing. So the role of regional federation and World Federation needs to be looked at in the current operational structure, not in what was intended many years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Bismillah.
Thank you very much for your comments. All the comments that I heard are all very useful, and I will try and succinctly summarize all the points raised and bucket them into 3 or 4 components so that we can collectively respond rather than responding to each and every individual. The first point on Aga Shahidi's point about the legal issue and the role of the Marja, His Eminence many times conveyed the message, either directly through us or through other scholars, for this matter to be resolved amicably, but unfortunately that did not happen. But we did our best to ensure that we played our role in that. And I think at the last EXCO, I think we talked about it extensively, so I don't want to repeat that once again. The question of the role of the World Federation, Regional Federation in Jamaat keeps on coming up. I agree, and in fact, if you remember at the last EXCO, there was a whole slide where I brought this issue of an importance of a seamless relationship. Right now, we get Jamaats calling us that our regions are directly working in the Jamaat with our membership, and the code is not proposed. I said, it's not my role to comment. You need to go and talk to your regional leader. At the end of the day, we are a grandfather organization. Our father, the child is the Jamaat, the father is the Regional Federation, the grandfather is the World Federation. If a child comes straight to the grandfather because the father may or may not be able to communicate what do? I just tell them, sorry, it's not my jurisdiction. My stakeholders are the regions, yet I'm elected by the grassroots. 10,000 people voted in the election and we got 6,500 votes. So the grassroots come and tell me, but I voted for you. I said, sorry, go to your region. So we have a major challenge in the modus operandi of operation. Jamaats are complaining about regions. Regions are potentially talking about the World Federation. So what do we do? This question is not a new question. I mean, આ સવાલ ઘણીવાર આવી ગયું છે આ સભામાં. તમને યાદ હોય તો આ જ્યારે પ્રોજેક્ટ નોર્થ સ્ટારનું તશ્કીલ થયું ત્યારે આ આવ્યું હતું કે અમે કેવી રીતે સ્ટ્રીમલાઇન કરે. 30 જવાનો કોમના ભેગા થઈ. તમે ફ્યુચર વિઝનની વાત કરો છો? પ્રોજેક્ટ નોર્થ સ્ટાર કમિશન 3 વર્ષ, 2 કોન્ફરન્સીસ, કેટલાક એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલ મીટિંગ, કેટલા વર્કશોપ્સ, કોમ્પ્રિહેન્સિવ પ્લાન કોમના સામે લાવ્યા. 30 જવાનો, મારા કેલ્ક્યુલેશન પ્રમાણે 3 મિલિયન પાઉન્ડનું ખર્ચો થયું હતું. ઓફ ધ મની સ્પેન્ટ, મની વોઝ ઝીરો. The time they spent, if you calculate, if you had brought McKinsey or BCG કે management consultant, તો એ લોકો શું લઈ આવતે? આ મફતમાં કરી આપ્યા. નવું સ્ટ્રક્ચર લાવ્યા કોમના સામે. નવું સ્ટ્રક્ચર શું હતું? બોર્ડ ઓફ ગવર્નન્સ હોય, એમાં પ્રેસિડેન્ટ ઓફ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન ગ્લોબલી હોય, regional leaders are all sitting on one board of directorship where the work is seamless. Regions felt that that is not a good model. It got rejected. Karachi, 2018, Abul Bai was there. Zahir Abbas, you were there. This committee rejected it, threw it out. The youths were crying. I saw tears in the eyes of individuals. So, complimentary માટે આપણે ઓલું PSS લઈ આવ્યા, ખુશ કરવા માટે. રોતા હતા છોકરાઓ. આજ એ છોકરાઓ નથી આ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન. યુથની વાત કરો છો? Why are we not achieving the youth goal? They are fed up of the current modus operandi of working in this environment. They're saying we'd rather do our own charities because we get more. There's too much bureaucracy, too much politics, too much social issues. Lay our proposal, Sabama. We will facilitate. I genuinely believe there is a need of regional federation because I know the limitations. This organization is not geared to work with grassroots. આપણા પાસે કોઈ કાબિલિયત નથી, ન સલાહિયત છે, ન એક્સપિરિયન્સ છે. The Jamaat is the link to the grassroots, undoubtedly. Yet this president is elected by your grassroots. Question that he raised. Regional federation have certain capabilities. 2003 માં હું દુબઈના કોન્ફરન્સમાં હતો. રિજને ધમાલ કરી કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન પાસે બહુ ઘણી બોર્ડ છે, એજ્યુકેશન બોર્ડ છે, યુથ બોર્ડ છે, વિમેન એમ્પાવરમેન્ટ છે, ડિસબેન્ડ કરી નાખો. રાતોરાત બધી બોર્ડ ડિસબેન્ડ થઈ ગઈ. On the basis that regions are going to develop their own board. Today I feel there are so many gaps that people are coming back to us to readdress because that devolution did not work. I'm not saying it did not work. It worked in certain jurisdictions. Africa Federation has a capacity and the wealth to deliver $40 million versus $6 million of the World Federation. Much more capacity. Other regions are new. Pakistan Federation is relatively new. India Federation is struggling. Nasimco also has to devolve. I'm being very open and transparent. If we want to move forward, we really need to rethink. The youths are not going to come back easily. Ibrahim Amtullah, we are making progress. The youths, we are still holding on to it. They could not resolve a matter. They came to you. You supported them. They come with a survey. They are going to present the results. Let's hear them out. And we are giving them full autonomy to come to the conference with a structure. Either they will come and say, we don't want to work with the institution. We're finished. Or we will try and facilitate. There are certain youths in certain regions who say, I mean, we are happy with what we are. So, challenge is che, umanuch. I agree with all the leaders. We need to rethink this model of Jamaat region. Project North Star, we have parked it, fair enough. Let's go and revisit some of it. It might, we are not here to destroy regions. By far. Capability is nothing. Apnu strength che jara be bada sate kaam kare. I fully agree with you. And when we go and represent our institution out there, they want to see seamless opportunities. So let's reflect. I don't have an answer. I'm just giving you the practical experiences of our team. We are not here to dismantle anything. We are here to make it better. Come up with ideas. You are the executive councillors. If a task force needs to be set up, happy to, but we should not revisit the situation that happened with PNS, where we then don't achieve something and we have spent 3 years on that. So I hope I have answered that. KLF નું તમને સમજાવેલું. I mean by KLF કોઈ registered entity પણ નથી. એ લોકો પાસે કોઈ charity પણ નથી. KLF Khoja Leadership Forum જે નામ છે એ એક ગ્રુપ ઓફ ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલ્સ છે, 5-6 જણા ફિલેન્થ્રોપિસ્ટ છે. એમાં ડૉક્ટર મોહસિન જાફર છે, એમાં સિપ્તેનભાઈ અસારિયા છે, એમાં શાનેબાઝ હાસમ છે, એમાં સલીમ રમતુલ્લા છે, એમાં 4-5-6 જણા એ લોકો થોડા વર્ષ પહેલાં એ લોકો નક્કી કર્યા કે અમે સાથે ભેગા થાય એક બોડી બનાવે કે જ્યાં અમે કોમમાં જ્યારે ખોજા પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ હોય ને તો એ લોકો ફેસિલિટેટ કરે. તો ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ જ્યારે 2018માં અહીંયા જ આ જ સભાની અંદર માઇક્રો ફાઇનાન્સ લોનનું આવ્યું તો એ લોકો એ ગ્રુપને કલેક્ટ કર્યા 100-200 જણા અને પૈસા એકઠા કર્યા. આજે એનો રિપોર્ટ પૈસા એકઠા કરીને શું કરે? આફ્રિકાને મોકલાવે, અમને મોકલાવે, વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનને, બીજા ચેરિટીઝને મોકલાવે તો એ મકસદ માટે જાય. વેક્સિનનો મસલો આવ્યો કે Dar es Salaam was the only place we needed money for vaccines, so they facilitated through mechanism to raise funds, which was given by them to whatever they like. It came to World Federation, it came to Africa, it came to NASIMCO, it came to private charities, depending on who they wanted. There is no direct or indirect relationship with KLF or World Federation. It is a facilitating body. We welcome initiatives that are donor-oriented, where it can resolve matters of the community, and that is where we have an open channel with them. That is it. There's nothing else. The finance comes to the World Federation, we give accountability through accounts. Okay, our KLF forum, it has come through individuals. It doesn't come through an institution. They don't even have a bank account. So I just wanted to clarify that. Office no issue. I'm pleased that Sayyid Abbas has already answered partly. Probably I should have clarified. World Federation doesn't need an office to run affairs of the Jamaat, by far. On the contrary, the objective is to be in line with what the Charity Commission in UK and others want, where if you are executing projects on the ground and relying on partners, you have to do diligence of the partner. Partners ma kai khalal hoy litigation. Boots on the ground hoy, we deliver for non-Khoja WF aid activity only, non-KHOMS. KHOMS is sacrosanct. આપને ખુમ્સને ટચ નથી કરો. તમે ખુમ્સ તમારા રિજનમાં રાખો. બ્રેમ્પટન એકોર્ડ છે, આગા પાસે મોકલાવે છે, સાથે તમે તમારો ખુમ્સનો ઇજાઝો વાપરો છો. અમને એ જિમ્મેદારી પણ નથી લો ખુમ્સની. Khoja's responsibilities is your responsibility. The Jamaats, the regions, we will work together, support you wherever we need. It will come through you, directly to you. You will execute it. We will be supporting you in a very clear. Non-Khoja activities, Shiaonu che, Sayyadunu che, WF Aid is the only Khoja Shia Ishnashri charity that is officially endorsed by you. Africana par paisa ave to World Federation WF Aid ma ave che. Evi rite bija regions NASIMCO no ave che WF Aid. But compliance requirements badlai gaye che. You know right now NASIMCO cannot send funds directly to World Federation if major requirements are not fulfilled. How do we fulfill it with our presence on the ground? NASIMCO wants to ensure that every penny goes on a particular account in Pakistan, in Islamabad. World Federation's account is in London. We don't have a local account. We're not allowed to open an office. So how do we work? That is the issue. Same thing with India. So what we are saying is we are an NGO status. આજે આગા ખાન પોતાના NGOs આખા દુનિયામાં બનાવી નાખી છે. અમે ન બનાવી શકે કારણ કે કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં છે, region has to approve. An MOU, Abul Bhai, if it gives comfort to all regions, a strong MOU, even enforced in the constitutional change, which makes sure that World Federation pledges never ever to get involved in direct work of Khojas or even touch KHOMS, other than pure WF aid. Humanity will give sense of security. I am worried. After 2-3 years, we may not even be allowed to send funds to Pakistan, even to Pirai Jamaat. And you know that. You have the Pirai Jamaat and Pakistan Federation have had challenges. India, we have had challenges where overnight the government stops the money to be sent directly to others. તો બધું બંધ થઈ જશે. 20 million pound નું કામ બધું બંધ. ગરીબો સફર કરશે, યતીમો સફર કરશે. એની રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી કોની? મારી? હું મારું હુજતમાં કરી નાખું છું આજે. કારણ કે 2.5 years have gone. I cannot continue being very polite in this matter because I'm seeing the suffering of people on the ground. We have seen it. Zaid Abbas was there. Manso mare છે. And I know. પૈસાની વાત કરો છો, આ ડોનરોને આપવું છે યતીમોને. ડોનરોને શિયા ઇશ્નાશીને ખોજાને આપવું અલગ વાત છે. ખોજા માટે પૈસા કાઢવું વધારે કામ છે. 12 લોકોને આપવું છે. સૈયદને સાદાત આપવું છે. વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન નથી કરી શકતી જેટલું. આપણા પાસે કેપેસિટી નથી. કારણ કે ડિલિવરી નથી. અમે કરે તો અમને કોર્ટમાં લઈ જવામાં આવે કે તમે શા માટે આ એજન્સી સાથે કામ કરો. અમે કેવી રીતે કામ કરશું? I humbly urge you, હું મારી હુજ્જત તમામ કરું છું તો ઇમામના સામે હું બરિયું ઝિમ્મા થઈ જઈશ. જો અમને ઓફિસ ખોલવા નહીં મળે પાકિસ્તાન કે ઇન્ડિયાની અંદર કે એની રિજનમાં, હું મારું હુજ્જત તમામ કેર ઓફ just for non-Khoja. Please, my humble request is allow us to do that. We are enthusiastically confident we can deliver. I can assure you that this organization under WF8 can raise 50 to 100 million easily, far bypassing Aga Khan Foundation, because the goodwill is there. People want to give. Even in North America, you know, Canada ma, ek penny nathi avtu amne. Well, I'm talking in relative terms. So I hope I made this clear. It will help us, it will strengthen, and we will have an MOU with Africa, we will have an MOU with Pakistan, with India. So, a sense of security. I mean, I hope my point is made. Last but not least, Orlando no issue. Tame pesh kera, Habib bhai, you wanted the progress. Yes, you are right. A committee of Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina, in fact, Aga's office requested myself that I should appoint 3 people for a second and last opportunity towards this, because the ijazah that I issued with the guidance of His Eminence was conditional in nature. And the Jamaat wanted something without any conditions, other than the generic conditions that are there for any typical ijazah. Executive Council passed and gave us the authorization to proceed subject to the reconciliation process. The first team was not successful in the closure. HIC wants to continue and embark upon a $15 million project, and they have announced that on the 13th of this month, they've invited me as well to attend that event, and they invited all the scholars to and the community feels they want to move forward. They want to a closure on this matter. It's been taken a long time, and they have a plan in place, and they have a approval in principle to start the groundbreaking ceremony and so on and so forth. His Eminence's office requested that we appoint a new team and mentioned clearly that I have the discretion to name any people on condition that Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina Hafizahullah is part of this committee. Sheikh Ali Dina by default is there directly, the name of the marja. And the other 2 that I took the dispensation with the consultation with the scholars in North America and Canada of Sayyid Muhammad Bakir Kashmiri, head of the Aga's liaison office in US and Canada, together with Sayyid Abidi of San Jose, who also initially had issued an ijazah to HIC, but later withdrew because World Federation and the Executive Council was partaking, and he felt that the community needs to take this matter forward. This committee was appointed by myself a year ago at the last EXCO. Unfortunately, we were waiting for a response from HIC. Should they continue or not? And we did not get any formal response for the committee to commence its work. A year passed. However, a few months ago, I had the opportunity of meeting the trustees of HIC in Karbala, and they came and said that we would like this team to move forward, and we want to a closure on this matter, and if you can, we are happy to collaborate with this endeavor. So the team, Sheikh Ali Dina, Agha Abidi, and Agha Kashmiri have embarked upon this last couple of months, in fact, few weeks, intensively, almost every week having discussions with both parties. It's too early to say what observations they will come up with. Suffice to say that they are in touch with both parties, and they are also going to visit His Eminence very shortly. And we are waiting for guidance from them. As soon as we get guidance from them, we will then inform the community accordingly. I think I probably have covered everything, inshallah. Yes, I think as Rasul Bhai's point we have covered. It's a pure WF8 matter. As far as the vision is concerned, Zair Abbas Bhai, vision aapne already pesh kera hai. In the sense that there are 3 pillars we are focusing on: education, housing, and microfinance as far as economic upliftment is concerned, and as far as religiosity is concerned, the MCE and iCare. If there are any new initiatives we are looking forward to, we have talked about, in my initial submission, we talked about the future vision. Jema Shiraz by Nisima coming with global census, solid data say we plan to have a 2050 vision of the community, inshallah, where we have a 25-year plan. World Federation went through a 5-year plan, then we went through a PNS, and now the time has come to look into what we are going to achieve 25 years down the line. I'm confident that if this House supports, we will be able to, inshallah, move forward on that. Thank you.
So, first of all, I apologize. There are many of you who want to now come in and ask further questions. But sorry, can't do that because we have other items that we have to come in. But behind each and every item, there are questions which you can pose to that topic, and I'm sure many of the agenda items are such where you can actually touch upon those, please. So I do apologize. Yeah. One of those wide agenda items is the Treasury report, mind you. Regarding, we have 2 agenda items before Salat, but of course we can't do that because namaz is 12:35. We will be breaking sharp at 12:33 so that people proceed towards wudu. We will go towards the Treasury item now, and questions arising from the Treasury as well as compliance will be taken after Salat and lunch, inshallah. I'm looking at the Assistant Honorary Treasurer, Sajjad Bhai, and Mr. Chairman, if you can go. Thank you. Bismillah.
Thank you. As you know, that unfortunately, our Treasurer, Zafar Bhai Kaku, resigned as the Treasurer after the conference in June, and the resignation letter was in front of you, and the primary reason he resigned was because of the litigation and pressures from his work that he had to vacate that position, unfortunately. The case is over. However, I'm pleased to inform you that our Assistant Treasurer, Sajjad Bhai, has been working extensively hard to hold the fort, and Zafar Bhai has been supporting him on a voluntary basis. Of course, it is at the hands of the Executive Council because there is a vacancy. And we have taken legal opinion, although there is precedence that the Executive Council has elected a new treasurer. We don't want to repeat mistakes of the past. We consulted our lawyers, and they told us that it is not clear whether the Executive Council has the authority to elect a treasurer. So in light of that, we have taken the cautious route to suggest that the treasurer should be elected by the conference. So we have 2 options. Either we have an extraordinary conference to elect a treasurer only, or we wait till the conference, which is only 6 months down the line, to elect the new treasurer. We as office bearers are comfortable that the assistant treasurer has all the capabilities and a support team, including Zafar Bhai as his advisor, to continue this mission till May. Unless you feel otherwise, we will be guided by you. So after the Treasury report, after Salat, inshallah, we will allow you a chance to air your views and guide us on this matter. Thank you.
Sajjad Bhai, Bismillah. If you go to the London and ask the audio and visual, the technical team to please put up the slides accordingly. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My brothers and sisters, elders in the community, Assalamu alaikum. It is a pleasure to once again present the Treasury report for our charity, this time in lovely Karachi. I've had the pleasure of enjoying the good food promised, and last night got a taste of the hustle and bustle of this city that I last visited some 20 years ago. Of course, one of the key updates that the President mentioned since the last EXCO, that we are 1 person less, and Brother Zafar sadly resigned as Treasurer earlier this year. and the charity will be forever grateful for the work he put in, particularly on his insights on the systems and procedures, and culminating with his witness statement in the recent court case. So on behalf of the charity, I would like to thank him for his efforts and service. He certainly left the charity in a better place than he started with. The financial year 2022 has been audited and filed online with the Charities Commission. The opinion provided by the auditors Hayes McIntyre was unmodified and signed by Vikram Sandhu, who is also one of the partners at the firm. I will present the financial report in a summarized fashion, as we've done previously, along with the 8 months management accounts for the period January to August 2023. I'll tackle this first by going through a summary of the donations and disbursements, then specifically looking at WF aid. Note that 2022 was substantially disclosed in the last EXCO, so I won't repeat items that have already been discussed and will focus more on 2023. We'll then look at an update of our foundation fund. We have a new development to show. Thereafter, we'll look at the secretariat and departmental expenditure and how we have fared compared to the existing budget. The budget also presented at the last conference was, as per standard practice, a 3-year budget. However, our term, as it turned out with the interim year, was a 4-year period, and therefore perhaps an oversight, but a budget for 2024 has not yet been approved. Therefore, I have also a budget to present for the 2024 financial year. We'll then conclude with an update of our compliance activities, and finally we'll look ahead to the activities planned going forward. So if I start with the summary of donations received, we know that 2022 was a record year for the WF since inception. A significant portion of that was capital projects, mainly hairfields. Taking that into account, 2023 has still fared quite well, with total donations of 10 million for the 8 months to August. In fact, if we remove capital projects, then 2023 has performed on par with 2022, and by the year end, we expect to receive in the region of 14 to 15 million pounds. The key drivers of income for 2023 have been WF aid-led projects at 3.3 million and COMS at 3.7 million, with the rest fairly evenly split. Moving on to the next slide, this highlights a summary of our total expenditure and where it has been spent. We can see from the graphs that majority of the spend has been towards WF aid and COMS. However, 1.2 million has also been spent towards Islamic education and the Madrasa Center of Excellence program. If we move on, the next slide illustrates the disbursements of WF aid funds. The largest spend during 2023 was for Ramadan relief at 1.3 million. In terms of the graphic, as this report reflects, the first 8 months, Ramadan relief dominates the proportion of disbursements at 46%. However, in terms of the numbers, Ramadan relief grants were slightly less than last year, which was 1.4 million. The other major spend was 600,000 for Pakistan relief, including housing. With this report, there will be some disparity in the projects due to timing of payments. For example, winter appeal that you see make up 20% of 2022 occurs during the latter part of the year, and therefore why it is missing in 2023. The foundation fund that we'll move on to next has struggled in recent years, with the return on investment dropping due to tenants not paying or leaving. This is a common sight in the economy in the UK. The income in 2023 so far is in line with 2022, and the return on cash we are achieving is around 5% on overall investment. This was one of the areas of focus that we mentioned in one of the first Treasury reports to help make the charity self-sustainable. As you're aware, we purchased a commercial property, rental property in May 2022 near Birmingham. We mentioned previously that we are also working on conversion of one of the larger premises in Southampton that was vacated by the Royal Bank of Scotland into flats. And I'm pleased to announce that the development project was successfully completed in August 2023. So we converted 5 flats above 155 to 156 High Street in Southampton, 4 one-bed apartments and 1 two-bed apartment. The total investment was 400,000, of which WF's share was approximately 348,000. And as of September 2023, all 5 flats have been let out. We can see here that WF's share of the expected rent per annum is 54,000, achieving a gross yield of almost 16% on the 348,000 invested. We've included some images between the slides to give you a flavor of the development. Moving on to the Secretariat funding, on the income side, we can see we just received under 900,000 towards our internal expenses. 2023 so far at 670,000 is doing proportionately better, up by about 12%, and we're on track. We're on track to cross 1 million by the end of the year. The proportionate increase in gifts and donations as well as interest received are the main drivers for this. And interest, as you can see, has gone up in the UK with the base rate currently at 5.25%. We have taken advantage of this and currently are earning about £20,000 per month. And if the rates are sustained, we would look to achieve 240,000 over a 12-month period, which would go some way in paying our expenses for Secretariat.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Just on this one only. I don't understand this slide. Which one is income and which is expense?
If I could leave the questions till the
No,
end.
I don't understand the slide. I don't understand this slide. Where is the income and which is expense? Is Secretariat? It's all income.
This is all income.
Okay.
Yeah. Zairabas, the slides all are sequential, and then after we finish, we can go back. Okay. All right. Clarification.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So if we move on now, we deal with the expenditure and budgets. The next couple of slides, in fact, may look a little daunting at first, but this time I'll walk you through what each of the columns represent. So the first column shows the 2022 Secretariat expenditure. The second set of columns reflect the 2023 expenditure and compare it to the budget that was passed at the 2021 conference to provide a variance analysis. The budget note has been apportioned for the 8 months. The penultimate column is the full budget for 2023, and this has been used as the basis to construct the proposed 2024 budget that you'll see on the final column. Hope that makes sense. And if that's clear, let's take a look at the numbers. For 2023, so far, the underlying point is that we are under budget by 244,000. A number of items that you see at the bottom half with nil actual spend are to do with timing of payments, except that depreciation historically has always been charged at the end of the year. Even if we did take into account all the potential spend, including these categories, we are forecasting just under 600,000 for the year, still well under budget. However, our activities are expanding, and we still have some aspirations to achieve for 2024. Salaries are one of our largest costs. We're still keen to employ a senior leadership position in the WF in the form of a Chief Operating Officer, which is needed for the day-to-day operations management of the charity. thus enabling trustees to focus more on strategic vision and direction. To allow for this, we have budgeted for salaries of just over £210,000 for Secretariat. We're also budgeting £80,000 for conferences and meetings. Being an election year, 2024 will have the triennial conference, and therefore there will be additional costs in holding this, along with another EXCO. Regional support also forms a significant part of the budget at £175,000. Originally, the £100,000 in the 2023 budget was primarily to support NASIMCO. However, we have been assisting COEG with their projects and have allocated this amount to now cover both. The insurance cost budgeted at £50,000 is mainly the trustees' professional indemnity insurance. Due to the legal case, we have struggled to find insurance. The original insurer, in fact, refused to cover, and in 2023, we paid around £40,000. This isn't reflected in the actuals because it was paid in September. Our audit fees have increased substantially in the last couple of years, and this is reflective of the costs we expect to pay in 2024, but I will come back to this later. Finally, the last line you will see in the additional premises cost is that we estimate, due to moving to Harefield, £250,000, and that we need to account for in this budget. These costs are on the assumption that we were to remain at Musgrave, or what is now known as WF House, and for practical purposes, it is likely we shall split this amount across the relevant departments. However, it has been included separately here on the Secretariat slide so as not to distort the individual departmental budgets. In similar format to the previous slide, the next one shows the departmental spend in 2022 and so far in 2023, along with a review against the apportioned budget. This time we've included the forecast for 2023 to help demonstrate the budget for 2024 in the final column. The departmental spend is indicative of our increased activities. Overall, we are within budget, just. However, there are some key observations. Hausa Online and iCare were not budgeted in the 2021 conference, as these departments did not exist at the time. However, it's important to know that we do receive subscriptions from students for Hausa Online, and this covers more than 50% of the cost. iCare was also introduced to the EXCO in Ras Al Khaimah. The budgeted costs for these areas and IE in general are reflective of the forecasted 2023 amounts and the planned activities in 2024, including hiring at least one additional researcher. Education was another department that was not formally segregated at the time of the last budget, and therefore, again, this has created some variance. We have budgeted cost in line with what we have forecasted for 2023, which is made of primarily consultant fees. We intend to employ further support in the Marcoms department to strengthen the work they do, and the MCE budgets are in line with the forecast for 2023. The IT department hasn't been formally implemented, but it is an area still of focus, and therefore we've included this in the budget. Finally, we move on to the compliance update. We had another internal audit.
Sorry, I interrupted. Now is the time for Adhan, which is coming, and because we're going into compliance, if I can request everyone to note down your questions, because we are changing a sub-chapter now. So when we come back, we'll continue with from compliance, and after that, we will go to questions thereafter. Okay, Hassan. So the request is that can we come earlier? I know everyone is going to go for Salat. We have lunch thereafter. We are supposed to come back at 2 o'clock, but instead of 2, may I request everyone to come back at sharp 1:35. 1:35, please. Thank you. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. This meeting will be continuing at 1:35. Thank you. Ahsan.
Recording stopped.
Huh? It's a bit much. If you present from your desk, it'd be easy. Unless you put it in this angle, like we usually do. And we have this conversation almost every. You have to put it at an angle if you want that, or you just move to the. We're not even showing you anyways. Yeah. It's just for the benefit of here, and everyone's looking at the screen. The volume drops, and I don't know what I'm presenting. Yeah. Then you'll be more comfortable.
To the left. Turn it that way.
Then you want to turn it?
No. This.
Recording in progress.
Hello, hello, hello.
Thank you very much. If everyone who is close to the room, please, we are going to start. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Because I can't see the laptop, so.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. Inshallah, we will be continuing. Can we have a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? Thank you everyone who has waited patiently. Those who are online, I wish that you also had a good break and a meal. We have been treated amazingly by our amazing hosts here in Karachi. Thank you so much. Sajjad Bhai, over to you again. We left the numbers and we went towards compliance. Bismillah, Sajjad Bhai. Thank you.
Had another internal audit conducted by TIAA, and we'll look at this in a minute. We've worked on improving on our risk assessments and enhanced our Know Your Partner organizations, Know Your Partner processes, which are the organizations that we work with. We're also in the process of undertaking safeguarding training for all our volunteers and teachers. And we had a monitoring visit to Turkey in September to visit agencies we work with for WF Aid. This was specifically attended by our compliance officer as well, Sister Malika Alibai. And Sister Malika also continued to provide support to departments in reviewing documentation for agreements and processes. We move on to the internal audit. This slide dictates a summary of how that went. It was a review on our information and communications technologies. The scope considered cybercrime risks and covered cyber risk management, data security, and incident management. The summary of the details are on the next slide. And the key points that were that we received a reasonable assurance, which is good, but there were areas that needed improvement, as you can see, but I'll summarize them, mainly that our risk register needs updating. Our policy for risk and incident management needs to be implemented. We need accreditation from an independent IT party to assure compliance with good cyber security practices. But overall, they were quite positive of what we have done so far. And that brings me to my final slide, where we're looking ahead. We will continue to invest in our compliance and risk management procedures without any compromise. This is not only a requirement in the UK, but essential to give our donors the confidence in what we do. We're going to revisit all our policies and procedures and are seeking to employ independent experts to help with this and make necessary recommendations to establish adequate policies for the institute of our size and in accordance with charities' commission guidelines. In terms of the internal audit, we have one more area to complete, which is the review of our human resources and the systems that we employ. This will then complete the cycle of this internal audit round, and we have the option then to repeat or see how best to proceed forward. We saw earlier that our our audit fees had gone up significantly. With the triennial conference coming up, we will be looking at our options and making recommendations to the House whether we continue with the same auditors or we look at other options. And finally, we come to the Harefield update. Whilst I'd love to provide you with an update on the due diligence we have undertaken since the extraordinary conference in November, it's suffice to say that there has been not much progress or movement, as the KSIMC of London are still waiting approval from their lender to proceed. And before I end, I'd like to thank our Treasury team, Brother Hassan Pir Mohammed and Brother Mohammed Laka, and also our compliance officer, Sister Malika, for the excellent work that they do behind the scenes. Obviously, it's been a tough couple of months with the court case, but their work has gone on unparalleled. And with that, and the permission of the chair, I'd like to open the floor for questions, and thereafter would seek approval from the House for the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking for hands raised, and I was waiting for our three musketeers, and I did not know the order, but we got them all right, alhamdulillah, and we smile. So Muhammad Ali Bhai, Ibrahim Bhai, and Habib Bhai, or we also have Zahira Bas Bhai as well, okay? And we're just gonna look online as well, and we take, but we'll start with Muhammad Ali Bhai, Bismillah.
I have, and I'll keep it as brief as I normally do. I have 3 to 5 points to mention. First of all, as always, it's been a pleasure working with you. It was equally as, I've enjoyed working equally as with you as I have with Zafar Bhai, and that's been really, really good. With the systems, I know in Australia there was a comprehensive report in the internal audit and that on how much work has been done, and it's great to see that this time around the IT systems have also been audited and that there is room to grow. I had a couple of more specific questions on the income and the expenses and the budgets before I go to the other 2 or 3 other main points. With staff budgets, I can see that 2022 actual cost was 133K, and the budget was fairly there or thereabouts. However, 2023, the budget increased to 110-ish K. I understand the majority of that is trying to forecast for like a CFO or a CEO, and I know one of the items that a big ticket item was appointing a CEO or appointing a CFO at the beginning of the term. So what I'd like to understand is, where has that gone to? Where do you see the need of that going in the future? Have you had any, I know I saw a recruitment drive for those roles as well, so how has that gone forward? That's quite interesting to see, if you have any updates on that. On the conference meetings I see, again, 2022, where the hybrid model was adapted, 14,000 makes sense. Again, it's doubled to 2023 because of the meetings that we've had. And it makes sense that you haven't really had to use the full allocated budget. And the point I have here is generally the budgets are confirmed or finalized 3 years before at a 3-year interval. So that's something that I want to kind of get into slightly later. It's a shame to see that insurance costs have multiplied by 10 from 5 to 50. But it makes sense with the situation that we have. The 250,000 additional premises costs that we have, I had 2 or 3 specific questions on that. Firstly, are you able to kind of help us understand what additional costs that might be? Is it your standard rates or office kind of costs, which may have somewhat been absorbed, but the majority of it hasn't been absorbed? And can you clarify that the nature of these expenses are operating expenses rather than capex, which can then be capitalized and thereafter depreciated? So hence, the 250K may even jump down by a great amount. And then going on to the budget point that I made, given that this is a timely meeting, given that we've got the conference agenda coming up later, I understand the way this works is the outgoing team will prepare a budget for the incoming team, and the budget is set at 3 years. So I can see 2 issues from that. Firstly, it's really good that there's a forecast in place, and the forecast doesn't have to be 3 years, it can be 10 years, because it gives you a good strategic value. However, the problem with these long-term forecasts and long-term budgets is rather than them helping us to stay in the straight and the narrow, the question is how wrong will we be with those budgets, because teams change, strategic visions change, and to even do something like 3 years in advance just doesn't make, it isn't as helpful, and it's quite archaic. So for example, this time around, you've had new boards, you've got eye care, you've got so many other things coming up, which the outgoing team would, of course, not have been able to envision, because this is your kind of strategic vision, and you've had a direction from the EXCO, so on and so forth. So as part of the conference agenda, I think one thing that would be quite useful for us to understand is how can we now streamline this process in the sense, and of course that also depends on how we want to work, but having an annual budget is somewhat useful, or even if we have a 3-year budget, but having the flexibility to tweak that annual, to tweak the triennial budget to then annual is quite imperative. Otherwise, the question that we'll be answering is how wrong are we every 3 years? That was the major kind of other big item that I had. The other item I remember from the Australia conference last year, September, was World Federation had recently invested into a commercial property, Birmingham Greggs. And that had, it was an auction purchase property, reasonable margins at the time, but the lease was the lease was halfway through, so it's got a couple of years left. So what's the kind of vision or strategy when it comes to kind of, I know the foundation fund's currently only 20-30K at the moment, but is there a vision on how we can kind of progress that foundation fund? But secondly, more importantly, how is the Greg's investment doing, and how sure are we that they'll be able to kind of renew their license, or will we have to look for some backups, given that it's a commercial one?
Thank you very much. Ibrahim Bhai, Bismillah.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to make a note, for a vote of thanks for Zafar Bhai. I think he's done amazing work, had done amazing work, and I'm glad to hear that he still continues to support the team. And I guess it's just another casualty of the legal problems that we run into, unfortunately. So just a vote of thanks to him, and a vote of thanks to Sajjad Bhai and the entire team for all your hard work. I just have a few suggestions. I actually had a nice few hundred questions I'd made up, and unfortunately, from some of the explanations you provided, a lot of that's gone, right? So one of my suggestions is going forward, it would really help if you could provide the notes, right? Just like any financial statement that has notes attached to it, explaining any of the variances. If you could, you basically spoke about those, but if you provide those in writing, it will help people in advance to review those, and then that way you'll have very fewer questions going forward. The other point I wanted to make, and as you were presenting, and Zahir Abbas was asking me questions about your presentation, and he kept saying, has the revenue gone down? And I said, not really. It's just you're looking at 12 months versus 8 months. So just as a suggestion, maybe you can provide a comparative 8 months to 8 months with a dollar and percentage variance, which would really help for everyone to understand the statements a little better. Next thing, when I was looking at the budget for Secretariat, I noticed it's gone up like crazy, right? And I realized again some of the reasons which came from your explanations. And as I heard Safdar Bhai in his comments about how our Secretary General, Arif Ali Hirji, can only do so much in a day. And unfortunately, we can't duplicate him unless we can maybe find some AI technology to do that, and we could have 5 of you. But unfortunately, if that's not possible, then it's time to start actually having some paid labor to help. So I was glad to see that we've kind of incorporated a budget to do that, and I think it's really important so we don't burn out the good people that we have. The other thing I wanted to mention, let me just quickly look here. Yeah, regarding the revenue from the flats, notice in the comment talks about WF portion of the revenue, and I assume there's a partner there being Co-Edge because I saw the rep, yeah. So it would be nice to, again, know in any project, if we have partners, you know, what is the share of percentage between the partners that are involved, and, you know, if this is something that, you know, other federations also have opportunity to invest in, or similar types of projects. So I think that was kind of the gist of what I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim Bhai. Habib Bhai, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Again, I just want to provide my vote of thanks to Zafar Bhai and Sajjad Bhai. I know you have been holding the fort. Again, I'm trying to be very brief in terms of the difficult situations we have gone through. I have two governance perspective points. One is, today is December 31st. We are looking at accounts up to August. So I'm sure we are using financial systems which can produce accounts up to November. You can make any, you know, like adjustments and provide us with the 11 month as opposed to December. That's just for the future. And the second question is, I just want to confirm that as part of your, let's say, monthly meetings, you are reviewing the financial statements with the executive here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zaid Abbas Bhai and then Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant thereafter. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So first of all, I think it's a positive note to see that the Khums collection has gone up and other donations to the World Federation, which shows a good level of confidence and trust in the organization. So it's a very positive sign. One thing I wanted us just to note is that Rahat Fund monies, when they are given to the regional federations, the office bearers must be legally elected. There are people who are occupying office illegally, and Rahat funds are sent to those Jamaats. That needs to be looked into with a bit more caution. Yeah, I want to just reiterate what Muhammad Ali Bhai said, that it's very, very, very unfortunate that we as a community are going to be losing money for no reason, as our insurance costs for our you know, legal insurance and all that related has gone up due to unnecessary issues. Marcoms, just a question, it went up by 100% in terms of your budget. Just would like to understand the reason for that. And lastly, in terms of KLF, KLF, from what I remember in 2019 or 18, there was or 17 something, there was a meeting in Davos where the World Federation and the whole Koja community was part of it. So when certain people are aligned to a certain organization or group, they are, you can say, very good people. Once they are not aligned, they become bad. Ultimately, it's the organization and the people at the end who will suffer, because KLF does a lot of great work and it's a great partner to have on board. So just because people at a certain time were good with them and now they're not good with them doesn't mean we should sideline them. They can be of great benefit to us at the end of the day. Shukran.
Thank you. And Rasul Bhai Pamani. Bismillah, Rasul Bhai.
Thank you, Arif Bhai.
Rasul Bhai, sorry, it is my mistake. First is Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant, and then it will come to you, exactly as said before. So sorry, Rasul Bhai, for the
inconvenience. No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. First of all, I congratulate Sajan Rajan and his team and the World Federation for presenting the financial accounts. My question is that when we go to 2022, 14 and 2023 combination, almost the income has gone, donation or whatever you say, has gone to nearly half, leaving 4 months ahead, August. From August, September, October, November, December, right? As Habib Bhai said, it should be for November, would have given the clear picture. Now my question is, and likewise the expenditures, 22 and 23, 22 it was 14.9 and 23 is 0.74. So are you expecting, or you have some commitments for the donation or like that? Or you are going to minimize the expenditure, which I don't think so it would happen. The main thing is that you are looking forward to have a donation. Expenses, as you've seen, you have increased. If you see, all over the expenditures are increased, and the proposal for budget you have given, which were not incurred in last years, but this year there are. So it means the expenditure you already made a provision as a proposal for the budget, and other expenditures which are going to happen will naturally give a negative side of the picture. The third thing, that investment has been increased and lower returns were there. In 2024 budget, you have what you have made a budget is on the percentage basis, or you have just on the real facts or average basis of the last years you have taken. If it is percentage basis, it should be the same on under all heads. I think so. It is on the average basis of the 8 months, and you have multiplied it by 12 and taken the difference of that. As Ibrahim Bhai said, the notes should be there always. If it is a practice, then it will be very good. And new expenses, my other question is that in new expenses budget, you have explained in your presentation that this is this. What about the expenditure which are unseen and you have not thought about that? Just like in the last years, there is a COVID, major force like expenditures. There is no provision for that. I asked the team, okay, sir, we are relying mostly, if you go through that, we are relying on khums mostly. If you say, okay, khums is the major part which we are giving, and donation is a minimum part. Why don't we, as you said in your own speech, okay, we should go for donation. Why we are not standing in it? It should be increased like that. Why we are always relying on khums? There are many options with you. You can use it, or there is something which you are unable to fetch it. These were my simple submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rasool Bhai, Bismillah.
Thank you, Arif Bhai, for that. I echo the sentiments from the previous speakers regarding Zafar Bhai. Indeed, he will be a great loss. And I'd like to just give a big thank you to Sajjad Bhai for presenting these accounts. Specific questions that I have. So the first question I have is about the 500K or approximately 500K plus gifts and donations. Now, I think I've asked these questions previously, but I still haven't understood what is this gifts. I understand what donations is. I believe that the 500K is a monetary money value. I can't see people giving you gifts in cars or jewelry, all that. So can you explain to me what's the difference between gifts and donations? And could you also tell me what's the proportionate, whatever your definition is, how much of that 500K is gifts and how much is the is donations? So that's number one. The second question I have is on expenditure, and in particular MCE. You've got specific MCE headings, and then you've got other MCE, a figure for MCE others. What does that comprise of? On a broader question based on expenditures is that you've given us the headline expenses per board or per activity in the sense, but you haven't given us a breakdown within that particular board. So we don't know within the MCE, how much are we spending on staff costs? How much are we spending on IT costs? How much are we spending on travel costs, manual costs, whatever it is. So it'd be good to see a breakdown from each board perspective. What is the cost? That would certainly would assist. The other question is contractors and consultants. do we have a policy, a tendering policy? I think it's good practice that when we go out and engage with these particular individuals, whether they be contractors, whether they be consultants, or whether they be whoever they are, is there a tender policy? And have we had this when these contracts are awarded? Do they go through a process, and have we gone through these processes over the term of this particular administration? The other question I have is about CUMS. You've given a figure, 20 million, and then you've given as a percentage, which is a CUMS figure. I equate that to approximately 6 million, 6.2 million CUMS that has come through. Could you give us a breakdown, region by region, where this money has come from? I was just doing a sort of a back of a cigarette pack calculation, and I heard our president Sardabai mention a figure that in the last election there was about 10,000 people who actually voted, or something of that figure. Now, if you divide that 6.2 million over that figure, that comes to 620 pounds of CUMS money per individual, per person given to that. That's quite a low figure. So again, an understanding of where this money is coming from as far as regions are concerned, that would also help. And we can also bring that back into this issue about having regional offices. Because if you look at the income figure, the CUMS element is 6.2 million. The donations that the World Federation is receiving is 500,000. So really, if you look at the grand scheme of things, that isn't a lot of money that's coming through. And it'd be interesting to see how much money is coming through regional federations. And if the World Federation opened up an office within those regions, then how much money would divert from regions into the World Federation, or vice versa? You know, I think we need to understand this whole thing. And I come back to my original question, that what is this office for? You know, what's the aim of having these regional offices? But that could be linked in with that. The other question that I have is regarding the investments. Now, if you look at investments, last year you quite rightly said 5-point-something%, but if you look at this year, only 4 months left. I think it's up to August. If you look at the income, we've dropped down to 2.2%. Now, you gave us anecdotal snapshot of this property in Southampton, if I'm not mistaken, where you spent certain amount of money, and you said the return on that particular refurbishment is going to be about 13% return on that investment, which is very good. But what I'd like to see is, I want a breakdown is from the investment that we have invested, how many properties do we own, and how much does what is the return on investment on each unit? You said that there's 13% on a snapshot of one refurbishment, but the total value so far is only 2.2% return on investment, which is very poor, I feel. And we could do far better in the current climate that we're in. So understanding of how many properties and return on each unit of this investment would be really helpful on that. Yeah, I think that's about it. There's another governance and compliance issue that I just wanted to raise. You've mentioned that know your partner policy that you're looking into, or you have. And I think when the legal case was going on, I think it was raised in the courts as well about this know your donor policy. So are we sort of and during the case, I think whether we actually adhere to that or not, I'm not sure what that was about. But is that something that policy is in place, and we are basically operating as per that particular policy? So that's some of the questions I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We don't have any other question at this moment. Shahid Bhai Murji, I see Shahid Bhai, if we take yours as well as a last question, and then we go to answering. Shahid Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મારા ઘણા જે ક્વેશ્ચન્સ હતા મને લાગે છે જે પેલા સ્પીકર્સ હતા મારાથી એ લોકો કવર કરી લીધા છે મને ખાલી એક જ નાનું ખુમ્સની તમને પૂછા કરવું હતું કે જે ખુમ્સ આપણે રિમિટ કરે છે આગાની ઓફિસમાં એ ખુમ્સ સેમે સાદાત જે આપણે રિમિટ કરે છે એમાં કાંઈ ગિફ્ટ કે કાંઈ એવું કાંઈ આપણે આગાની ઓફિસ પાસેથી મળે છે પાછું ખાલી એના ઉપર મને થોડી ક્લેરિટી ખપતું હતું ને અગર કાંઈ મળતું હોય તો શું પર્સન્ટેજ હતું હોય આસાન.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we'll go through and answering them. Mr. Chairman, maybe would you like to start off and then you
sure.
take, and Sajjad Bhai, if you're proactive as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very, very useful comments, which are much appreciated. This is how we demonstrate our transparency as the charity that has everything open in discussions, and we tried our best to respond to that and rectify where relevant. I think many points have been raised. A lot of these are technical in nature, where I will request Sajjad Bhai to respond to. And there are broader points when it comes to the strategy and some of the issues related to homes that I will respond, inshallah. So I'll ask Sajjad Bhai to cover as many of the technical points, and then I will try and cover the rest, inshallah.
Thanks, Safta Bhai. I'll start with the question on the additional premises cost, which was the 250,000. We are still trying to reduce costs where possible. For example, light and heat costs have gone down significantly in the last year. So those in the UK would have faced this. But if I were to give you a rough analogy of what it is, we expect the rates to be 50,000, light and heat costs of about 120,000, repairs and maintenance costs of about 70,000, and then insurance costs for the premises of about 12,000. And that broadly works out to 250, unless I've got my maths horribly wrong. In terms of the salaries, we'd apportioned, obviously, to get a CEO or COO on board. Even if we hired someone now, you're expecting about 3 months lead time before they move from wherever they are currently based. So it's not a full year budget. We've apportioned it for the proportion of the year that we expect to hire, around mid of 2024 or second quarter at least. So that's the breakdown of where that number comes from. I will let the President discuss on the strategy on that, because yes, you're right that, Mohammad Ali Bhai, that we did set out to do this from the beginning, and we had tried to recruit over the period. But unfortunately, we haven't found the right candidate yet. Budgets in terms of 3 years in advance, yes, it is difficult because you don't foresee, as we found here, you don't foresee certain activities that you plan to do or need to do later on. In our case, it was the eye care and the House Online projects. I do welcome the idea that we tweak it or review it annually. So if there is a major variance, that we do bring it to the EXCO and ask the EXCO to allow any amendments. But as you've seen in our term, we are well below budget. So we've taken that into consideration. Overall, we haven't crossed the budget, so we're okay. But if we had, I think we would have discussed it here. You asked about the Birmingham property. So far, no notice has been received. I can't remember exactly when the lease renewal comes up, but normally they're required to give us 6 months notice. And so far we haven't had anything, and alhamdulillah it's been progressing as expected. We're achieving 6% return on the 400K that we've invested. Moving on, note on the variances from Ibrahim Bhai. I understand, yes, we can certainly incorporate that, but I guess there's a balance we've got to draw with Treasury reports, making them long-winded and kind of a bore to read, as opposed to something succinct and graphical, as we've tried to do. But I take your points on board, and something we'll look into. Similarly, the comparative 8 to 8 months, we try to fit everything in a slide. Our slide this time with the budget and everything is very congested, but again, we'll take it on board and we'll see what we can do for the next period. You asked about WF share and co-ed share. So this relates to the company that WF and co-ed already own. So it wasn't a new investment, so to speak, that we could invite others to come on board. This was an existing company with an existing property which we refurbished into flats because one of the tenants had left. So it was an opportunity that arose subsequent to that. Habib Bhai, your comment on the 11 months, I would agree. I would want to show as close as possible. November would be ideal, but the problem we have is that we start making these preparations around about September. So initial slides, drafts gone to the marketing department in September. Then to change it all, I suppose, with the court case, in hindsight, well, not in hindsight, but with the court case, we needed to be prepared for this EXCO before all of that because we didn't know what to expect. So we did as best as we can, and there was very little time afterwards to change the slides. But I agree, we should be as close as possible. I have, where possible, included forecasts for that reason, so that the key numbers are kind of in line with where we've reached. So the forecast, when I've mentioned them, are very close to our November, December kind of figures. Zairabas Bhai, you asked regarding the Markham's budget has gone up. Staff costs in general in the UK have gone up, and primarily this is the introduction of another staff member to support the Markham's department. They do a lot of good work, and I find they're always stretched as such because we put them through last-minute proposals and so forth. So they need the extra support, and that's why the costs have gone up there. Contingencies was asked, the question was asked, do we have any extras if things don't go to plan? Well, we have a contingencies budget on the Secretariat. We've previously put 50,000 for each of the 3 years, 21, 22, 23. We haven't spent any of that, so that's 150,000. We reduced it this time to 25,000 because when we go over the triennial conference, we will be looking at the budgets as a whole, and therefore 175,000 we think is enough to cover any under budgeting or in any of the areas. Rasul Bhai, your point on gifts and donations, to be honest, it's an area that I don't think there's hardly any gifts, and we were trying to draw this distinction ourselves. My understanding is that gifts are ad hoc, one-off items from donors for Secretariat funding, whereas donations are regular donations from donors for Secretariat. To be honest, we didn't see any value in splitting them up, so we've put them together. So I don't have the split at the moment, but I can certainly find out for you later. You asked about the breakdown of the departments. Now this is difficult because some departments have one staff member or 2 staff members, and if we break it down, for example, if we give the salaries out, if we break it down, the other person would know what their colleagues are being paid. So it's a tough one. Maybe we can do some sort of breakdown, not giving that information, and we can consider that going forward in our future budgets. There was a question on CUMS, where has this come from? I don't have this information to hand, but again, it's something I can look into and come back to you. Similarly, with the investment on each property, regarding the percentage of return, so if we go back on that slide, we mentioned that the dividends are paid half yearly. So we've had one lot of dividends in the 8 months to August 2023. We're expecting another lot in end of December, or we were received by now. And that should take us closer to the 2022 figure, which was just shy of 5%. In terms of the yield per property, again, I don't have this information with me, but it's something we can definitely look into and report back to the Executive Council or at the next conference. There's a question on the Know Your Donor policy. Yes, we are implementing this as far as possible with all our major donors. So there is different categories, and depending on how much each donor is giving, be it 5,000, be it in or over 10,000, there's different criteria that we have, and we are following that. The presentation that I made was specifically on the Know Your Partner policy, which is organizations. So if you think of the donor as your income related, Know Your Partner is your supplier related, and that's an area we are improving on. But generally speaking, all our policies are going to be reviewed on the back of the legal case anyway, just to make sure that there are no kind of areas of weaknesses or areas that need improvement, and that's why we're looking to hire out an external party to assist us with this. We will be tendering this process or looking at least 3 different firms and looking at who can provide us the best advice and recommendations on that front, and who's got the most experience, really. I think I've covered all the questions that I can that I've noted down. Sorry, if you don't mind repeating your question.
Yeah, I was just expecting my questions would be answered.
Yeah, we have few more. We have few
Okay,
more answers. We are dividing amongst ourselves.
Okay, President.
Let's see.
Let me try and cover any gaps that Sajjad Bhai has not responded, or rather are more strategic in nature, and some specific. If we have forgotten, we will come back to it. I probably know the answer to a couple of your questions at a high level. I'll start with Brother Muhammad Ali's questions in terms of, yes, the CEO and COO requirement. We put it as a manifesto pledge that we need a full-fledged Chief Operating Officer or Chief Executive Officer. Unfortunately, until now, we have not found the appropriate candidate. And we are still in search of that. So we are going to relaunch that appeal very soon, once again, to find the appropriate. We did interview quite a number, but we were not successful. And hence, that budget has moved forward. But it is central to the operational efficiency of the organization. Organization cannot sustain with staff without a solid Chief Operating Officer. That is why that budget moves forward. In terms of the budget versus the actual, there was an issue that was mentioned earlier, is that the eye care, the question that you raised appropriately, Muhammad Ali, is every 3 years. So we have to set a budget for 3 years for the next administration. And this is what we inherited. I mean, the reason why we need you to approve the 2024 budget is precisely because of the challenge that happened, because the previous administration of Anwar Dharamsi had presented a budget before we took office, but because of the challenges and the interim team that we came in, we had to go to the conference with that budget modified because we were in office. And then because we were on an interim phase, we couldn't do any new initiatives, and then we had to then put a budget. So because of that, that 1 year got left out because we inherited 20 to 23 that was approved at the conference, but the reality is it should be up to 2024. And because of that gap for transparency and good governance, but importantly, adoption, we will come back to you and it can be reviewed again in May when the conference will take place. So that was one. But in terms of your question, it is fundamentally a good question. Why would the previous administration put a budget for the next administration? It has to happen. Some form of budget has to come in. Activities of the World Federation, there are many activities like civil servants that have to happen regardless of the manifesto. When we came on board, we came with two components of the manifesto: the International Center for Advanced Islamic Research, Hausa Online. That is why we brought that interim budget in Ras Al Khaimah for approval, which was not reflected in the budget. That is why it was put as a footnote, because that brings a material increase in the cost. Obviously, our focus on education has been solid, but that has been neutralized by the donations. So in effect, you don't need a secretariat budget, although we have now created an educational department and the additional budget of hiring the head of the education as well. And these are the adjustments that we need to make. Your point is right, but we need to see how we can move forward and probably do a more revised budget when the new administration comes on board. The question on investment strategy, it has been our manifesto pledge to have a clear investment strategy. We have been partially successful on that. COVID did have an impact on our returns. As you know, we were primarily renting commercial properties, and commercial business went down, and hence our yield was pretty low, but it's picked up pretty significantly going forward. We have an investment policy paper that is presented at the conference, and we published the 3-year returns specifying each of the properties out there. So that will be presented at the conference, and the question that Rasul Bhai asked about yields of each property will manifest in that report that happens once in 3 years. And let me clarify the COEG question, that a joint KSIMC investment company was established in the previous administration with COEG because COEG was supposed to be self-sustainable. And World Federation had agreed at that point in time to inject certain amount of support to COEG to invest in real estate and properties together with the World Federation so that the income becomes perpetual. However, because of various reasons, it did not fully materialize, so the support to COEG partially continues, but partially it gets its investment income from this. It is a good model to adopt with other regions, I believe. With NASIMCO as well, we provide some support. If we can come up with a model that can work cross boundaries, I don't know whether it's feasible. With COEG, it has been a success. We are getting rental income. COEG is on the path towards self-sustainability, and if we can do the same with NASIMCO, it will be great. But that's something that we can explore. But for us, we inherited that, and we continue. As far as reliance on COMS is concerned, I would say not at all. If you look at the amount of COMS, and I don't think Rasul Bhai got the right numbers, and Sajjad, you will correct me that I'm wrong, the COMS has been pretty consistent year by year, and bear in mind, under the Brampton Accord, ideally, regions should be channeling their COMS to His Eminence through the World Federation. Africa Federation has been the only region that has fully implemented that. COEG is implicit because COEG and World Federation have used one ijaza. With NASIMCO, because of compliance, that did not continue. However, Alhamdulillah Ta'ala, with Pakistan Federation, a mechanism has been worked out. Alhamdulillah, we are back on the Brampton Accord with Pakistan Federation. The point being, Africa Federation spends its own Sahih-e-Imam, Pakistan Federation spends its own Sahih-e-Imam, and we, as a collective committee, remit our Sadat to His Eminence. Let me confirm to you that as far as World Federation's COMS policy is concerned, we only use COMS primarily in Tabligh activities, Islamic education in particular. Most of the budget and the COMS that we get is, or capital projects where ijaza is permissible. And that's why, even coming to your question about the 20 million, if you look at 2022 and 23, Harefield project of Hujjat took a major component. Birmingham project was also another component. Leicester is another component. All these carry COMS. So a lot of those donations are related to capital projects. If you remove the capital projects out, our COMS and Africa Federation's COMS pretty much consistent over the years in the range of around 4 million, which is a drop in the ocean of the COMS of the Khoja Shia International Community. It is a drop in the ocean. None, I would say. Very few of major donors give any COMS to the World Federation. I'll be very honest. Everybody has their own ijazah. This is another subject for another day. People have their own ijazah, they spend their own imam, and they come and say, Sadat Leilio. And we become more of an entity that, okay, Sadat is good, because that's why I talked about the importance of Sadat and using Sadat to support the Sadats who are suffering right now. No education, no housing, nothing. Sadat can be optimized. But when it comes to imam, 98% of the World Federation semi-imam comes from small donors. From 50 pounds to 10 pounds, which is a sustainable proposition, alhamdulillah. That is why there is consistency. But big donors don't come. And if we as a community really want the institution to grow COMS to 100, 200 million, which is easily possible. So if there is no COMS dependency, in a way it's good, because it forces us to look at 80%. We have been successful in raising 80%. COMS would be a bonus, I see, rather than dependency. There is absolutely no dependency other than tabligh and Islamic education. And this is where there is a weakness, because donors love to give in education, donors love to give in housing, donors love to give in microfinance, donors love to give in humanitarian. But when it comes to tabligh projects, supporting the ulama, changing the mindset of our way of tabligh, very, very few donors come forward. And that is why we are dependent on COMS. And it's the same with Africa Federation under the Bilal Muslim Mission projects. So again, I hope that answers your question implicitly. As far as Rasul Bhai's comments are concerned, I think most of it has been responded to. Suffice to say that the investment strategy that needs to be adapted, inshallah, in future, we will look into that, and there is a pledge also to do that. NGO, again, Rasul Bhai, you raised the issue of the NGO office. Again, I reiterate that no COMS collection is required. We are focused on donations coming from the West for the East, and the main issue is operational efficiency. If we don't have an office in Pakistan, we have to rely on our local charities here. And now the regulation is getting so strict that they want to ensure that the charity in UK should get to the end recipient in the best and most proficient manner. That FCR account issues all is causing major strain to us. Donations are sitting in London. We are unable to remit that, and that is why we are thankful to partners who have supported us, but it is not sustainable without a local presence. So it is operational efficiency that requires boots on the ground, not money. Money will come from the West. It is coming here. Pakistanis, alhamdulillah, the community itself is providing support locally, and we are aiding to that support by ensuring that compliance is required when donations come to us in the West. Foundation fund, I think we're talking about that. I know your donor policy has also been discussed. The last question of Shahid Murji about whether there is any gift of Seme Sadat. No, 50% of Aga's full money goes to His Eminence, and there is no opportunity or availability of any gift. However, I must say that in the past, when World Federation has had certain challenges, like other regions, normally you go to Aga and explain your challenges, and Aga gives some certain dispensations over a brief period of time so that you can levelize yourself and then repay that back. Those things have happened in the past. But as far as the hukuk is concerned, 50% is Sadat, 50 is Imam. Within the Imam, you are allowed certain administrative costs. That's a different subject. But there is no additional gift per se or commission, as you call it. Those things do not exist. So I hope I've covered most of it. If there's any particular question.
There are two more questions, but may I fill in some of the gaps as well?
Yes,
There are four more. Thank you.
Mark.
So, Rasul Bhai, you had a question about tenders and consultants. We are super stringent in regards to this. You will know that if you are a registered entity in the United Kingdom and you employ staff abroad, you cannot be on the normal payroll in the UK, so hence you have to go down the consultancy route, if you understand me. So when we do roles, any jobs, we publish them, we advertise them, and dependent on how the role, hours, office hours, and so on and so forth. And we get applicants. And you will see that the number of people who we have as a ratio abroad versus the United Kingdom has levelized. So we truly have become much more in different countries. So I just want to say from that point of view, from a consultancy point of view, that there's both a starting point, that when you hire someone, that we go out transparently, and you will see them as far as in regards to costs as well. The other part, when it comes to tenders, be that for websites, tools, and other kind of things, and we Sajjad Bhai just said, then again, we would at least have, if not an open tender, we would have a closed tender depending on what kind of risk versus reward we would look at, depending on what we are looking for. But we would be transparent again to this body for how we are going about doing that as well. In regards to, I just wanted to explain, and I think the best examples are those which are tangible. Zaid Abbas Bhai, you asked about that how come the costs have, for example, gone up as far as marketing and communications is concerned. Actually, if you look through years by years, it's actually gone down. But it all depends on how you show the marketing communications. Myself as the Secretary General or through the Secretariat versus the Treasury, we always fight. And how do we fight? Not about spending, no. He's very nice Assistant Treasurer as well as Treasurers, fantastic, no problem. No, rather, how do you allocate the costs? Do you allocate the costs to the department who uses it, or is marketing it a department of its own? It's always this perpetuum mobile about where does the money go in. But if you see the forecast, that there is additional hiring forecast in there, and that is to be transparent, to say that, no, we must hire more. And I'll give you an example. We have introduced the year of the Quran and now the year of the Thaqalain. That's awareness or not? Yes. Who will do that? Marketing. Hawza Online, as President Saab says, was not in the manifesto. Rather, it came Ras Al Khaimah, and we basically went up with the idea and we said that there is a certain budget. But does it also mean that it carries marketing and additional technological costs, which is marketing based? Yes, additional as well. iCare was not established fully in the beginning, but it has its own journey. For every seminar, for every conference, for every publication, there's further marketing. That's the demand. A Quran has come in, a Juz has come in for Islamic education. It was not in the beginning that we will come out with a tafsir. Now we are on tafsir project, and we are going to have 1 to 1.5 on average Juz coming out every year. Again, marketing. When it comes to census project, I look at Shiraz Bhai here. When it comes to the very beginning, we started with the census later on when it comes to the mandate period. But it comes in hand with so-called a portfolio or with the department. Marketing goes hand in hand. I look at Pakistan with the amazing idea of code bashing. Within few days/weeks, we have to come out with it, hand in hand, with a federation, with a Jamaat, we work again. Who will do it? Hand in marketing. When it comes to education department, an education department strategy was set out in December of 2021 in Ras Al Khaimah. We gave an update in September of 22 in Australia that we have now established a department. We had new part. Abbas Bhai, who is the head of department, then hired new additional people. Now, for new Zainabia child sponsorship scheme, and you will get seen all the papers which go out. Again, it's in-house marketing. You look at the number of videos which is produced by the World Federation compared to every regional federation, compared to every Jamaat, it's exponential. I look at Sipten Bhai Merchant here. He said, oh, your pack is really professional, alhamdulillah. So we can actually cross-fertilize and see that. How did it become professional? How did the video come about? Again, it's a marketing communication job again. So what we are doing is we're using a suit which is the size of extra small for an organization which is triple XL. So you can't do that in the same way. So we need to expand the cost as such. So what you've seen a journey of how we increase with transparency. I would only like to say the truth here as well, a bit more. Maybe that we have underestimated the budget actually, as far as that is concerned. So I just wanted to put it on a lopside, if that makes sense. I think those are the few examples. In regards to breakdown, I think there was a question on MCE from Rasul Bhai. If I know that is, but it was a question about others. If we can maybe answer that one, which is remaining. Thank you.
Mohammad Ali Bhai, are there questions not answered from what you, if you can quickly remind us, we can address those, and then we'll try and see if we can culminate.
It's income versus khums. Income,
No,
why
income-
is it that we don't have income, which is,
Yeah, Sajjad Bhai se sawal hai, why the income has gone almost half. Same likewise expenditure. I had a question about that. Okay, how would you be able to fetch it in 4 months? You must be knowing the figures for the 3 months. You must have the answer for that. Second question was that you under many heads you have budgeted on the percentage basis. The percentage is fixed, or on the actual basis you saying. The third question was that okay, yeah, investment income has gone lower down. Well, I think so. Mr. President has already answered for that. And the new expenses budget you have increased, but on not all of them, but few of them, 1 or 2, I think so. You have added the budget expenditure increase, 150,000 and something like that. What about the other expenses? These were my simple questions to you. Thank you.
So do you mean you want to know the reasons for the increase for the other items on the budget, on the secretariat or departmental? Okay, and your first question on the income, were you talking about the secretariat funding or the total income? So total income, the reason for why it's gone from 20 million to proportionately 10 million, yeah? So mainly it's in 2022 we had the Harefield project, and we collected, as you can see, I don't know if we can share the graphic again, 27% of the 20 million was towards Harefield. And in 2023 we haven't collected as much because 2022 was the year Harefield was completed, the purchase anyway. So 2023 we haven't collected as much. I think we'll just show it on screen just now. It will be the slide 3, sorry. Yeah, you see the green chunk at the top? That's all Harefield, or majority of it anyway. And that's so I did try and explain that if we took out that Harefield element, in 2020 we would be at 15 million. So almost 5 million is that 20%, 27%. And if we do a comparison for 2023, where we've got to so far, and what we're targeting is almost parallel, 14 to 15 million again for 2023 as well.
Okay.
So Harefield was a one-off, but if you look at overall, we're pretty much on par with the previous year. Your second part is the departmental. So if we can go to the MCE. MCE others is made up of salaries and consultants. I think that was Rasul Bhai's question.
Yeah.
Apologies, I missed that. Yeah.
It has been answered.
Yeah? Okay.
Thank you.
May I just say about salary and consultants, yeah? So we have, as an executive council, appreciated that we are going to have RSC, self-education. We have Quran curriculum, and we have also the curriculum of MCE, which Tarbiyah is known as. So the number, I'm just saying that the number is not surprising when it comes to it. So I just wanted to express that this is a key point, that why that line is that big, and I'm answering Rasul Bhai's question specifically. Thank you very much.
I think we have a couple more people. I think we need to try and close this. Zaiba, we take your point. So we have 3 people, and I think we will close with that because we have 2 things we still have to do from a governance perspective. We have to adopt the 2024 budget. And 2 is we need consensus whether you want us to elect a treasurer between now and the conference or not. We need guidance on both these issues. So we are running short of time. So I think we should allow Rasul Bhai first, Amin Bhai second, and then Zair Abbas Bhai last. Thank you. Rasul Bhai.
Thank you, and thank you all 3 of you for for addressing those concerns. Just a point. I'm not questioning the salaries that you are paying your staff. You know, I don't have any objections or issues regarding that. It was just that the title said others, and I was just, you know, wanting to know what that was made up of. But thank you for clarification on that. The second point is, I think, Sardabai, you mentioned that I got my figures wrong for the Kums, about £6 million. I've taken that £20 million donation, and on the graph that we just saw, I think it's 31%. So 31% of 20 million is around about 6.2 million.
That's the capital
So
project, capital project part of the Kums, because there was capital projects there of 3 different entities. That's why the Kums was higher than the normal Kums we collect for general Islamic education activities. I hope that answers your question.
So the 27, so the 31% that you've got, that's total. The Imam Kum.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Distribution is different.
Yes.
I'm not talking about that, but yeah, that's fine. So we're on the same figures. Just wanted to clarify that. Coming back to the gifts and donations, this is causing a lot of confusion, and I think it's causing a lot of misunderstanding and unnecessary aggro for you, the office bearers. So if gifts is a very small element, and whether it's a one-off payment or a reoccurring payment, then it's a donation in my understanding. You may need to get advice from your auditors or from your accountants. But then why are we putting gifts and donations? Just have it as gifts, and just have it as donations, sorry. And if there is a particular gift that has been given to you explicitly, then you can probably show that in the notes, that it's included on that. It's just that moving forward, there isn't this issue on that. And the reason I ask this, and I think again it was raised, I think in the legal case, is that when we're looking at donor-driven donations coming in, where the donor explicitly asks for the money to be given to a specific cause, I'm not sure. Do we charge any sort of fees on that? Do we get a cut from that? So, for example, if a donor gives us X amount of money, is there a percentage that the World Federation keeps or not? I'm not sure. And if you could answer that, that would be helpful as well. But I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just wanting to know whether there's a process or policy in place for donor-driven. And again, perhaps we can have this discussion at a later date when we actually discuss about offices on the ground. When we have these, if we are taking donor-driven donations, i.e. where the donor requests where the end purpose of this donation needs to be at, then these office issue and your whole point about being able to identify that the money is being spent in the right cause, and hence the requirement of the office you're suggesting. Again, how would that work in light of if we are collecting these donations? So that's a point I'd like to make.
Thank you, Rasul. I'll quickly respond to that because I'm cognizant of time and we need to move to the next agenda, which is an exciting agenda in terms of pillars of economic upliftment. As far as the donor-driven point is concerned, let me make it clear that as again it appeared in the court, it was very clear from our response that nothing is done outside the objects of the charity. There are 3 objects of the charity: propagation of the faith of the Ahlul Bayt, educating the community, and economic upliftment. Donor-driven means that if I'm a donor and I want World Federation to channel money to education in India or Pakistan or Africa, they come to us with a value proposition. If it fits within our manifesto agenda, we do it. If it doesn't fit directly into the entities we work with, where due diligence needs to be taken care of, where legal input is required, there is a cost. Yes, we charge 3% admin fees for those. Any project that is within the bounds of the World Federation has already been approved by the conference. We don't charge any administrative fee. There are very few by and large numbers that qualify for the 3% administration fees. As you see from the accounts, the numbers are no more than 5 figures that we collect from the administrative fee. It's very small, which implies that most of the projects are driven by the agenda or the objects of this charity and the house. As far as your point of gift and donation is concerned, you are spot on, Rasul Bhai. We ourselves were debating that. Sometimes it's a blessing when something comes up, and we were also looking at these categories that we inherited from previous administrations, and we agree with you that considering that gift is a very small portion, we are reconsidering it going forward, whether we should be removing that altogether or rephrasing the donations to make it clear. I believe this is an action point that the Treasury is looking into, and is a very valid point, Rasul Bhai, we take on board. I hope that I've responded to your questions. Let's quickly move to Amin Bhai and then Zair Bhai, and then we will close. We will have to adopt the 2024 budget. Bismillah.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ હું જરાક જ ખૂંસ બારામાં નુકતા પૂછું આપણે સેમ પેજમાં છે કારણ કે તમે આગાની ઓફિસ ઉપર સાથે હો છો લિંકમાં અને જેવી રીતના તમે ઇજાઝા હોલ્ડર છે એવી રીતના હું પણ થ્રુ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન માય પોઝિશન તો આપણે પણ જેમ તમે કીધા કે ખૂમ્સ વધારે તબલીગ એરિયામાં વાપરે છે અને ફેડરેશનનો રોલ એવું હોય છે કે એને જમાતને સપોર્ટ કરવાનું હોય છે. ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ તમે એમસીના પ્રોગ્રામ આઈ કેર માશાલ્લાહ હાઉઝા ઓનલાઈન એમાં તમને કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન આપું છું. ખરેખર તમે તમારા પ્રેરોગેટિવમાં છો કારણ કે આ એક ફેડરેશનનું કામ નથી કે જે આવું કરી શકે. તો આ તો તમને હાર્દિક આપણે મુબારકી આપે છે. પણ ખૂબ્સ બારામાં શું થાય છે, આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન ઇજાઝા હોલ્ડર છે, તમે છો, અને ઘણી વખત ઘણા કાઉન્સિલર ટેન્શન ક્રિએટ કરે છે બિટવીન આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન અને વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન. જેમ તમે કીધા કે તમારું વધારે ડોનેશન પાર્ટ હોય છે, આ મેં ખૂમ્સ આવે પણ ફેડરેશન ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ આફ્રિકા જમાતને સપોર્ટ કરે છે. તો આપણે જે એ ખૂમ્સ વાપરે છે આપણે આગાના ઇજાઝાના એરિયામાં વાપરે છે, એ ઇજાઝાના અંદર છે. હવે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ ઘણા ટ્રબલ કરે છે કે ના આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનને તમે ખૂમ્સ ના આપો અને આપો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનને. તો મને તો ખબર છે તમારા તરફથી નથી, પણ આવી ચીજો સારી નથી કારણ કે આપણે ઇજોરન ફેડરેશન તમારા મેમ્બર છે, આપણે રેસ્પેક્ટફુલીથી એકબીજા જાય અને ખૂમ્સના લીધે જો ટેન્શન અને કોન્ફ્લિક્ટ ક્રિએટ થાય તો આ બરાબર ન કહેવાય. તો મેમ્બરો લોકોને આ બારામાં જરાક કેરફુલ રહેવું જોઈએ. અને તમે કીધા ને કે કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટમાં પણ ખૂમ્સ વાપરી શકે છે જો કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટ આગા આપણને પરમિશન આપ્યા હોય તો બરાબર છે ને એ એરિયા ખૂમ્સની વાપરવામાં. તબલીગી એરિયા કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટ જો આગા તરફથી રજા હોય તો આપણે એમાં ખૂમ્સ વાપરી શકીએ છીએ. તો આ જરાક મને નુકતો દેવો હતો કારણ કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન તમે પણ આપણા માવતર છો અને આગા સાથે લિંકમાં હો છો તો ઘણી વખત મેમ્બરો ખોટી રીતના શંકાઓ પેદા કરાવે છે અને મને લાગે છે કે એ વય બરાબર નથી. તો આપણે જે બિલાલ મિશન તબલીગી મોટી એરિયા છે, આપણે જમાતોમાં તબલીગી એરિયામાં વાપરે છે, જમાતોને સપોર્ટ કર્યા છે. ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ એમસી બધાએ આપણા મદ્રેસા માશાલ્લાહ આને અપનાવ્યા છે, પણ આપણને એને સપોર્ટ કરવું જોઈએ છે ફાઇનાન્શિયલી. તો આપણે તબલીગી વયમાં વધારે વાપરે છે અને આગા જે આપણને ઇજાઝા દીધા છે તો તમે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન છો, તમને ખબર છે કે આગા જ્યારે એક રિજનલ ફેડરેશનને ઇજાઝા આપે છે તો તમને એ ત્યારે પૂછતી હોય છે.
Thank you, Amin Bhai. Last, Zair Bhai.
Yeah, actually mine was a very quick question about income of MCE and there are some, because there are like for example E-Hausa has income. So does MCE have income, right? So I don't know, maybe, and I'm not good with accounts, please. So if you can just enlighten me on where that is captured.
Sure.
That was it.
Thank you very much. I think I'll close with that very quickly. Amin Bhai, capital project nu apna પાસે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનમાં એક પ્રોસેસ છે જેમ તમને ખબર છે કે કોઈ પણ જમાતને જો ઇજાઝો ખપતું હોય તો એ લોકો એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલમાં આવે અને પછી after deliberation and acceptance of this house, I issue the ijaza as the ijaza holder, and likewise you probably have the similar process in your region. And that is where we have the authority to approve that based on the consensus of this house. Zahir Bhai, we are, alhamdulillah, we have reached a stage in Tabligh where we are starting to generate income from certain projects, at least to sustain part of the expenses. Hausa Online is a profound example that the Treasurer provided, that there is a cost of £100,000 a year, and we have students from all across more than 40 countries, and there is a report on that later. More than 50% of that income is coming from online subscription. So we are subsidizing just under 50%, which is a good initiative, and it demonstrates that people can pay for certain courses, so that's good. MC as well right now, any madrasa, and we have got more than 90 madrasas worldwide, almost 10,000 children using the curriculum, and they are all online. Obviously, the portal that we have, a solid portal, every madrasa is now paying a subscription on behalf of the children, which is also income generating, and you will see again MC costs are partially offset by that, but we still have a long way to go as far as MC is concerned, but it's a good starting point. So wherever it's feasible, we do it. And obviously the rest has to be subsidized through homes primarily that we use. Okay, I think with this I will close. I mean, I'm sure we can continue discussing offline. There's an important agenda. But before I do that, from a governance perspective, we have two things to do. One is we need to adopt the 2024 budget that has been presented to you. We will review it again in June. But for good governance, we need, in May, for good governance, we need to adopt that. So I will ask either the Treasurer or the Secretary General in terms of the process for that. Process for adoption of the budget.
So, you have seen the budget. We have deliberated quite extensively. So I'm asking this House if we are ready to adopt it, and can I have anyone who would like to? Yeah, so I'm asking if someone can propose to adopt the budgets of 2024, and I see Zahir Abbas by Kimji's hand up together with the one, so proposal and seconder of Zahir Abbas Bhai and Zaid Bhai Wasnani. Anyone who has any objections, then please do bring up. This budget, which has been proposed, is now adopted by this House.
Thank you very much.
And also Qazi by Mehdi seconded it for the minutes. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
And the last point, again, for good order and governance is that, as you know, we don't have a treasurer right now. We have a capable assistant treasurer. We as the trustees, 5 of us, feel comfortable to continue with Sajjad Bhai's support and Zafar Bhai's voluntary support and the team of Muhammad Lakha and others at the Secretariat to continue till the conference in May, where we will be electing a new treasurer. However, if this House feels that we need to call an extraordinary conference to elect a treasurer for the interim period, well, not interim, but rather the remaining period of the term, then we will be taking your views. So I just need a quick consensus from this House so that we can complete this. I see people nodding that we can continue. Habib Bhai, Zahir Abbas Bhai, Mohsin Bhai. I think I can see a lot of consensus from majority here that we can continue. I think we take that as a sign that there is no objection for us. Thank you, Jazakallah. Thank you very much. And I take this opportunity really of thanking Sajjad Bhai. Sajjad Bhai, it's been very difficult for him. A young family in the court for 2 weeks, taking away, transitioning from Zafar Bhai, but he has delivered. And as you can see, the finances are, alhamdulillah, strong. And I pray to Allah that to guide the treasury team together with Muhammad Lakha and Hassan Bir Bhai, who support the Secretariat, and Zafar Bhai on a voluntary basis. So Jazakallah, and pleasure to recite salawat for the team.
Allah salli ala Muhammad.
What you have in your packs, we are now going to go to minutes. And when I said a whole list of activities which we do, we had multiple extraordinary EXCOs as well. So we will have minutes which will go, and there are 3 of them. And may I ask that starting with EXCO 4, and then the extraordinary 5 and 6 be put up. So we start with 4, please. Thank you. So the way which we're going to go through is going to go page by page. And of course, if there is something like a typo or something which is there, then we'll take it and then we'll leave it to matters arising. And if there are any changes, we will then take those changes from matters arising in the next one. So what you see in front of you is the EXCO 4 held in London. Slightly slower, please. Thank you. A bit faster. Thank you. Okay. We have now come to the end of minutes 4. I'd like to adopt those minutes, and if I may ask, is there anyone who proposes to adopt them, please? Minutes 4. Mohsin Bhai Giwala, yes, you are in attendance there. Propose, and seconded by Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant. Thank you. The EXCO 4 minutes are now adopted. We go to number 5, which was an extraordinary meeting. And we start going through the EXCO 5 one, please. And we have come to the end of this one as well, which is the Executive Council meeting, the extraordinary one, number 5. May I ask anyone to propose it? And Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant, you were present in that one. Thank you very much. And we can see that you were. And anyone who second it, please? May I ask anyone who would like to second the minutes, please? Kazim Bhai Mehdi is seconding it. And Abul Bhai as well. Thank you so much. And it is the EXCO 5 minutes are also adopted. Thank you. We go to number 6, page by page. Stop. Just pause it one moment. Yeah.
In the attendees of the extraordinary, this is which page? Page 28. It's no, I'm not sure if it's correctly captured. Those who attended online, those who attended physically.
Mm-hmm.
This is page 28, yeah?
Yes. So
this is which page?
Is your point regarding?
If you go to page 28 of this.
Yeah, can we go to page 28, please? And it's not something which we already passed, yeah? We already passed this one. We adopted this one. If you have anything, we can have it in the matters arising from. Okay, thank you. We continue on the the number 6 one.
So this is EXCO 6. Oh, we didn't have 2.
So we've come to the end of these as well. May I ask if wishes to propose to adopt these minutes as well, please? Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal proposes. Anyone seconding? Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant as well as Mohsin Bhai Giwala. Thank you. So these 3 minutes have been adopted. Can I have Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? From the matters arising from, Zahir Abbas Bhai, you had something regarding the the council meeting number 5.
So I think we got to be confused between the two, but also in terms of the extraordinary conference that was held in extraordinary meeting. Sorry, I think because it's online and then there's hybrid, and then there's, yeah, it's okay, it's fine.
It is fine?
I guess so.
Thank you. Habib Bhai, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
My question is on the Harefield property. So last time in the last executive council, there was a resolution which we passed, and we agreed that for proper governance, the WF will be doing additional work. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Sajjad Bhai mentioned that you guys have not heard anything further from the Stanmore Jamaat. So my question is, where do we stand now? Because if the Stanmore Jamaat comes and says, okay, we are moving forward, right, then have we completed our due diligence from corporate governance? So otherwise there's going to be a significant delay, and they will be under time pressure. So if you can just shed some light on that, please.
Sure, Habib Bhai, and thank you for the question. We always look at you when it comes to governance and making sure that things are done by the book. You are right. It's a chicken and an egg for us in terms of how much money do we spend on the due diligence. Right now, we have spent money at a high level, which gave us the initial conclusion, which we presented you at the extraordinary EXCO in November, that this deal is a no-brainer. However, much more detailed requirements were needed, cash flow projections, etc., etc. Some of that material we have already received from Hujjat. But however, Hujjat has requested us to grant them time till end of January. And that's why it's a chicken and egg, should we spend the money or not? And we felt that rather than getting the valuers and spending that quite a bit of money, let's wait for another month, and then we can move things. But at least as far as the back end of the deal is concerned, the data, the information, we've had several meetings with them and we have collated that. It's very difficult to know what direction they will go into. As is, we are on status quo with the provision that we have, but hopefully by end of January we should have clarity. And then we will embark upon the remaining key parts of the exercise and spend the money with the hope that we can bring it to the conference ultimately for completeness. However, we will share with the Executive Council by email any developments subsequent to once we officially hear from Hujjat.
So thank you, Safdar Bhai. So Khali, again, I just want to remind the House that one of the provisions in the resolution is that the EXCO will approve the final agreements. So I'm just worried about the time between now and the conference. As long as you're going to be sharing the email, which is fine. If an approval is required, you may have to call a conference, because I think the resolution calls for something extra. Maybe we should just review the resolution so we are in line.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are checking the resolution. We just want to make sure. My understanding of the resolution was that it will be subject to the due diligence. So approval was given subject to the fact that we complete that process. Now, we need to check the resolution to see whether we need to revert back to EXCO for approval through postal ballot or otherwise or not. Yeah, but point noted. We'll move on to the agenda, and we have asked Iqbal Bhai to check the exec resolution and can get back to us in the meantime.
Next on the agenda is an update from the Global Census Project. And to give a preamble, Mr. Chairman, if you would like to come in and Bismillah. And I'll ask Shiraz Bhai and Imran Bhai to come forward and be ready. Thank you.
So we enter a phase of the Executive Council meeting where we are now going to discuss the strategic pillar of economic upliftment in the Khoja Shia Ishnashri Muslim community. And there are three key pillars as far as economic upliftment is concerned. Number one being education, education, education. And as I had announced at the previous EXCO, I'm pleased to reconfirm the fact that Alhamdulillah Ta'ala, as far as education is concerned, there is no Khoja Shia Ishnashri member of the community that is deprived of higher education, primary or secondary as things stand. And here I would really like to commend and congratulate the Jamaat, Pakistan Federation, as well as the philanthropists from the trusts here in Pakistan who have all collectively contributed to ensuring that not a single child is deprived of that, and the World Federation is there to support the process. However, the education strategy update will be presented to us by Abbas Bhai later this evening. The second key pillar is microfinance. And in 2018, this House had started this process, and the progress of that will be reported to us as well very shortly. And last but not least is housing. At the last EXCO, we talked about the housing projects in India. Here in Pakistan also, we have put a team together to give us an update on the discussions that the stakeholders with the World Federation and the Pakistan Federation hand in hand with the philanthropists and the private trusts here in Pakistan to see how collectively we can work on a consensus to move towards housing, and that report will also be presented to us by Mohammad Bhai Rajpal in due course. But as a preamble to all this, the most important thing we feel is data, data and data. Jamaat has solid data, World Federation has solid data, but the data is not sufficient today to even identify whether we are 110,000 Khojas or whether 150 or whether 120, 25, let alone the head count. We don't even have the full demographics of how many families are under what segment of the community as far as poverty is concerned. Yes, we have fragmented data, we have reasonably good quality data, but when it comes to profound data that can shape the future of this community through the 2050 Khoja Shia Ishnashri strategic plan, census becomes critical, and Shiraz Bhai and his team have already started working on that. It's been almost a year since its inception. And there have been some important developments that we need to hear from him in the next stages so that whilst we work hand in hand on the strategy, we ensure that we collect that data and finalize the global census project. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Shiraz Bhai to present his report.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected scholars, President of the World Federation, Safdar Bhai Jafar, and office bearers, President of Regional Federations, leaders of various Jamaats, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is truly an honor to stand before you as the head of the World Federation Global Census. We gather here today not only as representatives of this mammoth project, but as leaders of a collective vision, a vision that seeks to understand and embrace the rich tapestry of a community that spans the world. It has always bothered me that we as a community have not had any data we can rely on. Hence, how does one plan for the future while using the resources effectively to overcome our challenges? Just 2 minutes ago, Safdar said we don't know whether we're 110,000 people or 125 or 150,000 people. And it bothers me, who has also been part of the leadership, that do we just plan rationally or irrationally, emotionally, without any data? That was what really...
Shirazbhai, where you came to rationally or irrationally, and 110 and how many we are, just pause there for a little moment.
Sure.
There are questions coming online. This is the point when it's a hybrid. It was the previous agenda item. I just want to clarify. There were 2 people who wanted to speak on matters arising, and they had come in time as well, and it's specifically Shahid by Murji and Rasul by Bhamani. We'll continue with this agenda item. Okay. We will go back to that part where they can pose their points regarding matters arising. So sorry I told you, but I want them to focus on your presentation as well and everyone else as well. So can I have a salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? Shirazbhai, rationally, irrationally, 110, how many are we? That's where we left off. Thank you. Bismillah.
Thank you very much. Okay. The World Federation Global Census Project is not merely a statistical endeavor. It is a testament to a commitment to knowledge, unity, and to the power of data to shape the better world for our future generation. Today, I wish to share with you the profound significance of this project and the transformative potential it holds for a global community. Can I have slide number 2, please? I just wanted to show you all that where we have reached and what is the task ahead of us. We have already done the first part of the exercise and the second part, which you can see in front of you. It is just to show you the stages that the team has been working on and what is left to be done. Before we share with you what lies ahead in terms of the census exercise, let me share with you the progress made since our last meeting in June 2023. Slide number 3, please. This slide basically shows the timeline on what has been taking place since we took over the project. It's not been an easy task, I must admit. Some of the federations have been very helpful in us in collecting the data. Some of the federations, we had a problem. I must admit, Africa Federation was top of the range in terms of delivery because we have done the census in Africa before. NASIMCO and COEG were also cooperative, but you will understand the data that we got from these 2 federations, how well they were compared to Africa Federation. However, I must admit that we had a problem with Pakistan and India. We eventually got the data from Pakistan in October, and that's why the data collection took time for us to analyze. Also, the Pakistan data, I must admit, and I've talked to the leadership here, that they did not do the head count. The whole exercise of our census head count was to do a head count on the day of Ashura throughout the world. Now, I understand the problems with India and Pakistan because Ashura, for them, it's not only Ashura, but the Julus also. So it makes it very difficult for everybody to be collected on one particular day in a mosque or a center. So hence, they had a difficulty, but Pakistan did give us the census from the records. India, on the other hand, a lot of problems, Mr. Chairman. My concern is that in the next phase, we will really need your input to help us to get more data from the federation that have not been so active in that front. Yeah? Slide number 5. Planning and preparation. This will basically show us that what was required in terms of planning and preparation for the census. And I already said it, that it was a problem doing the planning stage. Obviously, my team was very good at this thing. Outreach and awareness. We had been calling most of the federation heads, and we were directed to the Jamaats and to the grassroots. And we tried our level best to get everybody on the same page to understand why this data analysis is so important for us. Slide number 6. Data coverage. Data coverage pertains to the extent to which Jamaat within each region federation have submitted their data. Notably, our data coverage has been relatively high. It is imperative to clarify that data coverage should not be confused with data quality. While some federations have submitted data from all the centers, a substantial portion of this data lacks essential information, particularly in terms of the count of females and specific age groups. This deficiency significantly compromises the overall quality of the data. We like to present the data from 3 federations based on high to medium coverage quality. Africa Federation. Can I have the next slide, slide number 7, please? Both the coverage and the quality of Africa Federation data are exceptionally high, yielding an estimated total population of 20,344. An examination of the gender distribution across all age groups reveals an equitable 50-50 split. Notably, there is a marginal increase in the age group 0 to 5 years, likely attributed to children attending centers with their mothers. Furthermore, sorry, my apologies. Furthermore, a demographic bulge is observed in the age group 25 to 64 years, encompassing over 50% of AFET's population. While there are comparatively lower numbers in the younger and the senior age groups, the latter significance cannot be disregarded. Slide number 8. Co-age. Co-age exhibits high coverage with moderate data quality, resulting in an estimated population of 11,307. Similar demographic features to Africa Federation was evident in the population pyramid. Slide number 9. NASIMCO, while the quality of data was high in NASIMCO, the data coverage was relatively low to 46%. Consequently, the estimated population may not be fully representative due to the non-participation of key Jamaats with significant population. The demographic structure aligns with patterns observed in previous federations. Just for record, the number of heads in the following feds as what we received is as under: Australia 293, Pakistan Federation 30,812, India Federation 8,034. Mind you, India, Bombay, and Bhavnagar did not submit any data. Hence, the figures are low. Slide number 10. An oversearching analysis underscores the balanced gender distribution across all age bands in almost all federations. Notably, approximately 50-52% of the population falls within the working age group of 25 to 64, presenting an opportunity to leverage the skills and financial contribution. However, this also signals the importance of planning for older age groups, considering the upward bulge due to the declining birth rates and improved healthcare, leading to a decrease in mortality rates. Planning for retirement through Jamaat saving schemes or group pension schemes is recommended. Approximately 30% of our population is under 18 years, requiring clarity on education paths, funding, career counseling, and more. It is essential to provide a clear outline on foundation funds for education costs and to organize more youth-oriented spiritual programs. It is crucial to recognize that these findings and deductions stem from brief overall analysis of the simple headcount exercise. The potential for obtaining extensive data and formulating strategic plans become even more important in detailed census exercises. Slide number 11. There are invaluable learning gleaned from a headcount initiative. As we move forward in a pursuit of the World Federation Global Census Project, it is essential to acknowledge the crucial insights that will shape our strategies and approach. One of the key takeaways from the headcount initiative is the imperative to tailor our strategies for each different federation. The geographical and population differences among the federations requires a rational approach. What seems seamless in one region may not be as effective in another. Hence, our strategies must be flexible, adaptive, recognizable, and unique in character for each different federation. At this juncture, I'd like to call upon Brother Imran Sherali, whom you all know is part of our Global Census Project team and is an able WF counselor. Imran heads the team responsible to prepare the questionnaires for the census together with the support from each federation. And he will take us through, and I'll invite Imran to please join me now. And I'll come back to give you my closing remarks on the census exercise. Yeah? I'm running fast because of the time. Yeah.
The chair of the meeting, Pramukh Sahib, office bearers, councillors present here today and those who are joining us virtually, and elders of the community. Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This census project is supposed to be co-created together with the regional federations in order to better plan and deliver meaningful long-term strategies for the constituent Jamaats who are links to our families and our communities. So we've come this far after having completed the headcount exercise, and we've taken time to review, reflect, and synthesize our learning. The development of the questionnaire has reached a stage where we have put together thematic areas which we feel might cover just enough for each regional federation to look and decide what is applicable within their context and their focus areas. Next slide, please. There will be two sections within the questionnaire. One will be a standard section which will be rolled out across all the federations. And the second part will be specific and tailor-made for each federation. Keeping that in mind, the first part will therefore allow and be integral in developing our global community profile, and the second section will be specific and highlight insights and the dynamics of each federation. So allow me to take you through the themes that we have identified, which is a full menu of what could be on the list of information that we may want to gather. Again, let me emphasize, not every theme is applicable to every region. We will be working closely with every region and decide which themes are relevant and leave out those which are not. The first one is demographics. So this is the basic set of information extending from the headcount survey a few notches higher up. So population sizes, distribution of age brackets, gender distribution, and we will look into ethnic population and places where we have both Khojas and non-Khojas living together. We'll have geographic distribution, urban and rural settings, and also looking at migration patterns, both within the countries, within the regions, and globally as well. So these are the sorts of information that we will be gathering from the demographic section. The second one is socioeconomic status, which may look at how wealthy we are as a community, employment patterns, business patterns, financial stability within family structures. This is the kind of information that will also help and support the housing strategy that we want to develop. The third theme is health and wellness. We will look at the health profile of our community, the types of illnesses and health-related matters that need to be looked into in a bit more depth, which could be rolled out to prevent, to roll out preventative healthcare mechanisms and explore ways to further improve our behavioral patterns. But also, this can be used in negotiating medical insurance packages so that we can better cater for our communities and for our families. The fourth theme is education. That's pretty straightforward, understanding patterns in primary, secondary, and access to higher education, and develop a profile that looks at literacy levels across regions, but also the breadth of higher education specialists that we have across the world, trends and patterns when you compare our higher education specialists with employment rates. And this will then further improve and build into our education strategy. The fifth area is spirituality. In this section, we will work closely with IRE, Islamic Religious Education, and set indicators that will support the Mother Department and its strategies together with the regional federation and their respective tabligh boards. So questions largely surrounding madrasa, both qualitative and quantitative in nature, access to spiritual guides, practices, and other support mechanisms will be explored. Number 6 is cultural preservation and heritage. Need I say more? આપણે આપણું માતૃભાષા સાચું છે ને? A lot of effort has been made by the World Federation and Regional Federation and local Jamaats in developing this particular area. And we want to ensure that this is as effective as we can. So to get a perspective on how this is actually being delivered on the ground is what we will also cater to. And the information will then be further delivered so that we can create more relevant content for our programs. The 7th theme is infrastructure and technology. This is an area that could look into access to clean and safe water, sanitation, housing conditions, access to electricity, technology, digital inclusion, and access to the internet. This may be applicable to some sections of the communities, particularly in rural areas. So we put this in just to ensure that we cover all possible scenarios. Number 8 is economic development. Our ancestors, for those who are rooted within East Africa region, know that our ancestors were business people. They were entrepreneurs. This is an area of importance to see what are the trends today, a century later. Number 9 is social inclusion and equality. As a minority, and maybe even a marginalized group within the Ummah today, and within certain parts of the region, matters pertaining to gender, social justice, human rights have taken over discussion platforms. Information within this sphere may be relevant to some federations. Number 10 is environmental sustainability. As responsible Muslims, our duty to protect Mother Earth and this beautiful creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ought to be just as important as any other matter we deal with. So we may explore areas surrounding conservation efforts, adaptation, and natural resource management. The last one is governance and political participation. Even though we may not have a system that is ready for the reappearance of Imam al-Mahdi, Ajjalallahu ta'ala farajahu sharif, this man-made system that governs us today needs constant review and work. It might be helpful to understand, for example, participation rates within regions, gender-based participation, in order to further explore and improve on our man-made governing systems. These 11 thematic areas covers largely the entire scope of the questionnaire that we intend to deliver together with the regional federations. And again, I wish to re-emphasize that the development and the creation of these questionnaires will be specific to each region. We will co-create these questions together with the federations within this general framework, and for that we humbly seek even more indulgence and even more stronger collaboration with each and every regional federation. I also want to mention on behalf of Sajjad Bhai Karamsi, who is handling or is in charge of the rollout program for the census project, is that the rollout plan will also be co-designed along with the regional federations, and we will work with them to identify either a single, a dual, or multiple methods for rollout. So they could be only digital, they could be manual, or they could be a combination of methods that we would roll out depending on the region and what is most effective within their area. That pretty much covers the questionnaire side of things. If you allow me to pause here and hand it back to the chair, Shiraz Bhai.
Slide number 14, please. In Surah Ra'd, verse number 11, Allah says, surely Allah does not change the condition of people until they change their own conditions. In the forthcoming slides, I'm privileged to present data from Africa Federation, and I'd like to thank the chairman of Africa Federation for allowing us to use the census data of 2018. Thank you. Slide number 15. Next slide. Housing data. Examining the data revealed that as of 2018, only 20% of individuals were homeowners in Africa. The majority of the population either resided in rented accommodation or shared living spaces. While acknowledging the commendable housing initiative undertaken by Africa Federation, this information provides an understanding of housing dynamics within our community. The next slide. We looked at the employment status. The data highlights that in 2018, 10% of individuals were unemployed and an additional 9% were retired. Both these groups pose potential strains on the community resources. Understanding the employment landscape is crucial for effective resource allocation and support initiatives. Spiritual fulfillment. In 2018, the member played a pivotal role in spiritual fulfillment under Africa Federation. Apart from member, 49% of the people get spiritual fulfillment from the internet. This is a challenge that I believe that we need to look at because we don't have any control on the modalities of the internet. Slide number 18, marriage status. The data underscores the prevalence of single, widowed, and divorced members within our community, a well-known fact. Over time, the proportion of unmarried and a single individual has also increased. This data offers valuable insight for comprehensive planning purposes. Other details that we also managed to get in the sense of 2018 was only 25% of the college students went further for degrees and masters. 49% of the population have health issues. Only 40% of the population are active, and only 30% have medical insurance. Other challenges while we are doing the census of Africa in 2018, the challenges were almost the same that what Saftabai mentioned, some of them. Education, housing, empowerment of youths and ladies, spiritual fulfillment, marriage, senior citizens, entrepreneurship. On entrepreneurship, I would also ask this House to look at reverse migration. Is it not time for us to look at transporting people from India back to Africa where there's a lot of potential? Something to think about. This data underscores the importance of the census exercise. It serves as a critical tool for informed decision-making, resource allocation, and community planning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are between 125 to 150,000 people. We don't have data. I have traveled and worked in different regions, and I believe we are one of the richest communities in the world with per capita income of 200,000 per head, higher than Luxembourg. I also know that we have a huge pool of educated and professional youths in our community. Then the question I ask myself, how come we have been talking about challenges still? I honestly believe that through the census exercise, we will be able to quantify the quantum of the problem and put in policies and mechanisms to solve the issues through a team of experts to look at the strategic planning for 2050, which the chairman has a vision for. If you look at China, China was one of the poorest countries in the world. It took them 30 years to go out of poverty. They took out 700 million people out of poverty in 30 years. If you look at Singapore, Singapore is a first-class country today. It took them 30 years to make sure that Singapore becomes a first-class country through strategic policies that they put into the country. I believe that for our population of 125 to 150,000, is it really a challenge? I think it's just peanuts. We can do it. We have all the resources. The only problem is that we don't have data, and we don't have a team to put a strategic plan for us to get out of these challenges that we have. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, we can get there. In conclusion, I'm filled with optimism, and we stand at the forefront of this historic initiative. The World Federation Global Census Project is not just a snapshot of a world, it is a dynamic, living document that will evolve with time, reflecting the challenging contours of a global community. Together, let us embrace this opportunity to shape a future where knowledge from data collected paves the way for understanding our community and its challenges, and be able to allocate resources efficiently, with knowledge at hand rather than emotionally, to create a more harmonious world for generations to come. At this juncture, I extend my profound gratitude to the World Federation office bearers for the unwavering support, regional federations, chair, secretariats, and admin staff for their pivotal collaboration, and Jamaat leaders for their support and success in this headcount that we've done. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my dedicated team, whose tireless effort, input, and support makes all this possible. Your collective commitment has been driving force behind our success, showcasing the power of unity in achieving shared goals. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the report from the census team. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Shiraz Bhai, for that update and report together with Imran. Imran Bhai, Jazakallah, and may Allah bless your team. In light of the importance of this subject, I would like to allow for a little time of discussion. I know we are running behind time as far as schedule is concerned, but I think this is a very important subject that without data, we cannot sustain the future of the community. Data does exist. From when I speak to Pirai Jamaat, there is quite a bit of data there. When I look at Africa Federation 2018, there is quite a bit of data there. When I was in India with Mumbai Jamaat, they said there's quite a bit of data there, but I still fail to grasp myself the challenges of putting it together and having a profound way forward. And we have heard the team with some of the challenges they've had. They will need your support. So I think it'll be important to hear at least one view from each region, if I may ask. At least one view from each region in terms of your engagement with the team and the challenges you see in terms of collecting the data, and how can we support the team and give them the best so that they can collect the data in good time. And then we can conclude with a few comments that I would have at the end. So I'll open the floor at least for one representation from each region to start with, if that's okay. That doesn't mean other councillors cannot speak, but it'll be... Can you make a list? I'll ask the Secretary General to keep a tab, but please, Abul Bhai, you start.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Undoubtedly, data is the key to many decisions, and information is the vital input for planning. Alhamdulillah, the data that we have is well organized. The census request for providing data of the day of Ashura was a challenge here because dynamics are different. That could not be done. That period coincided with the Ayam-e-Adha, so it had to wait. And eventually the data was shared. I spoke to Shiraz Bhai Walji earlier today, and hopefully this evening we'll arrange a meeting with our census department and membership department, and that should, inshallah, resolve the issue.
We have Zaira Baskimji, and then followed by Agha Shahidi, and then Raza Bhai Bojani. Bismillah.
So first of all, very well done to the team, alhamdulillah. Just one thing which I would like us to remember is we have done many censuses in the past, especially when it comes to Jamaat level. And I feel, and whenever we have done membership on the ground, they tell you, again, you're doing a census, again, you want us to fill this form and do this and do that. So they find, due to the past experiences, they don't find value in it because they don't see it. Okay? So that's one part. Somehow maybe the participation is a bit low because we were like, here we go again with the census and fill this form and form that form. A solution to that could be, there's a WF app now, and we can have a profile of each family. So the region collects the data, it is uploaded onto a certain platform, because now, for example, today, if I have one child, and then next year I have another child, you don't expect me to fill out the whole form again, my contact details, where I live, my name, my wife's name, all that, my first child's name, it becomes very cumbersome to do. So if it can be just an update, for example, if I just, it can, once the next child is born, or maybe if he gets married to a second wife, he can just upload it onto the app that now I have extra family members, so that it doesn't become a cumbersome exercise. Shukran.
Just to put a disclaimer, that was not a recommendation to anyone. Agha Shahidi, Bismillah.
In addition to what our President, Mr. Abul Hassan Gokul, has said, we have a little bit work for the second data. We had done it in 2010-11. And as per our schedule and planning, we wanted to do it after 10 years, like in 2020 or 21. But due to COVID and other things, couldn't able to do. But over here, because the community is quite large in number and also scattered in various areas, this time we won't be able to do on the basis of volunteers. We'll have to go through professionals, some organization, so they can do it professionally, commercially, so we can get the best of the data. Maybe again it would not be 100%, but better than what we have. Okay, at the moment we have more than 30,000 numbers which is registered with us. But as per our calculations, we are more than 55,000. But again, it should be done in numbers, and forms should be filled. Secondly, our census are not only head counts. If you see our membership form and all this thing, our membership form contains the requirement of census, which asks them for their income bracket, their health, about their health, if they have any diseases, dependents, their hobbies, and different things which has been required. So that would be there about their housing, it is rental or owned by them or whatever. So we can plan accordingly, especially about education, health, and housing. These are the key things which we need to ask them, and that's what has been mentioned. But not to make it challenging for them, at times we are relaxed, so many people do not fill the entire form. So again, this time, inshallah, when we go for the census, we will try our level best that people should fill the entire form, or at least 90% of that form, so we can get the basic things to analyze in our plannings, that where our community stands in their housing, their health, their education, their business or income. So inshallah we will go for that. But for that, what we have estimated, we need at least $40,000 to $50,000 to work on this, because it's not just a game of volunteers at this moment. So it's a huge amount. We need to we need to raise this amount, but inshallah we will go for it. Another thing which has been said, the dates about the Ashura and these things, we need to be we need to have these census in the days, in the time when people are more easy to access to them. So inshallah we will go for it, and inshallah with the guidance of Shiraz Bhai, inshallah we will try to complete this data, inshallah, in this term of 2024. Inshallah we hope for that.
Reza Bhai Bujani, please.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Firstly, I think great data and great initiative by World Federation on this exercise. I think data is something very important for us as well. One of the things that Shiraz Bhai mentioned in his presentation, and I think that's something that we need to look out for, is that each region is different and has their different challenges. So I wanted to raise and mention that I've discussed this with Shiraz Bhai separately as well, is that each region has to be looked at differently. and the census project has to be um, done differently for each region. So for instance, in Australia, you have limitation in providing information, and there are different jamaats as well. Local jamaats are different, and there's some jamaats, for instance, Khoja Jamaat Melbourne, do not even have a center of their own, and hence it was difficult for us to gather information on the day of Ashura from them. So each have their own challenges, but I believe if we have something around like getting in the local jamaats involved early into the process and get them to support the federations, and have some sort of an ease of collection of data and start with basic data and then enhance it. So I like the idea of having it in the app, and updating it. So something which we can make it very easier for the people to give their information. And I personally know that people are concerned, especially in Australia, about giving all the information that we're looking for. And it will pose a lot of challenges, but we have to work around those challenges, and hence the involvement of local jamaats would be very important in the beginning. Thank you.
Before we go to Ibrahim Bhai, I just wanted to say that Raza Bhai Bujani was supposed to be here. And he is struck with 2 family calamities in only a matter of a week. Both father-in-law and brother-in-law passed away. We take a moment here to recite Surah Al-Fatiha. For those who don't know, that Raza Bhai Bujani is actually the Secretary General of Australasia, a gem of a guy. So I do encourage anyone to network with him, and it's actually a fantastic pleasure to work with him. Ibrahim Bhai, Bismillah.
Thank you. I guess it was one of us, so I got the short straw here. So I think that if anybody said that this was going to be easy, they were obviously mistaken, because we all know that this is a difficult task to do. Nobody likes to fill out surveys. Nobody likes to give information. So it's always going to be difficult. I think that one of the things that we've started at NASIMCO is having a liaison person from each Jamaat, and I think that helps to try to get communication. So if you have somebody, so right now we have a liaison to every Jamaat, and most of the time it's a member of the executive committee. So it really helps to drive the programs through to the grassroots. So I think that's one way of doing it. I mean, the other way, I think that Zair Abbas mentioned, maybe going away from paper to some sort of a digital app platform might be beneficial. So just another idea. And then finally, let's face it, we're all Khojas and bribery works. A samosa or something to incentivize people to fill out the survey will work. So maybe try that. That might help. Yes, and Habib Bhai says the questionnaire needs to be short and sweet. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Javed Baishruf.
Assalamu alaikum, Safdar Bhai, office bearers, and my friends at WF. Just a quick update. I've been waiting for quite a long time, and thank you, Safdar Bhai, for the opportunity to speak up. One thing first, as you said, Surah Al-Fatiha. Let us do one Fatiha for our former president's mother, who passed away this week. I'm sure you all must have done it before this. But on behalf of India Federation, we offer the deepest condolences to Dr. Mauladina Saab, whose mother passed away last week. A Surah Al-Fatiha request, and then I put up my 3-4 points fast, and then you all can go ahead. Bismillah ar-Rahman. Bismillah ar-Rahman. Bismillah. Am I audible? Hello?
We can hear you. Bismillah.
I'm unable to see you all on the video. Now, one small suggestion for the collection of data. I have been a witness to this for last 20, 25 years now almost. That makes me realize my age, because it's since 98 December that I have been joining Bombay Jamaat after my father passed away in his place. So that time onwards, people have been suggesting, and there before people have been suggesting, which I've been saying since 1984, since I was at the age of 13. Even yesterday, day before yesterday, I've been given a members list of Bombay Jamaat, which has got 3,450 members. Simplest idea in India Federation and the World Federation and other federations would be, first, let us take all the membership lists from all the member Jamaats. Membership lists are there. They are with us also and with the World Federation also, where there are eligible members. Now, there is two concepts. Those who have not paid their lawajab or their membership fee, they are not taken on the record for eligible voters. So what we take is the basic membership list of the Jamaats, first compile that, and then put somebody on the job professionally on a paid basis to make a call to them or reach out to them through an email or through a courier or by physically reaching their house, taking their mobile data so that we have their mobile numbers with us. Then by WhatsApp communication, you can convey to them, and this would be the best and easiest method to collect the data we require. And before that, we will at least have the number of members and their family members available in the country and worldwide. So we'll be able to reach a far better conclusion. So my request to this census team to try and adopt a sample method on these lines as far as India, Pakistan or other regions go. But India, Pakistan, this should be one of the modalities, because India, Pakistan has been actually struggling to collect data. Secondly, Safdar bhai, you may allow me right now to speak on education, or you want me to wait?
Education will come later today, inshallah. If you can wait, we will much appreciate. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Javed bhai.
Thank you. So I'll request my secretary, Sir Mohsin bhai, to send me a message. I'll join again, inshallah. Thank you. Thank you, Safdar bhai. Thank you for the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take the last question. And before we answer, Amin bhai, please, it is yourself. And thereafter, we're going to go back in time for the matters arising from the minutes with two people. Please, Bismillah, Amin bhai.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ સેન્સસનો તો બહુ સારો પ્રોગ્રામ છે, કારણ કે હર વખત કહું છું અમે પોતે સ્પીચમાં કશીદા પડીએ છીએ કે 1,24,000 વળી 1,25,000, પણ આ જરાક સેન્સસ થઈ જાય. પણ સેન્સસ મને ખબર છે આપણે એકદમ એમ્બિશિયસ થવું છે, હું સમજું છું, પણ તમને ખબર છે ને આપણે ખોજા છે. બહુ વધારે પૂછશું તો કે આ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન અમારી પંચાયત કરે છે, એટલે આપણને બેલેન્સ લઈ આવવાનું છે. પહેલાં તો મને લાગે છે કે આપણે કેટલા છે એની એક આઈડિયા મળી જાય ને તો આ પણ એક સક્સેસફુલ સેન્સસ થશે. પછી જે બધા દાતા છે ને પ્રોસ્પેક્ટિવ છે, પણ હવે શિરાઝભાઈને તો હું ન શીખાડું, મારા કરતાં અનુભવી છે, આપણા આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનમાં એ કરી ચૂક્યા છે આ સેન્સસ. પણ મારું એ કહેવું હતું કે આપણે ડાટા લેવાની કોશિશ કરે, પણ એવી રીતના કોશિશ કરે કે મેફિયન્સ ના આવી જવું જોઈએ કોમમાં, કે ના બસ આ લોકોમાં હવે બહુ પૂછે છે ને બહુ જાણવાની કોશિશ કરે છે, તો પછી આપણને કોઓપરેશન આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનમાં તો તમને ફૂલી અમારો સપોર્ટ છે. આપણી જમાતે બધા આઈડેન્ટિફાઈ છે, તો મને લાગે છે કે વાં કાંઈ પણ તમને ડિફિકલ્ટ હોય તો તમે તો આપણા જનરલ સેક્રેટરી સાથે કોન્ટેક્ટ હો છો. પણ આપણો આમાં સપોર્ટ છે, બેલેન્સથી લઈ આવવાની છે કે બધી પ્રોસ્પેક્ટિવમાં આપણને દાતા ખપે છે, પણ આ આપણો પહેલો એક્સરસાઇઝ છે, તો બહુ આપણે ઊંડાણમાં ન ઉતરીએ, નકર તો આ લોકો કોઓપરેટ આપણાથી થશે નહીં.
Mr. Chairman, if you would like to answer a few things.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Before I close this session, I want to give Shiraz bhai a chance for a quick word, if he has any, based on the feedback that you have received from the councillors, or any request you have, before I try and summarize and suggest a way forward.
Chairman Sahab, we have taken the note of all the points. Can you hear me? Okay. We have made the notes of whatever has been said. Very quickly, Mr. Shahid Saab said that the questions that you need to put in, for Africa Federation, we did put all those questions, yeah, the age group, whether you have 1-bedroom house or 2-bedroom house or 3-bedroom house, it was all recorded and we got. So I only gave a snapshot of what was done. It's a very simple form. And as far as details of the personal details of individuals. We don't ask them how much money they're earning. If we just ask them where they live. આજે એક માણસ ક્લિફ્ટનમાં કે ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયામાં રહેતો હોય તો આપણે ખબર પડે કે એની ઇન્કમ હાઈ એન્ડ ઉપર છે. વી ડોન્ટ હેવ ટુ આસ્ક હિમ. આપણે પોતે ડિડક્ટ અમુક ચીજ તો આપણે પોતાને ડિડક્ટ કરવી પડશે કે આ ક્યાં રહે છે તેના ઉપર આપણે નક્કી કરીએ કે એની કેપેસિટી શું છે. સો વી વોન્ટ આસ્ક વેરી પર્સનલ ક્વેશ્ચન. બટ આઈ વોન્ટ ટુ રિમાઇન્ડ ધીસ હાઉસ કે અમે ઇમરાનભાઈની ટીમને કીધા છે કે બધી જમાત કે બધા ફેડરેશન સાથે એક ટીમ સાથે વાત કરે. કયા ક્વેશ્ચન્સ જે આપણે નાખવાના છે કારણ કે બધી ફેડરેશનની ડિમાન્ડ કન્ડિશન જુદા છે. આજે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ આફ્રિકામાં આપણે નહીં પૂછી શકીએ તમારું મોર્ગેજ છે, કેનેડામાં અને લંડનમાં આપણે પૂછવું પડશે કે તમારું મોર્ગેજ છે. સો એવરી ફેડરેશન વિલ બી ધ ક્વેશ્ચન વિલ બી ટેલર ટુ સુટ ધ જમાત. બટ એ ફેડરેશનમાં માણસો ખપે અમે અમારા સાથે કામ કરે. જો અમે જ કામ કરીએ બધું આપીને દે તો પછી કાંઈ ફાયદો નથી કારણ કે બધાનું સેમ હશે. તો વી નીડ ધોઝ પીપલ ધ બાઇન ફ્રોમ ધ ફેડરેશન ટીમ કે અમારા 4 માણસો આપે છે તમે તમારા સાથે કામ કરશું તો અમે આગળ વધશું. So it's so important, Chairman Saab, कि हमें help મળે from the foundation, from the day one, from the federation itself. कि પોતાની ટીમ અમારા સાથે કામ કરે ને તો we can achieve it very fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shiraz Bhai. I really appreciate. I just want to share a very quick comments because this project is at the heart of our future strategy. A 2050 strategy cannot manifest without good quality data. I'm an actuary myself and I get baffled. I just don't understand why we as a community of 150,000 cannot collect our data, which is a spreadsheet job, technically speaking. We just dealt with data of 3 million lives in one of the states in the Gulf to look at the health population and the morbidity rates of inpatient, outpatient, dental, optical. We're talking of millions of records in 4 months, professionally done, delivered. The government already knows how much money it's going to save if it puts into measure certain health insurance requirements. I'm just giving an example. When I heard Aga Shahidi said professionalize it, it's a suggestion. If we have to professionalize it and spend money, let's do it. World Federation will support. Big data is the talk of town. People like Google today and others, they know where we are sitting today. The app. Collecting data, because once you collect data, then the question is how do you update the data going forward? If it's automated, if they can understand the behavioral patterns, why can't we? So yes, I see the vision of your team and it is profound and I'm very thankful to you. But I do feel after listening to the sentiments of people that the onus has got to be from the council and the regions to support you to get that data. I have a few very quick suggestions. Shiraz Bhai, ultimately you are the lead. You don't have to necessarily take my instructions, but take it to your team and see how we can expedite that to the conference. The advantage is, right now we are already talking to the Haramain in Kazmain as well as in Karbala to see that every Khoja Shia, Ishnashi, ideally if we can get a free visa or a visa on arrival in Iraq, how can we identify that without a Khoja ID card? The census data, maybe the carrot is that if you really want an ID card that will give you free access to ziyarah of, say, the Shuhada or to Mashhad, we can start negotiating with government entities. But we don't have the data. If a Pirai Jamaat member moves to Dar es Salaam Jamaat, he has to go through the whole process of membership. Khoja ID card, moving from one Jamaat to another, automatic membership. Census data collected, benefits that we give, education support. If you need it, get your data card, get your ID card, and it can go on and on. So think about the carrots. Think about potential sticks. We don't like to use sticks, but we have heard that. But I also like the idea that was mentioned by several people here of quick wins. We may not get the perfect data now. We already have a quick win. I can see by May when you come to the conference, you probably will have the head count ready. Because I'm looking at Pirai Jamaat. We have a commitment from Aga Shahidi that before the end of the term in March, April, they will have got data of 55,000 plus minus people, the largest Jamaat, more than a third. Mumbai Jamaat, India Federation, potentially is already committed. Bhavnagar and Mumbai itself will give us substantial data that goes almost 60%. Africa Federation already has the 2018 data you shared with us, improvise it, make some trends, come up with data talking of 75% done. Coage, Birmingham and Stanmore have done certain censuses. What I'm trying to say, Shiraz, consider looking at quick wins so that if we come to the conference in May, we have the global initial first projected numbers, then you can come up with an implementation plan on how to enhance it, digitalize it, ask more intimate questions, data protection things as a phase 2. In that way, then we can in parallel start the visionary process, inshallah ta'ala. I'm very confident you have a dynamic team, and I really want to thank you personally, Imran Bhai and the entire team. You have a dynamic team across the board, and I pray that you are successful, inshallah, soon. And if you can provide us the timelines towards ultimate deliverables, we will really appreciate that. So may Allah bless you. And my appeal to all the regional leaders in particular, if you can push your teams to support Shiraz Bhai and him, it will be really appreciated. Thank you very much. Let us recite salawat for the team. I know matters arising has come up. I'm not keen to drag that, with all respect to 3 people who have raised their hands. And I'm inclined to keep that absolutely minimal, please. We have an important agenda. We have a way forward. We need to talk about the futuristic of this community. So I will allow those last 3 speakers who had raised their hand, but because of lack of communication, we were unable to get back to them. But my earnest request is keep it short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Shahid Bhai, Murjib, you had raised or you put in SSS, please. Shahid Bhai? Matters arising from the minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Arif, for noting that we had raised our hand regarding the matter arising. Pramukh Sahib, 4th EXCO માં એક ઓબ્ઝર્વેશન હતું કે છે કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનમાં અત્યારે આફ્રિકામાં નીડ છે હાઉસિંગની 700 to 1000 ફ્લેટ્સ ને તમે એમાં કીધા હતા કે આપણે જોઈ શકીએ છીએ એ ચીજ ઉપર નેક્સ્ટ એક્સપોમાં કે એના ઉપર આપણે શું કરી શકીએ છીએ. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, અત્યારે આપણે જોયા સેન્સસ ટીમના રિપોર્ટમાં કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનું જે સેન્સસ થયું હતું 2018માં only 20% members આપણા છે કે જે લોકો ઓન કરી શકે છે, જે ઓન કરે છે હાઉસીસ. મને લાગે છે it's high time now આપણે જોઈ not only Africa but even other regions કે આપણે કેતામ આપણા મેમ્બર્સને હવે રેન્ટ ટુ ઓન સ્કીમ્સ ઉપર લાવી શકીએ છીએ અને WF શું સપોર્ટ કરી શકે છે એમના આસામ.
Thank you, Shahid Bhai. Rasool Bhai Bhavani, Bismillah.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. My comment is, I think it's the EXCO 6, last one. That meeting was convened specifically for hayfields and the urgency that was required for them to start the building of these 40-odd flats at Chaplin House. And if I remember correctly, we were advised that the planning permission will expire 2024 September. So I appreciate that you may not have done the due diligence because of costings, but at least you've probably reviewed the planning permission. So can you kindly confirm to us when do these flats have to be built by and what the condition exactly states, so that we're not caught out again like we were last time, that we make a decision and then we have to then come back again simply because we haven't done basic due diligence. So what I request that if you can share the planning permission condition which states that when does these flats work has to start by or complete it by. Thanks.
Okay. Is there anything which is regarding the minutes? Bismillah.
It's about the census. I just wanted to correct. I haven't committed for the March 2024. I said we will try to do it in year 2024. Well, March में तो start हो जाए तो बड़ी बात है. We will, of course, but they will also take time, na? We will also take time, and before that we need to raise money as well. $50,000, $40,000 is not a small amount, so we need to do that as well.
March it is the year.
Huh?
2024 year ma March છે ને?
March is
Okay.
Otherwise, you can write. You can change the year as well. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry to.
No, that's fine. I think we're finished, no?
We are finished.
Okay,
Bismillah.
thank you. Rasul Bhai, your point is noted. We'll come back to that. We also looked at the resolution that Habib Bhai asked. We have clarity on that as well. And your point is noted, and we'll try and see if we can bring it back at any other business to respond, because I'm cognizant of time. We need to move on. So I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. But Shahid Bhai, my earnest request is, Pakistan is the largest Jamaat. You have had some profound census. I have seen your results in the past. You have had a solid team of volunteers that go. If it cannot work voluntarily, if you can please, full measure, don't worry financially, that can be done. Let's move out and get the forces to get the data. It will give a boost to the other bigger Jamaats, particularly in India, to follow suit, and we can then get the team to get the data. Thank you. Thank you. The commitment of March is there. Okay, I would like to now.
So there is, to save us time, the comment from COAGE regarding the census is written, and they were just put on record that they love the collaboration. They feel that it can be effective. Fantastic appreciation to Shiraz Bhai and the whole team, and they have full committing to reach the goal hand in hand. Thank you. Our sister Azmina, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. We are almost 2 hours behind schedule, and we are very cognizant that time efficiency of such meetings is fundamental, because everybody's time is very valuable. So moving on to the economic pillars, we have 3 important presentations today, 2 of which will commence now. The first one is the microfinance loans within the community. And just to give you a very quick preamble to that, in 2018, with the administration run by the Ramsi, the Executive Council meeting in Karachi discussed the issue of supporting community and the SMEs and people at a lower segment with loans, small loans of a couple of $1,000 equivalent, to set up businesses and get support and guidance. And the EXCO reached the conclusion that HBT, the Hyder Benevolent Trust, would facilitate this process with the support of philanthropists across the globe. World Federation was part of the process of facilitating that, and certain funds have come through the World Federation that has gone to the microfinance project. 2018, a couple of $1 million were raised, and subsequently much more has been raised. So to look into that, we would like to invite the members of the trust to do that presentation from the administrative perspective, so that we can see the journey from 2018 to 2023 and to see the impact of that. Let me also iterate that in India, we have not been successful yet on microfinance, and it has been stalled. Likewise, in Africa, Loans for Life started. It got stopped, but alhamdulillah, at the last Africa Federation meeting, that got reconvened, and I do understand under the new leadership of Mr. Somji, this project has commenced as well. But let us now hear the progress that we have seen in Karachi.
Muslim Bhai Rajani, please, if you can come forward, please. Thank you. Thank you, Muslim Bhai.
My name is Muslim Raza, and today I represent Hedri Benevolent Trust and Baghe Zara Welfare Trust. As mentioned, 5 years ago, हमने इसी August platform से एक poverty alleviation journey शुरू किया था, and we presented a very comprehensive poverty alleviation program for the Khoja community under the able guidance of Hussain Ali uncle, Sajad uncle, and Abbas Bhai. Today I am extremely honored and blessed to present the progress review on that. And I am extremely happy to share that all the objectives we mentioned 5 years ago have been achieved. And I would like to ask the media guy to please present the video.
Of the World Federation Khoja Jamaat, Mr. Safdar Jafar, esteemed President of the Khoja Pirai Shia Asnashri Jamaat Karachi, Mr. Abul Hassan Gokul, honored guests, and the members of the Khoja community, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. It is our privilege to present the performance summary of the Poverty Alleviation Program, HBT Changing Lives Initiative. Reflecting on Imam Ali alayhi salam's profound saying, "A poor man is a stranger in his own town," HBT initiated a robust poverty alleviation plan to address the community's challenges. Established in 1948, HBT initially focused on widows and orphans. The transformative phase began in 2001 with a modest loan of 5,000 rupees. This initiative grew with the support of philanthropists like the Habib family, late Amir Ali Patel Seth, Mr. Hussain Ali Bhai, Mr. Sajjad Ibrahim, Mr. Mustafa Qasim, Mr. Altaf Hussain Kikaria, Mr. Ghulam Abbas Badami, Mr. Muslim Raujani, and several other well-wishers. Our four-pronged strategy for the Poverty Alleviation Program included small business loans, women empowerment, skill enhancement, and job placement. Aiming to raise $5 million, HBT sought to elevate the community to a middle-class status. HBT's other initiatives joined hands to actively contribute to the goal. HBT Widow and Orphan Support Program, HBT Widow Healthcare Program, HBT Higher Education Loan Program, and Baghe-Zehra Housing Loan Program. Post-2018, with support from Mr. Siptain Asaria and the Khoja Leadership Forum, HBT professionalized its structure, aligning with a microfinancing bank model. This included a board of trustees, co-committees for each program, and a professional management team. HBT introduced diversified loan products from startup capital to emergency loans and education loans. The loan process was refined with comprehensive risk assessments, legal documentation, and a web-based software for streamlined operations. Despite receiving $1.92 million against the $5 million target, HBT's impact was substantial. Over 1,300 cases were financed from 2018 to 2023, with a consistent recovery rate above 96%, marking a significant milestone in community upliftment. The program significantly reduced community dependency, with many families progressing towards financial independence.
के दिन मैं आबिद कॉलर का 50% का पार्टनर हूँ, वर्किंग भी हूँ और प्लस मैं एज ए इन्वेस्टर भी जो है वो 50% का मैं पार्टनर हूँ। और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह के फजल करम से HBT के ताउन से मैं आज यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ।
इनके साथ के बाद इतना ग्रो किया माशाल्लाह कि अब हम ऑनलाइन बिजनेस कर रहे हैं अपना अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। और उनके साथ साथ ताकि उन्होंने इतना सपोर्ट किया कि हम घर में ये काम कर सकें और फिर अपने बच्चों के ऊपर भी तवज्जो दे सकें।
तो मैं कोलकाता से वेब डेवलपमेंट का कोर्स किया था एंड वो मेरा 6 months का कोर्स था ऑलमोस्ट एंड उसमें मेरी फर्स्ट पोजीशन आई थी इन क्लास। उसमें जो भी मैंने सीखा था वो मुझे आगे फ्रीलांसिंग में काम आया एंड द फर्स्ट जॉब दैट आई गॉट उसमें मुझे काम आया।
बहुत ही कम लोगों को इस तरह की अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है जिसके थ्रू लोग अपना करियर डिज़ाइन कर सकें। लाइक जैसे मुझे बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट हुआ HBT के थ्रू और अभी करंटली मैं बहुत अच्छी पेड स्किल पे काम कर रही हूँ इस स्किल को सीख के।
It's been 3 years working as an account opening officer in banking sector. So ये मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा glad moment है and now हमारा जो hardship time था family का वो भी गुजरा and now we are stable.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज मुझे जो है वो बैंकिंग सेक्टर के अंदर जो है वो 5 years कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं और मैं इस वक्त बहुत अच्छे स्टेज पे हूँ। तो इस हवाले से भी जो है वो मैं HBT का शुक्रगुजार करता हूँ कि उन्होंने जो है वो मुझे इस मामले में जो काफ़ी हद तक सपोर्ट किया।
कॉलेज के बाद हायर एजुकेशन के लिए मुझे बहुत टेंशन थी जिसके लिए मैं HBT से मैंने ताल्लुक़ किया। उन्होंने मुझे माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स दिया, मैंने उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट पूरी की और उन्होंने मुझे सेमेस्टर वाइज लोन अप्रूव की। जिससे आज मेरे बच्चे माशाल्लाह यूनिवर्सिटी में तालीम हासिल कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू HBT कि उन्होंने मेरे साथ इतना ताल्लुक़ किया।
बच्चों को मैट्रिक तक पढ़ाना तो इतना मुश्किल नहीं था, लेकिन हाई एजुकेशन बहुत मुश्किल थी। हमारे लिए सोचना भी मुश्किल था, लेकिन HBT के इस प्रोग्राम की वजह से हमें बहुत मदद मिली। हमने उनसे लोन ली, अब हम मंथली बेसिस पे लोन भरते हैं और बच्चे हमारे अच्छे से अच्छा पढ़ रहे हैं।
मेरा खर्चा चलाना मुश्किल हो गया था और इस दौरान मेरे बेटे का 23 साल की लड़की का मेरे इंतकाल हुआ और फिर उसके जाने के बाद फिर मुझे ब्लड कैंसर हो गया। मेरी ज़िंदगी और ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो गई, यानी मेरी मेडिसिन वगैरह के लिए मुझे बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो गई। ऐसे ही महंगाई के दौर में मेडिसिन लेना खाना और डॉक्टर दिखाना बहुत
इनके जाने के बाद हमारे पास घर नहीं था, तो बागे ज़हरा वालों ने हमें घर दिया।
बहुत बहुत ट्रस्टियों का बहुत शुक्रिया, इनके जो स्टाफ है इन्होंने मेरे साथ बहुत कोऑपरेट किया और आज मैं अपने मकान में बैठा हूँ। मैं आप लोगों का बहुत शुक्रिया करता हूँ और मेरी दुआ है आप लोगों के साथ। अल्लाह पाक अजर देगा।
Kasre Fatma, a cornerstone initiative of Baghi Zehra Welfare Trust, focuses on aiding widows and orphans within the Khoja community. Located strategically opposite Mehfil-e-Shahi Khorasan, the project consists of 112 residential units. These flats are designed to offer permanent, secure home for registered widows and orphans. Despite challenges like inflation and rising material costs, the project is set to open for occupancy by Rabiul Awwal, inshallah. HBT resiliently faced challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic and economic instabilities, ensuring continued support to the community. Having reached 90% of our target under limited resources, HBT's role has been pivotal. The future strategy aims to further strengthen the small business loan program. We extend heartfelt thanks to our philanthropist donors and contributors for their unwavering support. The Habib family, the World Federation of KSIMC, Khoja Pirai Shia Asnashri Jamaat Karachi, Khoja Leadership Forum, Sajadia Trust Canada, SEF Foundation Canada, Sajadia Foundation USA, Friends Education and Medical Trust, United Global Initiative USA, Jaffa Family Foundation USA, and all individual donors and families. Special gratitude goes to Mr. Hussain Ali Bhai, Mr. Sajjad Ibrahim, Mr. Mustafa Qasim, Mr. Altaf Hussain Kikaria, Mr. Sibtain Asaria, Mr. Ghulam Abbas Badami, and Mr. Muslim Raujani for their commitment and guidance. May Allah bless all contributors in their noble endeavors for the economic upliftment of the Khoja community. Ameen. Thank you. Together, we stand united. Team HBT.
I would also like to mention that apart from these activities, HBT की तमाम तर facilities under a different brand name, Abu Zaid Trust, हमारे शिया non-community brothers के लिए भी available है. Although चूँकि आज की presentation का primary focus was Khoja community, that's why the whole video is surrounding around the Khoja community. लेकिन all these activities and all these facilities are also available for other Shia brothers. Thank you. If there are any questions, we are available here to answer all your queries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muslim Bhai, for that comprehensive presentation that impacts the life of our Khoja Shia Ishnashri brothers and sisters here in Pakistan. Having extensively looked at the work of the Khoja community globally, I genuinely believe that a public-private partnership is critical for the sustainability of many philanthropic projects. We as a World Federation, Pakistan Federation, India Federation, other federations, and the Jamaat are the elected body that work with our institutional membership. And we have a moral, social, as well as regulatory compliance responsibility. But at the same time, we also have our limitations. Every 3 years, there's a new president, and there's elections. And the civil servant component of the Jamaat and the institutions are there. But at the same time, we see that we have private charities that carry out certain methodologies that strengthens the way of working. And a public-private partnership does help in bringing operational efficiency, but at the same time maintaining sustainability because you are a partner to the public. I think HBT with this scheme has demonstrated that it can deliver with the support of the global communities so that there is accountability, because we do get reports on a regular basis and we see the results on the ground. So I would like to, on behalf of the World Federation, thank HBT and Muslim Bhai and the team for this great work that is being done. And I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we can achieve much more in all the regions which require this microfinance support. If there are any comments and observations and suggestions, this is your time. I'll allow a few minutes of that before we move on to the presentation on housing, which equally brings about this potential approach of a public-private partnership formula. So, Javed Bhai Shroff, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Now, as rightly put up by Safdar Bhai, and I'm happy to note that the Habib family has been told and mentioned in the Pakistan HBT. Again, they named people like philanthropists like Sajjad Bhai Ibrahim, Hussain Ali Bhai, Septen Bhai Astaria. All these people are very personally known to me, and I know of their philanthropy for last about 25 years, 30 years now. I would sincerely, if the World Federation is really keen on doing good job in India, because coincidentally, I also head the Habib Group of Trust in Bombay and India, which primarily in the objects of the trust has got to serve Khojas. So I offer as a trust, as a chairman of this trust, I offer 50% stake and call upon World Federation and other institutions worldwide to partner in with 50%. And let us set up a professional setup to do philanthropy and good work in India on microfinancing. Bismillah. Thank you.
Zaira Baskimji.
May I just add in? May I just add it? The first budget, inshallah, for this can start with 10 million. That's about 1 crore as 50% stake from Habib Trust, and which can gradually go on to about 50 million as per the need base. Thank you.
Javed Bhai, can you repeat that? So are you saying $10 million?
You're talking in dollars, I'm talking in Indian rupees.
Sahi baat.
Let us start somewhere at least.
Thank you.
Let us start somewhere.
No.
I have offered in the past also, and I again reiterate this, and we stand firm in our commitment, and we'll have a professional setup. It is not A dominated, B dominated, or C dominated. The idea is to serve the community, serve the underprivileged, serve the have-nots, and make them Devji Bhai from Dauji Bhai. That is the whole interest. Inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zaira Basbhai, Bismillah.
Alhamdulillah, I had the opportunity to visit HBT in 2018 and the way you started from in terms of professionalization. So I'd just like to commend you and pray for your success. It's a very impressive report.
Thank you very much for the succinct presentation and for sticking to your time. This is what we love most. We appreciate that so much. With that, I would like to move on to the next item of the pillar of economic upliftment and financial sustainability. As you heard earlier, based on the statistics that we have from the Jamaat, at least 30 to 35% of our community here lives a life of what I would refer to as below economic dignity, $300 equivalent. A lot of that goes in the rent. So disposable income is almost non-existent, and people struggle. And this is where, how long do you allow that proposition to continue? Housing is an important component of reducing the, improving the disposable income. And I do understand from the work that has been done in Pakistan, both by the Jamaat in its own capacity as well as the Zainabia Housing for many years, that has achieved enormous success in providing the shelter to the needy and the destitute. When we discussed this last time at the conference in London, we were very encouraged that in India, there were 2 projects that were presented to us by India Federation, one in Vartej, which we immediately approved for 10 flats to be delivered by the Bhavnagar Jamaat for the widows and the senior citizens. There was another project also that came up, and Alhamdulillah Ta'ala, the conference raised some instant money to that effect, and that gave me encouragement that this community is there to support when there are projects of such nature that are ready, that the feasibility is done, and it's there for implementation. On that note, I made a special trip to Karachi. At Pirai Jamaat, we had a very good meeting facilitated by Abul Bhai Gokal. And together with the philanthropists here, who are all present, Alhamdulillah Ta'ala, the people who are pioneers of the Zainabiyya housing, and we sat together to brainstorm how can we work on a public-private partnership to improve the housing of our community in Pakistan. And a task force was put together, and we had requested Mohammad Bhai Rajpal to look into this and come up with a potential proposition when we come to the EXCO in Karachi. A lot of work has taken place, I believe, and I now understand that Mohammad Bhai Rajpal has been delayed in some meeting and he's unable to be here. But he has requested Mohsin Bhai Giwala to do the presentation, who was also part of the team. So without further ado, I would like to request Mohsin Bhai to present the preliminary views of the housing team that has been put together so that they can advise the Executive Council on the way forward for housing in Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Safdar Bhai. Let me just organize this. इसको आप हटा दें, मैं जो उस पे कर दूँगा. Ali, can we have the presentation on the screen? इसको आप मार. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out how to work this out. Super. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. This has come as a last minute because Mohammad Bhai Rajpal has not been available for this, but he's asked me to step in. So as discussed by Safdar Bhai, the World Federation's role and responsibility is to try and create a platform where we can maybe investigate and look into the possibilities of a public and private partnership. Now, as we understand the challenge with Jamaat, or any Jamaat to have such a role, a housing project, it is a medium to long-term program, which obviously needs a lot of consistency. And we know in many Jamaats we have elections coming in and change of teams and all that. To safeguard that and to have consistency across the board, I think we've been discussing at the World Federation level and also with Pakistan Federation and with the Karachi Jamaat and with the private trusts on how can we go forward and try and create a situation which would help have a sustainable housing model to help the community members. So I'm just going to give you a brief background, and then inshallah we will skip through this as soon as possible. Arif Bhai, I have a habit of talking too much at times, so please feel free to cut me when my time is up with the buzzer. All right, from yesterday. All right, so as you all know, this presentation provides the challenges of the Khoja community here in Pakistan. I think Pakistan is in a very unique position, if everybody understands, especially over the last 2 years, with how inflation has hit Pakistan, the PKR to the dollar, which has just gone out of control for many, many people. And suddenly, where we say the middle class or the upper middle class, they've all gone a notch down. And this has just happened overnight. I think people's salaries have not been able to be compensated against the expenses that they've all faced. And naturally, one thing which they cannot compromise on is obviously the rental, because they have a place to live. So I think housing is one thing which is the biggest challenge at this moment in time for the community in Pakistan. And I think it's very important to understand that, as Safdar Bhai said, around 30 to 35% of the people are actually now struggling to even maintain their daily expenses. I actually believe, based on what we research with the team, it's around 50%. We have 50% of our community population who are really struggling to even meet their needs of the rent. And I think organizations like HBT, other private organizations, and the Jamaat see this on a daily basis. So it's a big, big challenge at this moment in time, and something that we need to do for sure as a community. We discussed this model housing proposals at 2-3 different levels, and we've spoken to PakFed, Jamaat, to other private organizations like HBT, and we've come up with 2-3 different proposals which we are discussing at this moment in time. As Afzabai said, this is a work in progress. We have not come to a consensus as yet, but we are very near, and hence this presentation, just to give a brief idea to everybody here. Karachi, as you can see, this is the map of Karachi. There's Karachi, Suparco, and Toll Plaza. We've got 3 different proposals. Just giving this to give you an idea on where Karachi is, where Suparco is, where Toll Plaza is. Karachi is the center, that is where Soldier Bazaar, that is where we are right now. Suparco is a straight drive around 28-30 minutes, and then Toll Plaza another 5 minutes to 8 minutes from there. So this is the 3 potential areas where the proposals are based. Obviously, the further away from Karachi you are, the cost of housing goes down, but again, it comes with its own challenges. So that is just to give you a brief background. We go to the next one. As we discussed about the house rents and the education and the inflationary pressures, this is what I just discussed earlier, and this slide just kind of highlights the challenges faced by our community. So we spoke with the Karachi Jamaat here, we spoke with HBT, and this is because HBT has done phenomenally well, as we saw earlier in the presentation, in being operationally efficient, in having a very strong Loans for Life program, and that is a very good model that they have been running successfully. So we spoke with them at length, we spoke with Karachi Jamaat, and obviously everything through Park Federation. And eventually, when this project does get underway, it will have to be under the umbrella of Park Federation, with the Jamaats, but with other organizations, and that is the key point here, to think about, and a possibility of a public-private partnership. So if we look at the 3 different models, it is basically based on a mindset. And the key question we need to ask ourselves as a community, and obviously all the elders here, seniors here from different parts of the world, what is our objective in this housing scheme? Are we talking about giving people loans to solve their immediate short-term needs? Or are we talking about developing or building communities? There are 2 different proposals. The proposals are actually based on the mindset that you have or what you support. For example, if I give you a brief background, the Khoja Jamaat here is of the mindset that as leaders of the community or as a platform or institution for the community, they should be guiding and taking the community forward as to where the next 15, 20 years will be. That is the viewpoint of Karachi Jamaat or the Jamaat here, and this is how they see their role in this structure. And hence their idea and their mindset is based on a medium to long-term investment, which obviously the investment cost is high, but we're talking about a resettling of the entire community, which will obviously take space or period of time. Second model, which was the HBT model, which we'll go in detail, but we're just going to go briefly on it, is based on the fact that we go for example, loans. So what we do, I'll just go there quickly. So what they propose or what they're talking about is instead of redeveloping and resettling, which is a medium to long-term game, which will take a lot of investments, the easier and short-term win is to solve the problem now. So what we should do is we should give out loans for housing. Let's say, for example, like the Lives for Loan scheme or Zenabia housing scheme. We take a fund, let's say a fund of $6 million, $3 million, and we start giving out loans and use the same operationally efficient model to make sure that the rentals, as people are taking loans to buy the house, instead of giving rent to the landlord, they're giving land to the organization, and then it's re-channeled back to give loans to other people, to have like funds which are circling around. That is model number 2 that we're talking about. So we have a long-term vision, and we have a short-term vision for short-term wins and a long-term community settlement. The third proposal is kind of a hybrid system in the middle. Obviously, the first proposal where there's a long-term settling is talking about a 15 to 20-year time period. The second one is an immediate short-term win within the year itself. The third one, where we try to find the right balance or a hybrid model where we can actually test the hypothesis of resettling the community, is based on proposal number 2, which is where we buy already a land which is near, not as far as the toll plaza, but let's say a bit closer, and we start developing flats over there in sets of 2s and 4s and 6s, and towers, each tower having 200 flats, 300 flats. But the whole idea is basically based on that, as we grow slowly and gradually, but it's a hybrid model where it is not an immediate loan, but it is also about buying them, making the flats, giving them at a cheaper rate, and resettling the community as well, but in slow phases, or 1, 2, and 3. That is kind of a hybrid model. The hybrid model's advantage at this moment in time is it's a medium-term win, where the flats or the construction already exists, and you kind of buy them and start resettling people immediately, as opposed to buying the land, which is a bigger investment and a longer-term period of time. So before we go into the figures, this is the basic highlight of all the three models. Proposal 1, which is a long-term one, Proposal 3, which is a short-term win, and Proposal 2, which is the hybrid of the middle. Let's just have a quick look at the slide, which will compare these three models. This is where you have. So if you see all these model comparisons, you will see the location of Model 1, which is the KPSIJ housing scheme, which is near Toll Plaza. If you recollect from the presentation, it is 30 minutes or 35 minutes from where we are at this moment in time. It's a 30, 40-minute drive, maybe longer in rush hours. But it is talking about resettling of the community. The total project cost is a $30 million cost, which is spread out over 15 years. So on average, you're talking about $1 to $2 million, maybe even $3 million a year in terms of development, or maybe start with, like, say, $5 or $6 million in the first year, and you taper off as the development grows. The cost per unit comes down to around $12,000 to $13,000, and that is the cost per flat. But obviously, there will be additional costs to add on for amenity building, for example, to provide the hospitals, schools. So you'll end up around $20,000 for a 1,000 square feet flat, which is 35 minutes away from where we are at this moment in time. But this concept is built, again, on the community development. I think that's the key point that Karachi Jamaat is trying to push here, is where we kind of guide our community forward. Obviously, here, the number of families are up to 3,000, but that is going to be in phase-wise. The amenities will have to be developed. And the flexibility is limited. What is meant by this is, in the HBT model, they are saying, look, we don't tell people where to live. We simply give them a loan. We solve their short-term problem, and we get them to pay us back, and we channel the fund somewhere else. So that gives the flexibility of choice of where they want to live. Because obviously, resettling a community is not the easiest thing in the world. It is a medium to long-term project. And as far as the vision of HBT is concerned, because they've had successful formula in this, through Zenabia Housing Scheme and what they've seen for Loans for Life, they support this kind of a motion. So that is the first part. The second proposal, which is the Khoja Housing Scheme Proposal 2, which was the hybrid, as I said, and that is obviously a bit closer to Karachi, not as far as Toll Plaza, but not that different. The project cost, again, is $30 million, but this is an overall project cost, which is the total cost for developing of 1,200 flats. If we kind of go down this route, it is obviously going to be phase-wise. So both these Proposal 1 and Proposal 2, they are both based on a phase-wise approach. So the eventual cost may be $30 million, but you're starting off with a $6 million startup, and you go add on slowly and gradually year by year. On the hybrid model, we're talking about relocating 1,000 families, and then slowly and gradually build up from there as the need be. That is for Proposal 2. Again, for the amenities, the area there where it is based, Proposal 2, it is still near an area where there is development already. So there is the Aga Khan Jamaat Khana. They've got a Jamaat Khana very nearby in that Suparko area, and there's a lot of development going on. When we went to see that place, there were a lot of buildings being brought up, and there is a lot of, let's say, existing amenities as well. There's a hospital nearby, there's schools nearby. Obviously, it is not a community-based, but it gives you a hybrid base where you have the cost of housing to be lower, and our own community-based amenities to build up, but amenities exist over there at this moment in time. Again, the flexibility point where it's limited, because we are actually guiding our community and saying, look, if you want these funds from us, this is where you have to go. And that's we kind of pushing them in that direction. Then we come to the third model, as I described, the HBT model. And their location is Soldier Bazaar and in the nearby areas. So from that perspective, HBT as a organization believes that we need, at this moment, help with 500 to 600 families. And the areas of Soldier Bazaar and the close-by areas still have capacity to get in those families. But obviously, the cost will be higher because these are developed areas. And as we said, that this is a $10 million project. For, again, what HBT is proposing is that we start up a fund, $6 million, and each house costs around $21,000 to $22,000 that will be given as loans. And the cost of the entire flat is around $26,000 to $30,000. So a 70% part will be loan, 30% will be self-equity, and then the loans will be paid back and rechanneled into further funds to help other people as we grow. So that is the model for HBT. We're talking about 500 families initially. The advantage for HBTs at this moment in time, they are offering localities where amenities exist. They are giving, in their model, flexibility to the people. allowing them to choose where they want to live. And this is the key difference at this moment in time where what we're talking about is what do we do as an organization, as a public-private team sitting here? Do we guide the community for a different kind of a living? Because we see, and everybody sees, that in 15 to 20 years, the areas where we are living right now are not going to be livable because the quality of life here per se is not that good. There's lots of overcrowded, congestion, pollution. But again, we're talking about a short term. And so this is the key question. Do we, as a team, decide that, let's go for a short win and let's sacrifice the environment around? Or do we say, let's think long term, let's think a 15, 20-year vision plan. Let's try and support and create a community, which may be difficult at this moment in time, but let's keep pushing on this and guide our people to the next level. So these are the discussions that we are talking about right now. As, of course, in any project that will be done with World Federation, will be with Pakistan Federation, the question is it about a public-private partnership? How do we model it? How do we structure it? These questions are always going to be there, and this is part 2 of the discussion, and that's where the consensus is being discussed at this moment in time, and also, obviously, the 3 different options that we have. As I said, these are the advantages and disadvantages of all the 3 different proposals which are mentioned here. Again, HBT has a successful formula. KPS are just talking about a different kind of a mindset, different shift. Which decision is the right one is a very complex one. There is no right or wrong answer. Honestly, for this conundrum that we are sitting in, and I think, Safdar Bhai, that is one of the reasons why the consensus has not been reached as such, as yet. Because this is not a straightforward yes or no decision. The problem is right now. I'm hungry right now. I want food right now. You tell me, don't eat right now, but we will give you the best meal in 3 days' time. Or we say, just have food right now. It may not be good for you, but just have it because at least it fills you up. There's no right or wrong answer. It depends on how you view the whole mindset and what is the key role and what you as a human being decide. But that is what the challenge is. Inshallah, we are now very close to getting to a consensus, hoping that putting this question here will maybe get some feedback from all of you. Some people are, mashallah, much more experienced in different parts of the world. So maybe it will open up a short debate which will help create more consensus for us at the Pakistan level. Thank you very much for your time. And inshallah, if any questions, you want me to stay here or?
No, you can stay there.
All right,
no
thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mohsin Bhai, for representing Mohammad Bhai Rajpal in providing this succinct presentation. I enjoy the presentation. I only have one correction for you, with all respect.
Please, sir.
When you referred to HBT, you said they. When you referred to Pirai Jamaat, you said they. So what are you? What I'm trying to say is, it's all we. We are Khoja Shia Ishnashri community. In the eyes of Allah, we are one community. We have put artificial boundaries around us for what reasons? To optimize and get the best result for the community. The Jamaat model, the federation model has worked. The private trust models have worked in their own right, and we need to find the best way. So we are all one. And I think at this point, I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the efforts of Zainabia Housing. I see very senior people here, Murabi Anwar Bhai Rajpal, who dedicated his life in supporting housing for the underprivileged. I see here in front of me Murabi Sajjad Bhai Ibrahim, who is kindly attentive and has graced us with his presence as one of those who have been supporting such projects. I see in my presence Murabi Hussain Bhai Ali Bhai. I also see that Mustafa Bhai Qasim, who is not here but has been quite supportive and said he's going to be open to this. And of course, I see Abbas Bhai Badami, who has also played a very prominent role in the value proposition. And in this mindset of thinking and brainstorming together with Jamaat and with the private sector, and I also see Taqi Bhai Jafar, who effectively is relatively new in the equation but brings an outside-of-box thinking in terms of a hybrid perspective. And I see him also as a potential donor as we move towards consensus. And I see that if we can strike the balance and get it right from a governance perspective that meets the needs of many donors, and at the same time ensures that the Jamaats and the region and the federations and the world federations stakeholdership and say as the stakeholders of the community is taken into account, and we come up with a governance structure that is solid, we might create a new hybrid model that could be a success for us in other jurisdictions. So with that spirit in mind, with your permission, Abul Bhai, I would like to invite, first of all, anybody from your team to give some views, if any. And then after Zahid Bhai, I would like to invite also the guests, with all respect, if they have certain views, names that I have mentioned, any of them who wants to add anything to what we have heard. But my hope is that we can work together, because this is our community, and for 35 to 50% living in such state, I have no doubt with the strength of this community, we can raise the money. But if we do it together. If we do it fragmented, we probably will achieve, but mediocrity at best. We want the best result for the best. So with that, I will ask Zahid Bhai first to speak, and then if we can invite some guests, I will appreciate that. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Mohsin Bhai, for the presentation. And thank you to the World Federation for taking interest in housing in Karachi especially. Just want to mention a few points in addition to the presentation, that the community has been working on the housing since more than 5 decades, I think so. We should not ignore a couple of housing societies, one Al-Murtaza Society, that was also for the community. Then the community has worked in the Mali area for some societies. Then there's another society which was created in early 70s, that is Gulshan Abbas. And around 70 flats were there, and the communities have settled there. I also lived there for almost 2 decades. So there is a history. The Khoja Jamaat has initiated this thing also, and Shahid Hamid Bojani has created a small block as a model for around 20-25 flats in PCHS. And then in 500 meters away, the Fatmi housing of 80 flats. So these are the small projects which has been initiated and to take care of the needs of the community. Mohsin has mentioned that we have the need of around 500 flats for the community. Just now, Karachi Jamaat is helping around 200 families right now for rent and some other assistance. So these are the people who has come forward and asking us for the help. And there may be a list of people who needs the housing. So the requirement, I think, is not clearly identified. We have more requirements, firstly. The second issue, which we should look into it after these experiences of societies, that the size of all these societies' flats are small. Some are 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom. And this issue may have not been raised in 1900 eras, but now we need the privacy. The youngsters need privacy, and most of those flats have now 2 generations living in those 2 rooms flats. So 2 generations, you can understand how they are living in this type of flats. And it has the environmental impact, it has the psychological impact, and you know this area, you have seen the videos of this area, the other social issues we have, since I have also worked for the Family Relation Committee of Khoja Jamaat, I've seen some other impacts, and that's nothing to do with these societies. This is the area we have just now. These areas are mostly impacted our community people into the drugs. Okay, see, and there are other issues which I don't want to mention over here, but we can share you with the FRC statistics that these are the issues, evil issues, have also having the impact to our society. So just want to mention that these are also the facts that the requirements of 500 flats is not enough, We have the huge requirement, and we should consider while creating any such society about the environmental and social impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zaid Bhai, for those important points. Jay Zaid Abbas Bhai. My preference is for people locally based to give, but you may have a suggestion that would add value. Bismillah.
Yeah. So I have a couple of points. Actually, I went around a bit, so I'll just give you my understanding and also what we've done in Nairobi, which may add value to it. So just a few questions for you is that, first of all, the school and work of our community, where it is in terms of the proposed land and the commute as well. Another thing which is related to this is how much does the land cost there compared to maybe a bit closer to Karachi. And one thing I noted from your presentation is that there are, or our presentation, let me say that way, as the president has said, that 3,000 families, the cost is 33 million, and 1,000 families, the cost was 33.6 million, very similar. So looking at it, if you compare it, you're settling 3,000 with the same cost as 1,000. So that's something for us to think about. One of the historical points I would like to mention about our Jamaat, which obviously from there, is when we moved from Park Road to Lavington, many of us who live in Kenya know it was a big problem. Anwar Uncle Rajpar knows about the whole thing, and he was also people who encouraged the progressive move. Today, it is the best decision we made, but we made the decision 30 years ago, not now. So linking that to an African proverb that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. तो अभी आप पेड़ डालोगे तो 10 साल में हो जाएगा set. And I went with Sayyid Ali Murtaza Zaidi to Bahriya town, which is on the same highway. Very interesting concept. And if you get a good land where you can develop a society, as we've discussed, it will be very beneficial because the environment, as he was explaining to me, park bhi Shia ka hai, pura surrounding Shia ka hai, which is much better. Also, our center is not the way it is in Africa. Everybody doesn't come to one center. Our Khojas and other Shias, they go to different centers. So it's not a problem ke yaar hamari masjid idhar hi hai, so hame idhar hi rehna hai. In Africa, that's an issue because where our mosque is, we have to not be very far from that, which alhamdulillah is not an issue here. And the last point I want to make is that we did rent-to-own scheme successfully in Nairobi. We funded it through the Jamaat, alhamdulillah. And we did an 8-year payment plan. So if you can get donors who can fund for 10 years as a loan, because this is not welfare. Welfare is different from upliftment. So you get donors, $30 million or $20 million, who will give you a 10-year loan period in dollars. So you pay them back. आपने उनको dignity से भी पैसे दे दिए और उनको इंशाल्लाह 10 साल में उनका घर भी मिल जाएगा क्योंकि वो जो रेंट भर रहे हैं वो ज़ाया नहीं हो रहा है. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just mostly if you can just note the questions in case we need to come back. I'm cognizant of the time. I know this is work in progress. Secretary General is, yes. So I would like to invite our guest, Sajjad Bhai, please, if you can come forward, we can give you the mic and you can share your thoughts.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. We have a similar kind of a model in Canada. There the funds came from the government, not from our community. But the Jamaat has about, the executive of the Jamaat are ex officio members of the Crescent Village Housing Corporation. And there are about 6 of them that are members of the Crescent Village Housing Corporation. There are about 20 other private individuals who are also members of the Crescent Village Housing Corporation. And we go through a process every year where a number of directors, every director has a 3-year term, and we've got 8 directors, so they keep on rotating in every 3 years. So the funding for that comes from the government. However, over here the funding would need to come from either from philanthropists or other areas that would be available. But in this way, you could have a public-private partnership that you've been talking about, and the corporation has done very well. It was built on 10 acres of land. It had 146 townhouses, 24 garden apartments, and then we had a parking lot where we built 28 seniors buildings, seniors flats as well. Originally, the cost of the project was about $24 million. The community did not have to spend 1 cent. All of it came from the government. And I've been involved in it from 1989 and have been the president of that organization since its inception. Habib Bhai would know a little bit about it because he was the ex officio member of the Crescent Village when he was the president of the Toronto Jamaat.
Thank you very much, Sajjad Bhai, for giving us a potential model of a public-private partnership. I'll invite one more observation if there is from anybody that I mentioned earlier. Otherwise, I want the Nabul Bhai, if you have any last words before we get most into close. I think Murabi Anwar Bhai wants to speak, if we can give him the mic.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. As you know, first of all, I wish to thank you for acknowledging the part played by Zenabia Trust for the housing. And I think what would have happened today if Zenabia Trust had not started the scheme in 1986 or there. But we still, after doing so much, we still today have come to the position where we say we need housing for 3,000 families. I don't know if this is based on any statistical census or how, but anyhow, let us stick to the 3,000 figure. Now, having looked at the 3 schemes, long-term, medium, and immediate. Now, if we go to long-term, I think that we will defeat the purpose of our projection or our scheme, because long-term will take so many years to develop, and by that time, maybe 3,000 will go to 4,000. And then again, we are nowhere. On the medium term also, it requires a lot of money, like the first one. And the medium term, I'm talking of the university. And that also, by the time we build and we house them again, the number of the families will increase. So with my experience and suggestion, I would suggest that we go with the short term, which we call HBT, and start rolling the funds. If we get $1 million, okay, we roll over $1 million immediately, and then wait for the further funds to come, and then we roll over that. Of course, this will not be a free housing. It will be a, what Zahir has said, rent to own, something like that. And the repayment that comes through this will fund, even if it funds 1 house per month, still it is 1 house, 1 family less per month. So I would strongly favor the HBT model that will take care of the immediate families, because the more we delay, the more the cost of the housing will go up, and then our families will not be able to afford to pay their part of the equity that will be required. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak at long last.
Thank you very much, Abu Rabi. I'll give Abul Bhai the last word if there's any comments, and then I think we'll have to close.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Just Abul Bhai, my apologies. I didn't see the Abbas Bhai also wants to speak, and then we will ask you to. Sorry about that.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mohsin Bhai has very extensively explained the three models, and I would only want to mention that why HBT has proposed the cash model, loan model housing. We don't have any objection or reservation on the thing that anybody could elect or could select the area of his own choice. I am highly thankful to Murabbi Anwar Bhai, who is the pioneer of Khoja housing in Pakistan. So in Zainabia, what we have experienced, that in the past, many societies were being formed in the far-flung areas of Karachi, that is Korangi, Malir, where Hasnain Housing Society exists, then Baldia Colony, and many other things, which ultimately did not work up for the Khoja community, and we saw that the people migrated to the city areas. I would say that we would like to propose a model whereby the organization will be working as the organization as House Building Finance Corporation works, wherein the loan facilities will be available and the beneficiary will be at liberty to select the area of his own choice. And then this loan will re-roll. And what I would say from the experience of Bagh Zera Welfare Trust, Zainabia Trust, Housing, that we should draw a sustainable plan, and we should not come up with in every meeting that we will be needing the funds. I can guarantee that if we are in a position to generate a $10 million funds, then Khoja housing in Pakistan will be over and sustainable. So this is all from my side.
Thank you very much, Abbas Bhai, for your valuable input. Abul Bhai.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As I mentioned in my opening speech, for progress to be achieved, the status quo has to be disturbed. Only then can the system move towards the fresh equilibrium. So in 1970s, when the Zainabia model was introduced and implemented, it was the right model at that time. But in 2023, that's 53 years later, the dynamics have changed. The community dynamics, the city dynamics, the demographics, everything has changed. So obviously, a plan needs to be put in place which not only caters to the current dynamics of suburban living, of the city spreading, the city center being saturated, but also the long-term plan or vision will incorporate, it's only logical that it does provide the cushion for the increase in need. That's what long-term planning is about. Now, there is the business approach to solve a problem. That is, this is the cost, this is the investment required, this is the payback period or the rate of return. Then there's the community approach, where the returns are not always tangible in terms of rupees, where there are other benefits to be had and invisible costs to be incurred. So I didn't hear
the mention of those intangible costs. I just made some notes a moment ago. I'll go through these. So, as the elected body here at Karachi Jamaat, it is our responsibility to provide the direction. And we are accountable for that. So direction setting is a prerogative of the Jamaat, and we welcome all other stakeholders who would want to work with us or for the community in housing, that we at least deliberate the direction that is being sought. If decisions are not made with synergies, there could be a conflict in the direction setting or in the vision. I had stated this earlier on too. So, moving forward, the decisions should not be on basis of monetary cost only. The other factors are social evils. Today, if we visit the areas which were rightly offered to the community 30, 40 years ago, today those areas are practically non-livable. The narrow lanes, the cluster of buildings, almost unhuman living conditions. What we want to offer is take these people out of the current quality of life that they're forced to live in. If we continue to give the choice, then obviously with the funding that is available, based on whatever parameters it is offered, the cheaper housing will automatically compel the underprivileged to go for areas which are non-livable. The concept that we have come up with is to provide cleaner, healthier environment. What about factors like global warming? So how do you fit in 5 or 6 people in a 400 or 450 square feet accommodation, like maybe 5 flats in the size of this hall? So I think since the community has no dearth of philanthropy, some very noble philanthropists here, we as a community are known to lead by vision. So let us please break the status quo, break the equilibrium, give the community something they deserve. Why should we pin them down to remain an underprivileged class for the rest of their lives? So my humble request is, at least as stakeholders in housing, take the Jamaat on board, discuss these things. Let us move one step ahead. Let us break the status quo. There are advantages in communal living. There are amenities to be provided. There are parks, mosques, schools. The culture is different. For those of you who have visited the housing schemes here, seeing is believing. And my last point is that the living conditions have an effect on a person's business life, social life, private life. You imagine entering into a 400 square foot house, cramped with 10 family members, no breathing space, no ventilation, the Karachi conditions, infrastructure, power failures. That itself is a source of frustration, and issues of broken marriages, frustration, crime, they all result. So my humble request is, let's think big. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abul Bhai. I'll leave Mohsin Bhai, if you can succinctly summarize and close and respond to any quick questions.
Sure. So I'm just going to quickly respond to the questions by Zahir Bhai and just clarify a point by Anwar Uncle. Anwar Uncle, that the 3,000 figure is kind of based on an estimation that we as a community are around 10,000 families in Karachi, and 30% is struggling on the poverty levels. And we got this, I think this number has been got through by the amount of requests for rations and rentals that are there evident in the community. So that works to around 30%. So 10,000 ka 30% was around 3,000 families. It's just a rough figure. It's not 100% accurate, but more or less in that ballpark. So that's one clarification. Zahir bhai, your questions were about the current amenities and all that, yeah? So the model proposal A, which is about, where you said, that was your first question, yeah? About the housing, and you said whether there are current amenities or not. Okay. Yeah, that was your first question.
Continue, okay.
Yeah. So in proposal A, obviously the mindset is to develop it completely. So obviously the flats will be developed, amenities will have to go along. It's a work in progress. So that is the first, that is the key point to proposal A, which actually makes it difficult. But again, as you said, in the first point when the meeting started, we have to be proactive or not reactive. So this is the proactive approach in that perspective, yeah? Having said that, the hybrid model, which was proposal number 2, is currently in a situation where there are amenities there. So they may not be Shia-based, but there are still hospitals and schools which are there and thereabouts. That's point number 2. Your third point was about the cost of land. I think this was the one that you were asking about. Now in proposal A, see, proposal C is straightforward. The HBD is straightforward. Take $6 million, 26,000 per flat, 21,000 loan, 5,000 equity and repayment. So that we move that. For proposal A, which was the KPI, I said, your big development model, that's approximately $20,000 to $22,000 per flat, which includes the cost of land and some amenities. And the size is approximately 1,000 square feet for that, yeah? Obviously, that is a bit further away. The second model, which you asked me about, the hybrid model, which exists in almost developed areas, not Shia, but developed areas. The cost is anywhere between $29,000 to $33,000, depending on a 2-bed or a 3-bed. A 2-bed is approximately 780 square feet for around, let's say, $28,000. And a 3-bed is approximately 980 square feet for $33,000. That's the approximate cost of the flat, which includes the cost of the land.
But that doesn't, just a follow-up question on that. If that is the difference,
I think
the first one,
we can take it offline. We just don't have time.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we can have this discussion.
Have it offline with Mohsin, yeah?
So that's it, Sabda. That's the all the questions answered, I believe, which were thrown to the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mohsin, Mohammad Bhai Rajpal and the team that have kindly put this together. I think we have heard many views, many concrete views, diverse views. This is our democracy at its best. Our objective is one, to do the best for the community. We have heard clearly tangible solutions that have worked in the past. And we have also heard about the social challenges of the community going forward. My earnest hope is that we can find the best model and continue this discussion. And Mohsin Bhai, I would request you together with Mohammad Bhai Rajpal to continue working to see if we can get consensus. When I came to Karachi for the election campaign and was taken to Sharbanu Bagh, my heart cried when I saw the state and the condition of some of the people living there. When I went to Mumbai in India, I was devastated to see Khoja Shia Ishnashri communities living in very difficult conditions. I genuinely feel that the goodwill is there of World Federation. We want to support you, but we need convergence if feasible, so that there is a path, because there is a reality of getting philanthropists to support and the right balance to ensure the ethos and the social components are also equally integrated, if not prominent. So with that, inshallah, I wish the team the best, and my hope is that at the conference, when the EXCO will decide about the venue and the date, a robust plan is manifest. And I promise you one thing, that if there will be solid convergence and robustness, we will be able to raise funds at the conference, if not before the conference. I have no doubt about that, inshallah. If it's because it's you, I'm just being very cognizant of the time. Please, if you can make it 1 minute, I will appreciate it.
1 minute and 10 seconds.
Okay,
Bismillah. Okay, so all solutions have the short-term and long-term dimensions. Short-term, there can be no other solution but ready-made apartments. So we go with slightly better lifestyle, not cramped up. So we give promises of better times to come to the community. But for the long term, something you have to do today is we must go for the land, at least 8 to 10 acres, 12 acres, because land in that area is increasing in geometric proportion to the cost in the city. That has to be done fast. Thank you.
Loud and clear. Thank you so much. I will buy, and with that, let us recite salawat to close this particular very important subject. Allahumma salli ala. We'll continue with the agenda, so I will now hand over to the Secretary General for the next very important item as well before Salat. I think you will enjoy this presentation as well. I'm pretty confident it is a very important strategic part of, we have talked about the world, now we are talking about investment in the hereafter. So over to you, Arif Bhai.
Okay, thank you. So I love table tennis, as you know, which means that we're going to do a quick ping pong match where I was going to give Mr. Chairman to give an introduction. You know, when he talks about this and he's excited, it's about eye care, and eye care is quite a novel project. The head of eye care was appointed quite recently in Sheikh Alexander Khalili. He is joining us online now. Those who are from Dar es Salaam and watching, they enjoyed when he was there. If Sheikh Alex, if you can come in and do a few quick words. We are going to do it in this style that we're going to give you quick questions as well. But if you can give a short synopsis about eye care and what you've done so far, and we take it from there. And then we will also ask the President to also come in. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum salam. And if you can switch on your camera there.
Sorry, just give me a moment.
No worries.
Can you all see me clearly?
We can see you and hear you. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's a pleasure to be joining you all remotely in Karachi. I hope to visit you all there at some point one day. We've had a very exciting quarter 3 and 4 at iCare. And for those of you who perhaps don't know much about our work, the goal behind iCare is to combine cutting-edge academic research with the tradition and the wisdom of the Hausa in order to bring the best of both worlds to the community, to provide the community with the necessary intellectual resources to confront the challenges of the modern world. And while the primary language that we're operating in is English, it is my firm belief that iCare exists to serve the global Khoja community and the global Shia community. And it's a great honor to be doing this work with President Saab, with the Secretary General Saab. And I'm just going to brief you now quickly on what we've established as of December 2023. So we've established our headquarters at WF House in Harefield, where we have an excellent working space. We have offices, an event space. There are plans for a library. We have meeting rooms. And we held the opening ceremony in late quarter 3 last year, and where we had the presence of Said Kashmiri, the representative of Ayatollah Sistani. May Allah grant him a long life. And we've also since then convened our Board of Governors and held our first session, which has set the overall strategic vision of iCare. In terms of deliverables, we've launched our website and established social media channels. And we've had a number of very successful seminars. So we were graced by the presence of Sayyid Munir Khabbaz for a scholarly networking seminar, which was very well attended. And then we had 2 what I would call academic seminars that were aimed at the general community with Dr. Saifuddin Kara from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands and Alima Fatima Mehji from Canada. And both of these events were extremely popular. We got very, very positive feedback from them, and we have more events planned for December 2024. We have also been recruiting actively, so we now have 2 permanent staff who are assisting me in day-to-day operations, and we are in the process of recruiting 2 research associates. And the responses to our job advertisements have been very strong. So we have some excellent candidates lined up. And we look to be hiring those research associates in the next month or so, and for them to be coming online and producing work for us within the next quarter. the second issue of the journal. So for those of you that aren't aware, we have a journal called Al Qalam, in which we showcase the latest research in the field of Islamic studies. The first issue was published in the middle of last year, and the second issue is now headed to publication and will be released in Q1 2024. At the same time, we've also been overseeing the translation department, which is bigger than iCare. It services iCare, Islamic education, and also assists other WF departments, and it's produced a lot of deliverables. So we've had I would say we've had a very, very successful half year since I started. Let's say, I mean, it's been about a quarter since I started. And we're looking forward to 2024 being even more successful with a conference coming up in Toronto, more seminars, and more publications, inshallah. And I'll be happy to answer any more specific questions you might have on our work and on the report that's in your folders.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Alexander, for this succinct summary. The detailed report of iCare, for those who are new to it, International Center of Advanced Islamic Research based in London. And this has been one of the key pledges of the strategy to sustain our faith with the challenges, contemporary challenges of today, the challenges of our youth, the challenges of alternative thinking, the challenges of deviant thinking, but importantly, providing the community with religious guidance going forward, understanding the current challenges and keeping in touch with Marja'iyah. And we have the blessings of His Eminence on this project. Slow and steadily we are building a governance around it, and the activities are enhancing. And inshallah, the next conference will be held in Toronto after the last very successful conference in Dar es Salaam. And we are also hiring research fellows to support in this value proposition. And many of the plans that we have discussed in the past are beginning to get manifested, and it's a journey, inshallah ta'ala. So if there are any comments, suggestions, ideas, I presume you have read the report, a few more minutes on this.
Any observations, Brother Muhammad Ali, Muraj?
Just wanted to point out, I have been closely following what iCare has been doing, and obviously having read the detailed report of what's happened over the past 6 or so months, it seems a lot's been achieved, and there's huge hopes to see where this space goes forward. So just my 2 pence of a vote of thanks that I'm looking forward to watch this space. I did have a question on the online Hawza. Is that a separate thing altogether? Because I understand there is no update on that. So I just wanted to kind of...
It will be, there's an opportunity during the Secretariat report.
Fine.
Yeah?
I'll do it
Thank
then.
you. If everyone comes back in time.
Ahsant.
Any other observations or questions? Because we are running approximately 2.5 hours behind, I need to propose to this House that we maybe reshuffle a bit so that we can actually finish. The last agenda item of today would have been what is good conduct in the community. It's a white paper. And we don't believe it will take as much time as the other agenda items. So we thought squeezing that in. We just want to see if the logistics work and if Dr. Mitani, who leads this project, is available online. One moment. He's just joining now. It'll take a minute or so.
So I'll give a preamble to this whilst Dr. Akbar Mithani comes in. There are safeguarding issues with respect to how we conduct and safeguard our children in schools, madrasas, and in trips that are organized. A few months ago, there were certain incidents in the community that raised an alarm bell in terms of when people are accompanying into a kafila, or for that matter, organizing trips. And particularly in the West, there are policy requirements to ensure the conduct of leaders, individuals, group leaders, teachers, people with responsibility, with people who are vulnerable under their guidance. So we're talking of children, talking of younger people, and certain ethos are required to make sure that there is a safe environment for them to operate. As a result of that, there's been a lot of discussion. I commend the Dar Islam Jamaat, who organized recently an event to talk about the safeguarding of our children. And there were some very open discussions, matters that are undiscussable. Sometimes we don't discuss this in certain environments where it presumably is not an issue. But as a global community that is diverse, we increasingly see those challenges. Complaints are coming constantly to the World Federation, to the regional federation. Sometimes we bury this under the carpet. So after the challenges that we faced over the past few months with lots of complaints coming from different quarters, I convened a meeting of all regional federation presidents to see how can we resolve this issue. And we unanimously agreed that we should set up a task force, a community conduct policy task force, to come up with specific recommendations of how to safeguard our community from these challenges. And as a result, we appointed Dr. Akbar Mithani to lead this initiative. He has put a team together. From each region, there is a representation. Every region is different. And today is a preamble of the task force, but the ultimate result and the finalization of the policy will come at the conference, inshallah, in a few months, because time is required to come up with a succinct policy. Suffice to say that there are already a number of institutions that have their own safeguarding policies in place, and they've shared that material with the team. So if Dr. Mithani is ready, we can ask him to commence.
Dr. Saab, please, if you can show yourself. I know you are a Musafir. Excellent. Thank you very much. We've given a preamble of what it is, so over to you, please. Dr. Saab, Bismillah. You are on mute, so please, if you can just repeat. Thank you.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. شفيع المذنبين وخاتم النبيين. نبينا وشفينا وحبيب قلوبنا وطبيب نفوسنا أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين المنتجبين. أما بعد. السلام عليكم جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. I don't have much to say other than honestly just open to any questions. The conduct task force paper was submitted. As far as the paper is concerned, the terms of reference, I think, are clear. What is problematic, of course, is the fact that this is a very concerning issue. Even in fact, I think when the respected President Saib announced the creation of this misconduct or this conduct task force in, I think it was in the EXCO in Uganda, I've already had several people who have contacted me with feedback of various kinds. I want to be very clear as far as the purpose of this task force is concerned, is to not really have a situation where processes around the globe. It's not a cookie cutter approach that we need to take. Obviously, every region has its own culture and its own challenges, be it legal, be it community-based, and so on and so forth. The idea is really to create policies and guidelines and interventions at global level, regional and global implementation of those guidelines. So the of the guidelines is very clear. Is looking at how when we are all in different facets of the community.
Dr. Saab, sorry to disturb. Could you switch off your video because there's some connection problem? So if you can just switch off the video so we got a better bandwidth. Thank you. Dr. Saab, are you there? Dr. Saab, Bismillah.
Yeah, are you still able to hear now?
It's better. Bismillah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, so I was saying, I think the idea really of this task force is that there are various facets of the community where we have people, obviously leaders, scholars, officials in positions where they have positions of authority, either with internal Jamaat affairs or externally with external events like ziyarat groups and camps and so on and so forth. So the whole idea is to really create policies, guidelines, and interventions at a global level with looking at regional and local implementation, taking into account internal events, safety and security of madaris, administration, teachers, etc. External events such as camps, ziyarat groups, sporting events, even retreats, and already feedback coming even from some of the games that are happening across the world in our communities. And then some guidelines for individual members or individual community members who have been exposed to the misuse of power with certain individuals in authority. And a huge focus really on education. It's really
So we lost Doctor, and is back again. Bismillah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like I was saying, I think the education component is going to be one of the largest components. I think that we really need to educate the community at the global, regional, and local level with leaders, scholars, ziyarat leaders, members of the community, and so on and so forth. Implementation to the regions at local level. Unfortunately, we asked for representation from various regions in by November. Many of the regions have not provided their regional representatives to us. We are now end of December. We are
Dr. Saab, Yarhamakallah. Now, over to Mr. Chairman to summarize. You understand Dr. Saab has got a bit of problem with connection.
We are developing a detailed project plan, but we need the representations to be confirmed by the region start the work. So I'm going to stop there. I know my connection is not very good, but
Thank you, Saab.
I'm open to any questions that anybody may have.
Very good. Thank you so much for taking time. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Akbar. I think we certainly have had challenges understanding, but I think we got the gist. This house got the gist of the message. I just want to succinctly summarize the role of this team and make an appeal to all the regions. This team will come up with outcomes that will be shared at the conference. Policy and guidelines for internal events, recommendations for policy and safety guidelines for scholars, community leaders, guest lecturers, safety and security guidelines for events such as camps, seminars, workshop, madrasa administration and teachers, guidelines for external events such as ziyarat groups, private camps, sporting tournaments, retreats, guidelines for individual community members, recommendations, guidelines of safe action behavior, policy and safety guidelines, leadership. There are people who are vulnerable who work with us, ensuring that there's safety for them, mental health and trauma support in the event that unfortunately such an event would happen. It traumatizes an individual. There is a mental challenge which needs to be overcome. Education, develop an extensive education plan at global regional community level for community leaders, scholars, ziyarat group leaders, and members of the community. So this team is led by Dr. Akbar Mitani with Project Director Sister Laya Bahbahani, and there are 6 regional representations. We have already got representations from many regions, but there's still a few who need to provide the names, and Dr. Mitani is appealing to those who have not to kindly do so soonest so that he can continue the work. And by April, May time, he will have to present the paper in advance of the conference. So that's really the appeal. If there are any comments on the terms of reference that we have just described, if there are any suggestions or questions, we have 5 more minutes before we close, so please, Abul Bhai.
Thank you, Sadr Bhai. As I recall from the last conversation, each region was requested to give one name. That was for the initial fact-finding. So is this another task force or the same people continue? Okay.
The ask is that many regions have not given their names. Some have been very, very proactive, but some have not. So that's the big ask, that we need to finalize that so that the real paper can be finalized and we can have action points in May, yeah? Or whenever we have our conference. As there are no other observations or questions, we will be breaking for namaz. Now this is very, very important. We have to be super, super disciplined. Otherwise there will be no food, no going home, and we will lock the doors. So, Salat, Adhan is at 6:09. So we'll proceed for wudu. We will be sharp back here at 6:30. 6:30 inshallah. Thereafter, we'll finish the agenda items. Good news, we only have 2, and they'll be finished within the hour because we have promised Zaid by this as well, correct? And he nods. And then there will be surprises, both before the food and after. I won't tell you more. Asan. So this meeting will be just closed for Salat, and we'll join again at 6:30. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Recording stopped.
Brothers, please, if you can take your seat, we are starting, please. Thank you. Please, my esteemed, please. Thank you very much. Welcome back.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. And recording in progress. That means that we have started. Thank you very much for keeping the time, almost. We have an extremely important policy paper. I will give it to Mr. Chairman to give a preamble. And may I ask that Sheikh Afzal, if you can come forward. Excellent. Thank you very much. And may I ask our fantastic technical team to also keep the slides ready. Bismillah, President Sahab.
Respected councillors, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We have a very important paper that will now be presented that we have been discussing over the last few EXCOs, and that is the global marriage contract for the community. When we took office, and even prior to that for that matter, challenges with respect to family life, conflicts in marriage, and in the unfortunate event of divorce, tensions in getting to talaq, and subsequently the impact on the children, the custody of the children, as well as the mutually accumulated wealth during marriage have become prominent issues across the world, particularly in the Western communities, but the Eastern communities are not devoid of that. A couple of EXCOs have passed where the conflict resolution paper has been discussed, where there is effectively a trilateral approach of ensuring that we move forward. One is to have a unified contract globally that when any community member gets married, there is a contract in place that the World Federation has endorsed through the Executive Council that is used as a template. And should events of talaq happen, then there is a process to follow. Sheikh Alidina is a witness. Alhamdulillah, we are privileged that when we met His Eminence, Sayyid Ali Hussaini Sistani, Hafidhahullah, may Allah protect and lengthen his life, inshallah. We need his guidance, and he has provided us consistent guidance and constant guidance. He gave us the authority, which he doesn't give, but to a very few, where in the event of dispute and where the woman wants divorce and the husband is refusing to give divorce, only the Hakim al-Shara, the Marja, has the authority to dissolve the marriage and not the wife. This has created a lot of issues in the community. We have dealt with marriages that we have been unable to resolve, with divorces that the husband is reluctant to give divorce for 6, 7, 8, in one case 20 years. And we took dispensation from His Eminence that we need the authority to support and shake, alhamdulillah ta'ala, with the blessings and barakah of the honor that World Federation has in the eyes of Marja'iyah, and in particular also the presence of Sheikh Murtada Alidina, who is highly respected in the office of His Eminence, gave us the authority as World Federation to be able to recite the talaq on condition that Sheikh Murtaza Ali Din ultimately gets final involvement, and then the matter is referred to His Eminence's office for completeness. As a result, we have had a couple of cases where we have got involved, but it has not been easy, to say the least. The marriage contract that is being proposed has gone through extensive discussion with all 6 regional federations. Africa Federation already has a template that has been successfully used in the Jamaats that is relatively recent. Maulana Rizvi and Toronto Jamaat have worked together to come up with a template and a contract that is adopted in Toronto, which gives the woman the right as well for divorce under conditions that are prescribed. And the ulama, Sheikh Murtaza Ali Din, together with Sheikh Afzal, have been consulting people across the world, including guidance from Najafi Ashraf as well as the holy city of Qom. And the team has come up with a contract that we would like to present to you tonight. And I genuinely hope, in the best interest of committee members, that we adopt it and not waste time anymore, because we cannot take that responsibility where people are suffering, women in particular, and we are just leaving it in a limbo state of affair. However, the contract itself is not adequate, as you are aware. The second component is an education program. There are Jamaats, alhamdulillah, that hold premarital training. And there are Jamaats that also hold continuous training as people get married early years, where there is lack of experience, there are challenges, and there are various training programs that can be put together to support the couples to enhance their family life and to enhance their relationship. And importantly, we also find the community come forward and have been seeking support from the World Federation, which we haven't achieved yet, to train young parents of how to train their children in the upbringing in the current environment, which is very, very challenging, to say the least. And last but not least, ultimately, when things don't work out, there is dispute. People tend to go to the courts of law, unfortunately. In the secular courts, decisions are made, at times not in line with the values of Islam. And it is unfortunate that we have seen so many such episodes, particularly in the West, continuously happening just because of a lack of a proper contract in place. And hence the team has come up with an alternative dispute resolution mechanism that if it works for marriage, it can be extended to other areas of community affairs. However, we don't have time to discuss all 3 tonight. We will focus today on this contract itself, and if we can get consensus to move forward, it will be a huge achievement in the history of this community, because every Jamaat will then effectively will have a template to focus and work on, and those who already have one could enhance it and improve as we move forward. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Sheikh Afzal to begin presenting the paper. Bismillah.
Bismillah. Jazakumullah, Pramukh Sahib. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil khalqi Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali bayti at-tayyibin at-tahirin. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Respected ulama, office bearers of regional federations, councillors, my elders, attendees, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Building up and continuing with what respected President Safdar Bhai Jafar was explaining with regards to the context that led us to take up this very, very important initiative within Islamic education. On the one hand, the increased rates of divorce. On the second hand, cases in which the right of talaq is abused by the husband. And thirdly, considering the fact that there are cases in which these broken down marriages, the husband and the wife, they resort to civil courts for the solving of the particulars of the divorce. As a result, it was necessary for us to deal with this in a 3-step solution. The first is what we are trying to focus on today, which is the unified marriage contracts. Number 2, the covenant of marital life, marriage education, which I will give a couple of updates on, inshallah. And finally, the ADR team building. Going to the course itself, the contract itself. As you recall, in the EXCO that was held in Australia, we came with a white paper in which we presented approximately 10 scenarios in which we would propose for the wife to have the wikala on behalf of the husband to appoint somebody to divorce her. Of course, there would be a validating system whereby we would not just leave this at the whim of the wife, of course. In the EXCO that followed in June, we also had another suggestion or a template that we had received that was adopted based on the guidance of one of the Maraja, and we also sent it to Najaf in order to seek guidance from His Eminence Agha Sistani Hafidhahullah, that does the office in Najaf advise us for us to adopt an unconditional marriage contract template, in which case we found that there was an acknowledgement and a confirmation that the better of the two versions was the conditional one. And we received again another template from Najaf, which we worked on again, and we reached out extensively after having gone through a lot of give and take internally. We spoke to the scholars of the community from all of the regions. We also sought regional feedback from the councillors and others. We also spoke to Jamaats. We also conversed, or we also had a look at the different templates that we could get our hands on from the different regions, amongst them the AFED templates, amongst them the Toronto, Sydney, India, Wessex Jamaat, and other templates as well. After comparing, we came to conclude that there are different requirements for each of the regions. As a result, what we did is that we have come up with two variations of the contract. The first one is for the Western regions, because more or less the requirements are same. And on the other hand as well, we came up with one which is for non-Western regions. Amongst the similarities between the two, and this is just quick points, both agree to abide by the law of the land, but within the limits of Islam, meaning that it is permissible for both the husband and the wife to agree that they will waive their huquq, their rights. To a certain extent, they will waive to the extent that the law requires them to. So if in Islam, the custody of the child, after a certain age, it is for the father, but the civil courts were to rule that this is now for the mother, then from the very outset, the husband is accepting this matter by abiding by the law of the land. But with respect to ahkam of Islam, the laws of Islam that cannot be gone against, like what? Like talaq, for there to be two adil witnesses at the time of talaq. If we live in a country in which non-Shia Ithna Ashari courts are the civil court per se, are the legal courts, is it that we should accept the talaq to be said without two shahid? No, this is batil in the madhab of Ahlul Bayt al-Misram. So for this, in addition to the civil divorce, an Islamic divorce will also need to happen. Both contracts confirm to the principle, the terms followed according to the Ja'fari madhab, as according to the fatwa of one of the Maraja at-Taqleed, who is recognized by Ahl al-Khibra in both of the houses of Qum and Najaf. Both give conditional wikala to the wife in 12 scenarios to appoint a Shia Ithna Ashari alim to divorce her, whether in the marriage committee of the Jamaat or another. Both put a limit for the compensation that can be asked by the husband for the case of khula, whereby we have suggested it for not to be more than the mahar. Why is it? Because in khula, he can say, listen, I'm not sufficient for, it is not sufficient for me just for you to give me the mahar that I paid you, the dowry. No, I want half of your father's business. According to Sharia, he can ask. But because we don't want this to reach that level for it to be exploitation, for her to be freed, as a result, we have kept this cap. That from the very beginning, he's agreeing to this matter. The third thing, or the fourth thing, is that both absolve the husband. And this was something that we, alhamdulillah, got the guidance from Najaf. They absolve the husband of any outstanding financial dues to the wife in his capacity as a husband, such as maybe outstanding mahar or maybe outstanding maintenance. If the husband is forced to divorce the wife in 7 certain scenarios mentioned in the end. Very quickly, amongst the differences, in the Western region's contract template, we recognize that the divorce procedures are a civil courts matter. So it does not stipulate that the particulars, not the reconciliation attempts, no, but the divorce particulars, like what? Child custody, any joint finances, marital joint property, net property, etc. We do not stipulate for this to be dealt by the Jamaat. Because even if the Jamaat were to deal with this, if they don't come to a settlement outside, it will go to the courts anyway. It is going to be under the court system. So as a result, we agree by this. Whereas in non-Western regions, we do stipulate that first, not only the reconciliation attempt, but also if reconciliation is unsuccessful, then the particulars of the divorce should be mediated by the Marriage Reconciliation Committee. If within 4 months no solution that is agreeable to both parties is reached, then they may resort to the civil courts. This is the contract that we have in front of us. And we would like our respected counselors, the regions, the scholars to also acknowledge, and our scholars, of course, they are aware of this, that one of the things that we picked up in almost all of the marital contracts is that the wikala, in the manner that it was stipulated for the wife, in the other contracts that we have, it is an absolute stipulation. Meaning what? It does not say that it is multiple use. What do we mean by that? It means the wife, if she appoints an alim to divorce her on behalf of the husband, for one of those 12 scenarios, the talaq of a wakil is a revocable talaq, raj'i talaq. Meaning what? The husband can simply say, okay, tu talaq pairo, alim, bas, bairi, tu bashumari thege. So if it is not explicitly stipulated in the contract that it is to be used multiple times, we confirm with the Agha's office, they say that it is only to be used once. So in essence, she would fall to the same problem again. So our contract has paid attention to this. Very, very quickly, ending the last minute. With respect to the covenant of marital life, we have been planning in order to start training for these 3 types of courses. The first is training for trainers courses, TOT, which is for the scholars and conveners of workshop in the regions. Inshallah, we aim to commence within the first half of 2024. We will also be having courses. There are a couple of courses that respected Shahideen and myself we are reviewing right now. We are enrolled in them. Marriage counseling from Islamic and psychological angles. Also, we aim to commence these, inshallah, following successful validation, inshallah, in 2024. Finally, there will be courses by the trained people, inshallah, to be then held within the regions and the grassroots. This rollout will be confirmed, inshallah, in the next few months. As for the ADR, dispute resolution, of course, after an initial pilot training to ensure that the content of the courses provided by this company, Sulha Solution, in Toronto, these are acceptable according to our fiqh. Inshallah, in 2024, we'll be providing you with a further update, inshallah, so that the regions can then suggest their candidates through whom we would like to build a trained global team. With this, I end with this final sentence that, alhamdulillah, it has been a tawfiq from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for us to have the honor of working under the office of Agha Sistani, their guidance, and with all of the scholars, with the regions. All of these efforts that number, I'm sure, to hundreds, if not thousands of hours of work during these few periods. That this, we gifted this work, inshallah, hopefully the contracts are adopted. We dedicate this sadaqah jariyah to our marhumin, especially those of our marhumin who are being forgotten or those who do not have any inheritors to remember them. We dedicate this Sadaqah Jariyah to them, and let us remember them all, especially the founder of the World Federation, Marhumullah Asghar, and our respected shuhada of our community over here with the Surah Al-Fatiha. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Afzal, for that succinct presentation and tremendous hard work. Before we open the floor to for discussion, I would like to invite Sheikh Murtada Alina if there's anything he wants to add at this point or would rather come later on if required. Later? You prefer later, inshallah. So I think with this, I will request the Secretary General to facilitate observations, discussions, questions from the councillors, and I presume that this is a serious paper that you either have read or have delegated that responsibility to your resident alims who have been involved anyway with us. Alhamdulillah, we have sought guidance. We have provided a list of all those who we have consulted in the paper, which you will observe. And we will leave the floor open now for comments from our councillors.
Thank you. May I be difficult and say that given the plethora and the depth of the people who have given their input, who are we but amateurs when the experts have spoken? So given those words, I hope that we reach a conclusion very fast, inshallah. Thank you. Habib Bhai Megji would like to start. Bismillah, why don't you start? Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Sheikh Afzal, for the presentation. I just have a quick question. So let's say the EXCO and the Jamaats or the regions adopt the contract, and if both parties have some changes to the contracts, do they need to consult a scholar to make that change or cancel a clause? What are the process if there is a change where both parties are agreeing to make the change? Or is there a process or guideline which you can suggest? Thank you.
Thank you. Sheikh Afzal, Sheikh Alina, if you remember that question, we're going to ask if there are others as well. Anyone else? Okay. Zaira Basbai, Bismillah, go for it.
Anybody else first?
Huh?
Anybody else first?
Yeah, you, Bismillah.
Okay.
Tafaddalu.
So three things come to my mind. First one is in terms of what the slide had. The first one is they agree to what the law of the land has told them to do, correct, from the court or whatever it is. And then there is a limit of compensation in terms of the husband. So I feel at the moment, and I would like clarity from you, is that this is unfair on the husband, because when it comes to the court, you have to give the wife whatever she wants. But when it comes to the opposite way, the husband is now limited to what he can ask for. Obviously, they're not asking for something that is unreasonable. So Shar'an, why aren't we following the same for the wife? Because the wife has, let's say, a payment to be made to her or for or maintenance for a certain period of time. So we need to have one, you can say, measurement for the decision. Because we can't have one is law of the land and the other one is favoring, like not both Islamic. I feel, again, I'm not pointing a finger at you, because now this, is more, you are both scholars. I can't do that. It's out of respect. So I would like humbly your clarification on that. I'm not understanding it. And another one comes for child custody. The custody of the children is in the father's name. Court rules that the mother gets the custody. What happens if the mother is given the custody, but that's against the Sharia? And the fourth one is that COAGE, a couple of years ago, I don't know which year it was, but they did a very good training, and our marital mediators in Nairobi are trained by COAGE and have a successful model of dispute resolution and divorce. It's not a must that they must stay together, and it's not a must they get divorced. So I hope you have consulted with them, and that resource also is going to be used again. Thank you.
Yes. Al-Shahidi, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think there is a term was used as premarital training. I think it should have been premarital counseling. Training is a so it's better to, although my English is not that good, but Huh? Okay. Now coming to some serious issue. I'm on the opinion from the, like even before it was been discussed, that making a global unified contract is very challenging. Number two, there is a need of making a global contract? Number three, okay, we can make a global contract as a guideline and allow the local federations and Jamaats to incorporate as per their culture and societies and make it what you say, a compulsory part of it. Okay? So they could change something, but that would be compulsory for members. As you are giving a global thing, maybe you have given 20 things, okay. So they come add something, 2 more things, or they may replace something. So there should be certain level of flexibility. Number 3, there are some issues which I have discussed, but I would like to be put it on record. Like there are certain places where it's been mentioned, like if husband is imprisoned, so wife will get the right after 3 years. No, why after 3 years? Maybe it's haraj and difficult for a lady even after 6 months. Or maybe a lady can, able to have forbearance and patience for maybe 5 years, 10 years. So there are few things which should be considered, and the objective should be haraj and should not be changed as something very much subjective sort of thing. There are other issues. I don't want to bring it each and every issue over here. I have mentioned, I have already discussed with Sheikh Afzal and a little bit with Sheikh Alidina. But just I want to say, just like I would say in principle, I will go and endorse the collective wisdom of ulama and experts. But I request that there should be some flexibility in 2 ways. It could be. One, we may allow each federation or Jamaat to accommodate or incorporate as per their requirements, or the option B could be that they can propose those minor changes for maybe their own Jamaats and thing, and that could be incorporated over here, like by the committee. So we don't have to come back to EXCO or conference to adopt, because in principle, an excellent work has been done, a comprehensive work has been done, too much exercise has been done, and lots of what we say, it was cumbersome for these ulama. But if we allow, this forum allows to incorporate few changes, so I think this document would be acceptable and could be adopted. One thing, if this forum allows, because I feel that would be a big change, so maybe a committee would not be able to adopt. Like in Meher, when we say dowry, like in Pakistan, we recommend 5 tola pure gold. 5 tola is approximate 55 grams of pure gold. So it doesn't have, do not devalue due to inflation, all those things. So if there could be some recommendation over here, so we can save our girls from all these type of things. I have experienced like a family coming from like Canada, and they said we would like to keep $1,000 or maybe I think $500. I say, what are you talking about? We over here, it's like, 5 tola thing. So they were reluctant to do it. Ultimately, they agreed, and things was they agreed to $5,000 in the end. So just if we can recommend something, or you can keep something like that for globally or maybe locally to the Jamaat as per their requirement and or recommendations, so that will be one of my suggestions. So these are my few points and opinions, my 2 cents, and that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other new ones. No. Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant? No. But Habib Bhai, you would have one. We allow that. Thereafter, we're going to ask a few questions so that we can proceed. Bismillah.
Yeah, sorry, one person listening online texted me that one other option is to have one contract and then you can add clauses or delete clauses, because if one spouse is coming from the eastern part and then the other spouse is coming from the western part, or if they move from eastern to western or western to eastern. So that's one suggestion for your team to consider. The other question I have is, so what are the implications if some parties don't sign a contract because they have full faith and trust? Are we going to not recite their nikah in our jamaats? What are the implications? What are the consequences? The other thing is, we guys have worked so hard, it's time to adopt, and then the jamaats can work with their religious scholars on their ground to take it further, make some minor changes, but this is the recommended contract, and there'll be lots of circumstances in Mahar, so many other areas where we won't be able to get global consensus. But as long as the template is there, it's something good, we highly recommend both parties to sign a contract for the future. Thank you.
Yeah. If we can start answering the questions, there are no other online at this moment. If there's anyone who would like to say, we have Rasul Bhai Bhavani who's coming. Now, I don't want to rush this at all, but I would like at least to say that if anyone has got questions and so, don't wait till the last moment. Put yourself up, then you don't have anything to say, sorry, it has already been covered. But otherwise very difficult to prepare, especially. Thank you. So Rasul Bhai Bhamani, and then we'll give to answer these points. Thank you. Rasul Bhai, we can't hear you. One moment. I think you are unmuted, but somehow we can't hear you. Try again, please. Just speak. No. One moment. No. Rasul Bhai आए ने log out करो पच पाचो log in करो पच पन्या कोशिश करो पाचो. Okay. Bismillah. Just try out and coming back in. Sheikh Afzal, Bismillah, if you start, and then we'll give Rasul Bhai a chance. Thank you.
Ahsantum. Jazakumullah, respected councillors, scholars, for your questions and observations. Bismillah ar-Rahim. So the first thing, what is the process for changing any clauses? Basically, this contract, it does not have that many conditions which we suggest to be adopted as mandatory. The mandatory part of it is basically the fact that they will, first of all, go to the Jamaat in case of any marital disputes. Secondly, the fact that the husband gives wikala to the wife to be used in these conditions. And thirdly, if the divorce has to happen because of a fault of one of 7 faults in the wife, then the husband on behalf of the wife can appoint somebody to absolve him of the remaining financial dues. because financial maintenance of the wife is considered to be a debt. Imagine this week if a person were not to give their spouse their financial support, then it's counted as a debt, except if she absolves you of it. If the talaq were to happen and things are still sour, and this matter has not been solved, he is going to take this with him to the grave. So this we consider is necessary for it to be. However, you want to add other things, that is fine. We have kept a section, we have even mentioned in the paper as well, you want regional federations want to add certain other conditions, bismillah. You want to add certain other definitions, bismillah. Some other contractual legal terminologies or terms based on your jurisdiction, bismillah. That is there. What are the implications? Will we not recite nikah? So this is something that actually is something that needs to be decided by this august body, by the office bearers, all of you together collectively. What kind of decision is to be taken? Because we will mention that as Islamic scholars dealing with cases that come to us of this nature, this is the thing that breaks the back of the camel. One case only that Pramukh Sahib knows about. Just from me, I'm not referring to other scholars that also dealt with that case. At a certain point, from the very beginning when I was dealing with the case, between both parties and following other scholars who had mediated with that couple, I spent 40 hours, I think, maybe in a matter of not 2 or 3 weeks. 40 hours, which could have gone to many other things. This because such a contract was not adopted at that time. Who is going to take that responsibility? Do we have the resources right now to deal with such cases? Please don't bring that to us. I'm saying as scholars, you will be draining our time. We will be draining the resources of the organization. You will be draining your resident alim. Zahir Abbas Bhai, the law of the land with respect to any dispute would award the wife a certain amount of compensation, maybe of the net wealth. You have to understand that, for example, in the Western regions, this goes both ways. It's not only that he is going to be giving from his side, but she, if she's working, as is also the case in general, she is also going to be giving to him from her side as well. So the split goes in half. Or according to what they agree through the mediation, if they agree to a legal mediation, something that we are also trying to create within our own body. Khula specifically is actually something else. Khula refers to the religious divorce. Okay? Now, in the case of religious divorce, we have seen cases in which the husband is not giving anything to start off with in our countries in the non-West. To start off with, and secondly, mashallah, uppar na finances mange bayri ni tarafti. So he's not giving anything, and he is oppressing. He is abusing this. What do we do? We have to be logical about this. How so? One of the differences is that if the particulars of the divorce in the non-Western template are to be dealt by the Jamaat, reconciliatory bodies, marriage bodies, then one of the things that they will specify is they will suggest an alimony sum to be paid to the wife. Bijawakat, the wife is not educated, she has not studied, or she is not working. And the husband can't just divorce her through the Jamaat, bas patigyu. He has to give her something financial. Barabar? Especially considering that in certain regions the mahar is so low. Barabar? Maybe just $100 or what? What's that? On the other hand, hamna nu je situation che kaide to nati. Alimony, it's not mandatory. Samiti mange che. So this is what we're facing. This is the status quo. It's not as you represented. With respect to custody being given to the wife, it is against Sharia. No, this is not called it is against Sharia. This is called Hukum Awali. This is the primary ruling in Sharia, the default. By default, after a certain age, the custody belongs to the husband. It does not belong to it's not that it belongs to the wife. No, it is not joint anymore. because during the early period, it is joint between the husband and the wife. Okay? Pachi, it is the husband's. However, what we are saying is that Sharia allows for the waiving of rights. This is considered, custody is considered to be a haqq of the father. The haqq, you are allowed in Sharia to waive it to whatever extent you agree with the other party. Okay? And this is, you can find this in the Risala Amaliya, in Islamic laws, you can find Tawdih al-Jami', and we also again confirmed it the third time after already knowing with Agha's office as well. So in the concept template that we received from Najaf, this is also there as well. This is there. As for the mediation, the training that was done by COEG for the Nairobi, what we are actually looking to do, we want to replicate it, but this time not only for the good benefit to be for yourselves, actually we want it to be with everyone. We want this to be global. Right? Agha Shahidi, with respect to premarital counseling and training, I'll say, لا مشاحة في الاعتبار, as they say, we want to call it counseling or training. Inshallah, the fa'idah will be the same, inshallah. With respect to having a global unified contract, yes, we do recognize and we do acknowledge the fact that different regions have different jurisdictions and different laws, different customs. We agree to that 100%. So there is a core part of the contract which is there for all, okay? There is a core part of the contract which is there for both templates. There will be some differences that we will communicate with the regions and we will come to an agreement with regards to their suggestions for them to be adopted, although we request to remain in the loop, and especially some parts not for them to be, for them to remain. The core part is very, very necessary to solve the problems. With respect to Agha Shahidi, the husband being imprisoned 3 times, Agha Shahidi, yesterday when we were discussing this as well, you also brought it up. If you refer to, if I'm not mistaken, in the contract, either 5.8 or 5.1.8 or 6.1.8, if the husband is unable to fulfill the customary intimate needs of the wife, thereby causing her unbearable difficulty, haraj baligh. So this would supersede the other clause which talks about what? About the imprisonment up until 3 years. If she's not able to handle 3 years, okay, then in this case, this clause will apply. But if she is able to handle, she will say, "Ke hamara family, she hamara bachcha hai, etc." To khair, inshallah. You can continue. So this is already covered, inshallah. Just quickly, yeah, so in general, we agree to the fact that some changes, inshallah, we will agree to that. Mahar Shahidi, one more thing. With respect to a recommendation for mahar, we have put a recommendation in the footnotes. In the footnotes, we have suggested, after discussing with respect to Shahidina, mahar as-sunnah, the mahar of the Holy Prophet for his wives. Sallallahu alayhi wa alayhi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala Muhammad. Secondly, the mahar of Sayyidah Fatima sallallahu alayha is al-mahar as-sunnah, 500 dirhams, that is to say 500 grams of silver. Sorry, 1,200 and approximately 50 grams of silver. This, I was just checking as you were speaking, today counts to approximately $1,000. Currently in East Africa, for example, in certain jamaats, the mahrab, if I'm not mistaken, some counselors may correct me, is $100. The 55 grams that is suggested over here is approximately 3,000 something dollars. 3,000 few $100. If that is the case, we are jumping and creating from 100 to 3,000 something. In the end, this is a gift. If the communities, if the committees, if the scholars feel that this can be adopted and given, etc., this is something that you can suggest. Our humble recommendation would be for it to remain as mahr as-sunnah. Mahr as-sunnah, which is the mahr of the Holy Prophet. And again, you want for the value to remain, then count it in silver. Barabar, it will continuously keep the value. But if you want for the region to continue with the 55, of course, this is something that it can be specific to Pakistan Federation. If any other region wants to have something else, they can also suggest, and we can, inshallah, work together for this, inshallah. I was then, Rasul Uncle, his question.
Yes. Rasul Bhai, are you there? So please, if you can come in. Thank you.
I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Bismillah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Arif Bhai. So I don't think I'm qualified enough to make any comment as far as the contract is concerned and the religious elements within that contract. The observation or comment that I'd like to make is that documents or policy papers such as these would be bottom up, i.e. from Jamaat level, going up to Federation and the World Federation. So it's a lot of effort has gone into this particular paper, and I commend that. I think it's a worthwhile cause, and you guys have done something amazing there. The problem that I have is that this is the first time that I've seen this paper in the sense that it came with the pack, the meeting pack. And therefore, personally, I haven't been able to share it with our resident alim at Jamaat, or have a discussion within our Jamaat level to see what their thoughts are. Now, for this to be successful, I think it's important that we do get in the buy-in from the bottom up. And therefore, I think there needs to be some sort of time where we can sort of bring this in at the Jamaat level and then see how it works before we sort of, I don't know what you mean by approval. Is it a policy document that every Jamaat must have this? Is it a recommendation? I'm not quite sure of that. But if you know what I mean, rather than have something set in stone, I think it's something that we really need to sort of have it as a highly recommended document, and then perhaps review at some stage, and then sort of make it a policy document. So initially a recommendation, and then a policy document, something like that. I think may be worth just reflecting and thinking about. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Agha Shahidi, and after this we will not take any further. I'm looking at the body language. Thank you. Agha Shahidi, please.
As I said earlier, this document is wonderful and excellent. Lots of ulama or scholars has contributed. The one thing is that I think no Jamaat has policing power. That means that even if we have tightened the contract, and if there is a violation from either side, wife or husband, what we can do? As per our constitution in Karachi, we cannot expel them, we cannot cancel them, we cannot say don't come to Jamaat, or we cannot say we are not going to bury you. No, we as a constitution we cannot do that. So what we can do, I think we do not have policing power. Similarly, if we come one step higher, today we accept that, okay, this document is over here, but then Jamaat do some violation. So what World Federation is going to do? Ultimately, this will become a recommended document as a what you say, a guideline for them. So until we do not have policing power, until we go to the courts and recognize this document as a legal document, there will be no consequences for the husband and wife that they have signed it, a legal document. So we need to do further working on this. This document is okay, this is good. But for implementation, it will take time. For every Jamaat, for every Jamaat, it's a different scenario. But again, from our point of view, for our region, Pakistan Federation, as far as we agree on this, that the forum allows that there would be a flexibility to adopt few things. Yes, I do agree with Sheikh Afzal that whatever changes been suggested by any Jamaat or Federation, it should go through this committee of World Federation. So they are, not only go through it, rather I say they should accept it or allow it or something like that. So it should be centralized. Even as there is a difference between one Jamaat, other Jamaat, one region, other region, this committee should come with it that there is a rationale behind these changes in these regions. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Bismillah, Pramukh sir. Thank you very much for the very valuable feedback. Before I try and converge and give a way forward, I would like to invite Sheikh Murtada Ali Dina to provide any input or clarification on this matter. فليتفضل.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I think we need to keep in mind that the Sharia, in giving the right of talaq to the husband, had a particular goal in mind. If, unfortunately,
we can't hear you properly. Maybe.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I think an important aspect that we need to keep in mind when this whole document was prepared was that, unfortunately, we had to deal with cases, as Pramukh Sahib has pointed out and as Sheikh Afzal also has pointed out, that there are cases where the Sharia's right of talaq given to the husband was being abused and misused. And at the Jamaat level, the resident alim in the reconciliation committee had no powers to override the husband's abuse. The Sharia does not allow zulm to be done to anyone in the marriage. So we had to look for a way to bypass this. There were two ways to do it. One was we take every single case in which the husband stubbornly refuses to listen to advice by the reconciliation committee. The husband doesn't even report to the reconciliation committee. We take each single case of all the global Jamaats and take them to Agha's office for resolution. Practically impossible. So in this contract, what we are trying to do is make the husband agree to transfer his power of attorney. He has the right of talaq, but this authorization is given to the wife that, God forbid, should these circumstances appear, we have listed about 10 of them based on the cases that were being faced globally by different Jamaats. If these, 12. If these 12 scenarios appear, then the local reconciliation committee will judge the case, and if it is deemed fair that yes, the spouse has merit in the complaint that she's making, then with this authorization, the talaq can proceed. This was begun in the East African Jamaats. I'm not sure about the Pakistan Federation. But in the West, the situation was different. There, the law of the land many a times issued edicts which we found did not accord to the Sharia. So in order to accommodate that, we had to put these clauses whereby right in the beginning, both parties agree that the law of the land should ultimately, whatever judgment is made, so long as it is not against the hukum of the Sharia, as Sheikh explained the difference between the hukum of the Sharia and the right. the husband has certain rights, the wife has certain rights. They agree to compromise and give up their rights. They're not going to demand payments, financial payments, or authority over children. So essentially, this contract is a compromise to accommodate the law of the land in different places. But alhamdulillah, in Pakistan, or in some parts of East Africa or some other Jamaats, there is still the conservative, traditional rules are still being abided by. So that's how we introduce this element of flexibility. I give you one example, and that will clarify the situation, the differences that we are seeing. Agha Shahidi, are you aware, in Iran, the issue of custody, for example. So Sheikh Afzal said, custody is the right, not the law. That joint custody up till 2 years, and then from 2 to 7, mustahab, and then from 7 years onwards, it is wajib, it is a right of the father to take over. Now the new meaning recent years, Iran has changed the law to say, this issue of haraj that you mentioned, it's extremely difficult for the mother to be separated from the children after 2 years or after 7 years. So now the new law says, if it can be established in the court that the separation of the children is going to be extremely emotionally unbearable for the mother, then no problem. This 7-year restriction can be compromised. Hazrat Ayatollah Sistani makes a different edict. He says, it's not the mother alone, it's the welfare of the child. If the separation of the child after 7 years from the mother is going to affect the welfare of the child, then 7 years can be waived. So notice there is flexibility being introduced because of the circumstances. And therefore, when we say, Zahir, by law of the land, we have studied and we have checked with the fatwas of the marja, is there a flexibility in the fatwa? Is this 2 years, 7 years strict, or no, there are situations where there can be exceptions? This is one of them. So if both parties consciously understand and agree to compromise and give up certain of their rights, then this contract can help handle the situation. This is the brief clarification I wanted to offer. Barakallahu alaikum.
Okay. Yeah, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just want to try and summarize this and then get the mood of the house so that we can converge and close this subject. With all respect, Rasul Bhai, extensive consultations, 3 EXCOs, Sydney, London, Karachi. People are suffering, our women are suffering, and we get constantly accused that tamne bhaiyon ne talaq nathi do. And we are currently already having many cases right now as we speak. That's why Sheikh Alda has made it very clear that it is a compromise where the man is being asked to extend the power of attorney, transfer the power of attorney, and in that way, we have chosen to live in the West. It's our choice, and yes, there are perspectives, and we know the challenges. But at the end of the day, what is in the broader interest of the community? We have done it in line with the guidance from the eminent scholars, as Agha Shahid also mentioned. There's nothing wrong in the contract. It is something that will take us forward, and there's always room to improve it. In COEG in particular, we took extensive consultation with Sheikh Safdar Razi, Sheikh Nuru, who represents the COEG views, Sheikh Fali Abbas Datu, Dr. Makbul Rahim, Alima Aliya Yusuf Ali, Alima Nasim Pir Muhammad, Sister Zara Karani, Sister Farzana Eji. This is extensive consultation with COEG and Rasul Bhai, and also with others. As far as enforcement is concerned, we don't have any enforcement mechanism, with all respect. But the good thing is that when this house adopts it, there is respect. We adopted the mixed gathering paper in Toronto. I remember in that executive council meeting, the Maulana Rizvi paper that was adopted by the World Federation, that is still a live document and is well respected. Yes, not everybody enforces it. Yes, there are breaches. But by and large, if there are breaches, people at least know there is a breach. Otherwise, they don't even know where it is. We don't have any mechanism to police or to enforce. That is entirely up to the Jamaats to decide. World Federation cannot external engineering. What we can do is to recommend, strongly recommend, and avoid this issue. There are weddings taking place every day now in so many Jamaats. We are more than 120. There is no contract, zero contract. Goodwill, $786, yeah, $100, yeah, even I have seen $1 Holy Quran. These are the different mahars out there with the goodwill, you know, it is sentimental, dowry, etc., and no contract, and then dispute happens, and there's a complaint, they go to the courts. The contract is signed at the Kaira. World Federation doesn't have a contract as a global body. So with all this extensive work, my humble suggestion to the House is as follows, that we adopt this contract. We strongly recommend the Jamaats and the regions to adopt it. Jamaats and regions may accommodate amendments and edits as per the local customs and traditions in line with Sharia and in consultation with the alim and marja. I think in this way, we safeguard even the mechanism that if Jamaats want to change it, there is a layer of scholar and the marja or Islamic Education World Federation, if you want to put that layer, we leave that. If we can accept this today and unanimously adopt this, I can assure you that it may not be the best and optimal output, but a lot of these divorce cases that are taking place will have resolved that as a house, and we have at least become bari zimma. We have done our moral responsibility as the Executive Council. So having said that, I just want to look at the sentiments of the House, if we are in agreement. Yes, Sheikh Afzal, you have raised, yes, Bismillah.
Sorry, I just wanted to humbly request Pramukh Sahib that, respected Sheikh Khalidina, my humble self, we do have involvement, for us to have involvement in any changes, kindly.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure. I can see, yes, Habib, any suggestions to improve what I said?
Yes, so the only edit I would make towards your comments, Dr. Bhai, is we should say that any amendments or changes can go through the team here, but not Marja-e Taqlid. If they deem necessary based on the amendment, they will reach out and consult Marja-e Taqlid. Otherwise, the timeline will be very difficult. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
મારા ખ્યાલથી આ થવું જોઈએ કે જ્યારે તમે કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ બનાવ્યું છે બધાએ રિજન પોતાનું પડી લે અને જે એમેન્ડમેન્ટ એકોર્ડિંગ ટુ ધ લેન્ડ લોસ છે એમાં એમેન્ડ કરીને તમને મોકલાવે પછી દેટ શુડ બી ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટેડ ઇન અ મેનર કે ધીસ ઇઝ અ ગ્લોબલ એગ્રીમેન્ટ બટ ફોર સબ્જેક્ટિવ કે ભાઈ ધીસ ઇઝ ફોર પાકિસ્તાન this is for Europe, this is for Canada, and the Jamaat can utilize that on your name, but it's written over there, it should be it is applicable for Pakistan, it is applicable for Europe. Amendment કરીને તમને મોકલાવે through પછી તમે જે decision લેવું હોય પછી we can do it.
Yeah, so I think it is building on to what Habib said. Yes, Imran.
Pramukh Sahib, I would just like to suggest that when we're asked to adopt a recommendation by a team that has been endorsed by Agha Sistani, I feel a bit embarrassed that this paper is coming to us to say that I need to adopt it. I believe if this was a Sharia matter, it should have been done as soon as possible and it would have come to the House only for information. Why are we waiting all these days until an EXCO to adopt a paper where people on the ground are suffering? I believe this should have been done much in advance. We fully have, we believe in you. We obviously believe in Sheikh Khalidina and his team, and we give him absolute powers to do what it takes to ensure that our Sharia is followed to the T and, you know, cross the I's.
Okay. We are a democracy, and I think you have extended it to call it a guided democracy. Look, Agha has not enforced this contract, with all respect. Agha Sistani has given guidance on what a contract should be. and Sheikh Mutadrina represents the World Federation when it comes to absolute requirement to recite divorce, but this contract will devoid of that because the power of attorney is transferred to the wife. So yes, I think we have reached there. I appreciate that. I just am cognizant. I don't want to take more comments, but please, very quickly, very quickly.
So you see, I'd be reluctant to agree because, you see, for example, I'll give you the last comment which respected Sheikh said, that the reconciliation committee decides that talaq should be done. That, first of all, I would not agree with it at all. As on-ground Jamaat, I would not agree. Why? Because the committee can have a conflict of interest. There are people obviously who are related to each other, uncle reconciliation, head shake, auntie reconciliation. Then what happens? The contract in principle, first of all, Africa Federation has it, and just coming to what Aga Shahidi said, if in Nairobi, if you don't sign the contract, we don't recite your nikah. We don't stop you. We tell you, here's the reason Alim's contact, go and contact him, you can do the nikah in the Musafakhana if you want, but we will not do it in the Jamaat because you're refusing to sign the AFED contract.
But Zahir bhai,
in terms of adoption, if we come to adoption, what does adoption mean? Please explain. So that we are agreeing that we are implementing it or not, or
yes,
what does it mean?
We are recommending implementation. Africa Federation contract is not much different to our contract, except that we have extended the explanation of it. It is the same, with all respect, with some difference. So if it's already implemented, all we are doing is we are sort of providing a stronger framework. It doesn't come back to the concern you have. It's already there. In fact, we only had one contract, correct me if I'm wrong initially, and it was a recommendation from Africa in the East to have two contracts, one for the East and one for the West, to allow an additional layer of reconciliation, which is not even there. So what I'm trying to say is that there is already consensus. We have worked with Aftab, we have worked extensively with the ulama, the fudala, the talaba, as well as the Hausa and the Office of His Eminence. I don't think we can do more, with all respect. So, and it's not going to be much different to what's happening in Nairobi. So be rest assured of that. So maybe if you want to understand the dynamics better, I'm sure Sheikh will guide you. And my humble suggestion to the House is to adopt it, with the caveats that I mentioned, that if regions and Jamaats want to amend it, as per the local customs and traditions, they could refer the matter to Islamic education for mutual consultation and affirmation. My humble suggestion is that we recommend and adopt that, and this is why I would like to propose this to the House. You propose, Aga Shahidi proposes it. There is no resolution, it is consensus building. I don't think we need a resolution. Unless there is a strong objection, then obviously we will look into that. The people online, if we can see any indications of any second. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not a resolution. We are adopting it in the spirit of the House, I believe, because this is Sharia matter. We would like to avoid, yes.
No, what we're doing here, we are adopting a paper. So if we are adopting, we need somebody to propose it.
Then we need
and
to put a
second it.
resolution.
No, it doesn't need to be a resolution per se. Are we adopting it or not?
Yeah,
a paper which has been
adopting
presented.
a paper, don't we need a proposal and second with a resolution?
No, we can do that as well. Fine.
So if we do that,
If
then
we
let's
have,
put it on the screen.
if we have parties who don't feel up to it, then we will have to then go. Then we go towards the resolution.
No, I want to avoid Sharia matters to be. If you remember in Dar es Salaam, we had a meeting, a mixed gathering, and you mentioned at that time Sharia matters should not be voted on. Unless I find that the House's mood is a split House, which I don't seem to see the case. I think Zaibas just wanted explanation. I don't think he's against it. So I think with this spirit, we as a House can minute that we have mutually agreed and consented to this. And I think that should be good enough. I mean, we did that for the mixed gathering paper. I don't think there was a resolution. Correct, Habiba, if I'm right?
Actually, the situation over there was different, of like something permissible and prohibited. But over here, it's more of the recommendations of, different conditions which has been. So we have curtailed the rights of men somewhere and somewhere women. So over here, I think it should be adopted rather as a paper, with the addition of what you have said, or we may go with the separate resolution over here, I think. So it's nothing wrong with it as to go with the resolution. I think we can go as the adoption of paper as well.
So, Bayo, what we have here now is a paper which is the question on the table is, will this House adopt a paper which has been recommended? What that means is that World Federation will not go after an executive committee of a Jamaat who has not gone. No, it says that the various regions, the ulama and leaders have taken into account that we should have a contract which is measured in such a way that it can be implemented in different geographies. And also it gives the right for the different communities to put appendices and variations as long as the spirit of the paper doesn't go, but specifically that it can be run in the different geographies and the law of the land. So this is what we are. So question is, we have someone who has proposed. We have a seconder in Ashraf Bhai Haidari as well. Anyone else who would like to say anything to say that, no, I don't like this, then is it different? Then we'll have to go towards a resolution. Muhammad Ali Bhai? Muhammad Ali Muraj?
So, for us to resolve on something with a resolution, from a coach perspective, if we haven't really shared it with our Jamaats and got their inputs, then when you go back to the floor, then there'll be a lot of pushback saying, look, you haven't involved us. So it seems that right now, it's a recommendation, it's a template that you are recommending to be used. As it is, it's going to be very difficult to enforce. And like you said, there's a consensus that it's a template, it's a recommendation, let's use it. If there are changes, we can come back, we can alter it, so on and so forth. But I can see this to be as a starting point, getting it to all the Jamaats, and let's take it from there. Because I think if you then kind of, humble opinion, is if we then try to kind of create a resolution, then there's that aspect that we haven't shared it with our Jamaats, and we don't know what the Jamaats and their resident alims and so on and so forth think of.
Wait, Rasul Bhai Mamani first, and then Zahir Bhai. 1 minute only, please. 1 minute.
No, please ignore my point. I think Muhammad Ali has made that point that I was going to make. Thank you.
You see, when we as the Executive Council or any of the regional federations make a decision, it has to be a decision that is implemented. Because if we just say it's theoretical, then it defeats the purpose of our mandate. Number one. Number two, when any kind of policy which is directly affecting the grassroots is being discussed here, it is important that, like, I don't know if this can be confirmed, that this paper, unfortunately I have not seen the paper, but when it was circulated to the councillors, and before that, was it circulated to the regional federation, all the team, you know, like for example, to be deliberated at a Supreme Council session, or I don't know what you guys call your sessions, you know, but something like that, so that we have, you have a buy-in for implementation. This is not a WF paper for WF policy. I mean this in a very good manner, and you take it in that manner. Yeah. Okay, so this is implementation at ground level. It's going to be difficult for us to adopt, and then it will not be implemented. We will look, the mandate becomes then dilute.
As I mentioned to you, this has been discussed for 3 EXCOs. 3 EXCOs, the conditions have been discussed, the terms have been discussed, a finalization process has happened now. I will not take that responsibility of any more divorce in the community from now on, because there is a moral responsibility. Our women are suffering every day we delay. There is a strong recommendation on the table. If this House decides not to adopt or delay it, you will take the responsibility to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I have become bari'u zimma. There are divorce cases happening. There are women sitting at home. The husbands are refusing to give divorce. Our ulamas are unable to reconcile the process. The time taken is so long. We have taken 3 EXCOs to get to where we are. The choice is yours. I have 2 options. Either we put a resolution and pass it, or we agree with consensus unless there is a strong objection to adopt it, or you decide to stall it further till the conference, then you are responsible. We have done Bari'u Zimma as office bearers, so you will take the responsibility. These are the 3 options that I can see. My genuine concern is that if all the ulamas have already said that this is an acceptable template, I don't see any issue from a Jamaat perspective. You can consult them. The mixed gathering paper that was presented was never voted on, but it was implemented. But if you want to give stronger teeth, that Zahir Abbas Bhai says, stronger teeth, and you want to pass a resolution, we will ask the Secretary General to put a resolution.
I think it should, in principle, I said that maybe I can, if I'm not exaggerating, but maybe 98% of this paper is adoptable. Okay, so it should be. We should ask regional federations to ask their Jamaats to implement it. Just a little flexibility to have regional changes in that. So it's not that if they are recommending something, so it will upset the entire paper. So I think this is something we should go for it. Yes, maybe in one Jamaat or one region, there will be maybe 50% implementation initially, in some Jamaat 80%, but you know, there is something, there is a law, constitution over here, there is something which we compelled us to go for it. But if we just keep it as a suggestive thing, recommended thing, then it's become just like any other document. So we don't want this thing as any other documents. It's a very important document, and I think we need to adopt it as something, as a sort of a policy matter, what we, as I said, I don't have the right word, but something like which is becomes sort of an obligation on various regions and Jamaats.
Thank you very much. So what I'm hearing from you, Aga Shahid, is that you prefer a resolution to this effect. Okay, I'm hearing the same from Brother Zaybas. Can I suggest Sheikh Afzal, together with Habib Bhai Megji and Muhammad Ali, if you can draft a resolution and give you a 5-minute break, would that be helpful? Yeah?
But can we just summarize as well where we are so that in the writing it becomes a bit easier?
Sure.
Okay?
So I have a suggested draft that I have read, and I'm going to reread it, and then you can use it as a basis that this House adopts the paper presented. I'm just giving a rough this thing, and strongly recommends Jamaat and regions to adopt this as the template for marriage contracts going forward. And something in the lines of, as per the local customs and traditions, if changes are required, the Jamaats and regions may adopt these changes and consult Islamic education fund. Something around those lines. Approved by them. So if Aga Shahidi, you can also join the team very quickly. If Habiba, if you can just take the... Sure, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, so you go over there.
Thank you.
May I just say that one of the caveats which was put in, so that we don't come back here and it'll be then back and forth, that the paper be adopted with regional variations applicable to it. This is the thing, to make it very simplified, that regional variations can be applicable to it. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Brother Shahid? May I ask that these wordings be put on the screen? If I can have everyone's attention, please. There's been some sidebarring, both here as well as online. And some of my colleagues, for example, in COEG, feel more comfortable that if we go down the recommendation route, which means that this Executive Council recommends these contracts which are part of this paper. So we have a wording which goes, so we don't go down the resolution path, rather we go down the path of recommending these contracts. So if I ask the technical team, it's in your email. Okay, can everyone look at the screen? It is hereby recommended that the two marriage contract templates, i.e. the Western and, can I change to the, please? Yes, please. The Western and the non-Western marriage contract templates are adopted for implementation by the WF Executive Council. For any changes to the above contracts, regional federations and Jamaats will consult the Islamic Education Department of the World Federation of KSIMC for their approval. Yeah? Can I ask if, do I have any objections against this? No objections, yeah? So hereby, this is a consensus as I see it. I'm just going to give a moment if anyone puts SSS or anything on. Yeah. Can I just recommend we don't put in implementation by the WF EXCO. Are adopted for implementation, full stop. It is understood that this is the EXCO anyway. Thank you. Thank you. So this is an adoption and it's a recommendation in the adoption. Thank you. One moment. Is there anyone? Who is first? Shahid Bhai, Bismillah. Shahid Bhai Murji. તમે મ્યુટ પર છો શાહિદ ભાઈ.
Assalamu alaikum. No, I had just put the SSS before the resolution, so I'm okay with it.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. And we go to Murtaza Bhai Kanani. Murtaza Bhai, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum
Assalamu
salam.
alaikum. Sorry, I am, but the internet is not the best.
Bismillah.
No, the SSS I put was prior to this. It was when the sound went off. This was quite some time ago. So I think the moment has passed. Inshallah, next time.
Thank you very much. And we have, I also get texts in, that doesn't matter per se, but people are happy with it. Okay, this recommendation, or rather this adoption of these two contracts to be recommended in our community by this house. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Thank you very much. It's been a long journey, but I think this house has spoken with one voice that the marriage contracts are recommended, inshallah, and we pray for the success. I think it is a historic moment for the Executive Council in its 47-year history that an important recommendation has been adopted by this house. With that, we will conclude the meeting for today, and I will ask the Secretary General to announce the formalities for the start tomorrow. It's a heavy day. There's a lot still left, but I'm confident with the speed with which we are going, and if we maintain the discipline as you have supported us today, I'm confident that we will be able to complete our agenda in good time tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I have excellent news on this last eve of this solar calendar year. That is that tomorrow, the first day, will start very early. And it will have some surprises as well, some nice surprises. What they will be, I will not say. If anyone wants to bribe, I take Swiss franc, I take many currencies, so please, Bismillah. Tomorrow morning, I would like, please, everyone to be here at sharp 9 a.m., sharp 9 a.m. here. And we will start exactly according to time, what we have according to the agenda, but that means everyone is here at 9, and that means that we leave the hotels before 8:30, inshallah. For those who are online, I know you will all be with us. We have an excellent attendance as well. So hereby tomorrow morning, we'll be starting, and the agenda items, which is the Secretariat report and education, will be coming in the early morning, inshallah. Ahsantum. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. This meeting will be... Yes. For those who are physically here, everyone please go down as guests are waiting. And we need to go towards the dinner proceedings, inshallah. Thank you very much. Ahsantum. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. We'll continue tomorrow.